Good morning, everyone. Welcome to episode 39 of Ken's Counseling Couch. Ethan Ralph Mister Pillstream Boogaloo. Joining me today is our returning special guest from last week, Miss Aiden Paladin. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, thanks for having me back. Hopefully my voice is a little bit better and I'm downstairs and not sitting in my bed trying to get over that nasty cold. It's mostly gone by now.
Oh, no, you're good. You sound just fine. If you probably sound better than the horrible audio setup I originally started with. If you ever see references to potato microphones, that's making fun of me. So, how has your week been? Have you paid attention to any of Ralph's behavior over the last week?
No, not really. So you'll have to catch me up because I've been working on a really depressing video of my own. So,
can you give us a spoiler? A little bit.
Yeah,
about
sure. It's about the cognitive and psychological effects of COVID, particularly on children.
Oh yeah, and, that one from last week.
It's the same one, but
okay.
It takes a while because now I have to go through and edit all of it, and it's just.
That's the hard part about doing videos. It's like so much work.
It does take a while, and particularly because I couldn't record for a while because my voice was all scuffed from having the cold, but getting there now. It doesn't, unfortunately, the depressingness of the topic doesn't get any better the more you look at it, and I found some new stuff that's even more disconcerting.
Oh god.
So it just
I'm gonna definitely have to watch that one because
I keep spiraling down.
I've had many arguments with people on this topic about how awful it is to children. Just the impact that COVID restrictions have had, and like because kids are so social, you study social psychology, so you learn so much through body language at that age, and facial expressions and stuff. And when you can't see it, how the hell do you learn properly? How do you read people? I have a very sneaking suspicion in about 3 or 4 years, we're going to see a lot of learning issues for young children who are now aging out a bit.
The preliminary analysis, there is a preliminary analysis that found a 22-point IQ drop.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Are you serious?
In children born during the pandemic. Now, there's problems with that, as I'm sure you're aware. Those really early childhood cognitive tests, not very stable,
Yeah, that doesn't sound that great.
No, the stay on the positive side is that there's a lot of fluctuation when they try to give kids IQ tests when they're 6 months, 8 months old, So, because they're basically just a basic association of objects and things like that, object permanence, which they don't even have necessarily at that point. So they're very basic. They're highly fluid tests. I said that for the very end because I don't want to doomsay about that particular article because that one, that's going to take 5 years I think that might level out, but that's a really scary preliminary finding.
I know it was difficult just even doing because the job I worked at the beginning of COVID, I left during a couple months after COVID started for family reasons. But the job was a job where you would go to people's houses and do therapy with the kids or the families or whatever. And COVID starts and they're like, everything's online. Now, get a fucking 6 or 8 year old to stare at a screen to talk to you for an hour. It's impossible. Even if I pull up games and shit and make it fun, they're not fucking. They don't care. They don't care. Even if they like me, even if they like actually doing the sessions, they don't fucking care, and that's not their fault, And so I can't be mad at them. So I had to change the entire way I did therapy, which kind of was helpful, but I can just imagine the impact, because I had many kids suffering from depression.
It's up by the data on that. It's up in some studies as much as 300%, and some up to 500%.
Dear God, that's awful to hear. That makes me so sad.
Mm-hmm.
It's just troubling to listen to that number.
That's just welcome to why it's not been fun working on this.
Yeah, it's a little bit depressing. A little bit depressing to read.
Have you found that you think the therapy is still being effective at all? Like, as you said, they don't pay attention. You can't get them to pay attention.
So what I ended up doing is I switched from doing, because my new job now, because I just started a new job this week, which has beaten the shit out of me, because it's been a long time since I've worked that long for that long time periods like that. Because even when I was in the private practice, I set my own schedule, so I could work. I would work certain days of the week and focus my clients on like Tuesdays, Thursdays, and certain other days. So I wasn't working Monday through Friday 9 to 5 or 10 to 6, and I'm doing that now, and it's killing me. So
I can imagine. You haven't done it for a while in particular. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I hate to bitch it's so awful, it's so hard. No, it's just getting used to it again is the problem. But I might be leaving that for another job that offers more pay, and it's almost what's the the percentage? It's 20 grand more a year.
Oh well, yeah. Well, that's a pretty big difference.
It's also on call work and some other type of stuff too, which I'm okay with for the most part. But there's been some issues
that can be stressful.
Yeah, so there's that, but it's more extremely brief therapy. You have an hour or two. It's crisis intervention stuff.
Okay, yeah.
So, which will be cool for professional development, cool to help, because it's still working with kids and young adults. So, still my core area of expertise and families, but it's going to be more complicated, to say the least.
Yeah.
But I think I'll be able to do just as good as I do now. It's just I had over the last week I've been hearing more things about the way the current organization runs, and which I love, but the internal politics concern me, and I don't want to get caught, because one of the things I was kind of given at the get-go was kind of a guarantee that my YouTube shit won't ever impact my job, and I'm getting an observation that concerns me that doesn't stand true. Because people involved in the hiring and firing process weren't looped in on that, is basically what it comes down to. So that has me concerned. And while I was okay with taking this job for less pay because it's a cool job, that really does bother me. So I hopefully we'll get the call for the second job this week, and unfortunately just started, so I'll be leaving. So that might be fun. I hate doing that because I just started in training, and they pay money and shit to get you back, because you have to do a level 2 background check.
Exactly. They end up having to do. They will end up taking a loss if you decide that.
They take a loss, but
you got to do what's right for you.
Yeah, and I think that the people there will be okay with it, because the guy who hired me, who was the oversees the counseling part of the program, I think he'll be okay with it. My direct supervisor will be okay with it. They're the person who looped me in on a lot of the issues, surprisingly. But so I'm hoping they'll be fine with it, and this other job will make me a lot more money too.
Meantime, well, hopefully it'll work out.
Yeah,
you have to let me know.
I'll keep you posted. I had this because I take morphine for back pain, so I had to send in my prescription pictures.
Oh.
Because every time I take a drug test, I tell them it's gonna pop positive.
Right.
It's gonna pop positive for morphine, or if I'm taking my stimulant, it's gonna pop positive for my stimulant. And they're like, well, the medical review officer will call you if there's an issue. I'm like, they're gonna call.
They're gonna call.
They're gonna call. Just telling you now to put it in the notes, because I don't want this shit fucking coming back on me. Because I've had a time where that was almost an issue. So I had trouble getting in touch with the MRO this time. So now, thankfully, I got in touch with them. They just said, send us a picture via email. We'll be good to go. And so that was good. So I'm hoping that I'll get my final approval on the job on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, and we get started soon for that one. Or at least put my 2 weeks in or whatever. Which I still feel bad about, but it is what it is. All right, so let's me go ahead and do that. And let's go ahead and get started on finishing up where we left off. I have the place bookmarked. We left off around 48 minutes.
Real quick, did anything happen this week related to it?
Yes, so while my ADHD is totally not kicking in. Actually, so Nick went on to the You Are Here podcast.
Oh, I did see that.
And
I did see that.
Ralph, following that, because Nick, quote unquote, talked shit on Ralph on the You Are Here podcast, which I don't think it was any or lied or whatever, is his Ralph's interpretation of it.
Yeah, Nick gave a little, TLDR about the situation, and Elijah was just kind of laughing at it. That's all. Yeah.
And then Ralph's like, well, Elijah's followed me on Twitter for a year or two now, and they should, invite me on, Elijah, and I'll tell you the truth. And I'm like, okay, this will be great. And then Ralph's like, I'm gonna wear a shirt of Nick wearing a dress or his thought costume. I'm like, please God, do it, Ralph. You pussy, you won't do it, pussy. Like the whole time I'm in my head, like Ralph, you're a pussy, you won't do it.
No, please get a shirt. I mean, please get a shirt and print out a picture of Nick in the thought costume while wearing the Kid Diddler hat, because that'll be a really good look.
Do it! Oh my God,
that's the drip.
If he wears the Kid Diddler, that Kid Diddler hat to the thing, that would be peak comedy. Because I don't think he gets it. I don't think he gets that isn't as funny for him as it is against him. Even though people have told him, Ralph, you're fucking stupid for wearing a hat that has in giant letters, Kid Diddler and Josh Moon is in tiny ass fucking text. Like, it's effectively like.
Did he get told into doing that? Because I mean,
I don't remember.
I hate to make this comparison because people do it and they're totally incorrect comparisons, but it's hard not to at some level. That seems like the kind of thing that Chris Chan would get trolled into doing. And
look, there's a reason I slightly hinted at ASD last week. Okay.
Yeah.
Is because of the social interaction shit from Ralph. Is that something I have a feeling might be a problem? Is I think Ralph struggles with certain social communication. Or he's completely oblivious to it. I don't know.
Well, again, the drugs make it impossible to determine. Because I think when he's off drugs, I don't know that there is an issue necessarily with communication, and that issue at least.
Yeah, and if you're on, like you're saying, if you're on drugs, then it's almost impossible to notice. Also, I have another announcement for the show before we get started. I have received through Stream Elements. I have been told for my Twitch. I am being sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends for a Twitch stream. So we'll be doing that in the next week.
Oh wow, really? That's awesome. Yes. I've worked with them before.
So, yeah, it's like I have to get like 5 signups for the initial payout. And then it's like I can get up to a few $100 depending on how many people sign up and do the tutorial. So we'll have to.
Unironically, it's a fun waste your time mobile game. I'm not even.
I haven't played it. I heard it's really bad about like. I heard again. I haven't seen.
There's a lot of microtransactions, but you don't actually need to do any of them to play it.
I know 𝗏𝗂𝐽𝐽 has been sponsored by them forever, and I love 𝗏𝗂𝐽𝐽. So I think they're, for what it is, I think they're.
Yeah, they sponsored me twice, and I don't think I got enough views to really keep them wanting to come back. Because I mean, 𝗏𝗏𝐽𝐽 is a way bigger channel than me.
Oh yeah, I mean, I will do a Twitch stream, and I will, do what I need to get myself enough for that first payout. So it'll be interesting. I think it'll be fun because I haven't played. They want more people for the PC thing, is what the sponsorship's for. So it'll be a fun sponsorship. So I haven't had one yet like that.
They're really chill to work with. Like they let you have a lot of freedom in how you want to do the integration. Yeah, I will say that some companies are real sponsorship.
Yeah. I do have an affiliate link through Lovents. If you go to supportken.com/toys, you can save money on. You can get a good discount on teledildonics enabled sex toys. There you go. So that's all.
I have not been sponsored by. I don't think I take.
I'm not sponsored. I'm just an affiliate because I'm aware of through a friend the quality of their toys. And so
right, I'll take your friend's word for it.
You can take my friend's word for it that they're actually very high quality. So, but I get a small kickback from that. Though no one's bought it, it's mostly for the meme, and I'm still trying to get my Adam and Eve approval for affiliate, just for fun.
I also think that they actually do sponsorships and pay out pretty well.
They do sponsorships. Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is not the point of the stream.
No, it's we're talking about dicks, so it's kind of
true.
Or a dickhead, so I mean it's sort of related. But it's they sponsored, what is it? Penguin Zero. What's the hell's his name?
Charlie.
The official Charlie. Yeah, they sponsored him for I think it was him because he did a whole show on like dildos and stuff. And he's had multiple dildo shows. like giant. He had like a giant ass one. He did one
Yeah,
where they were doing games and stuff. It was pretty funny.
I remember that.
I won't lie, that was pretty funny. So let's get this going here. Let me get the right tab pulled up. All right, no porn is open. Good to go. Not that that would be a thing. I'm a good Christian man. So, all right. No. I don't have my other screen up right now, which is frustrating the shit out of me. My other monitor's not working. So we'll have to do it this way. So audio should be good to go. And we'll pick up about 50 seconds short of where we left off before. So
I do think you're fucking crazy. Yes, I think you're out of your
might
fucking
be
gourd.
crazy. Okay, you know what? I might be crazy, but I don't really think that's crazy. And I'll ask the chat. So,
Ralph, I'm sitting here calling you a rage pig and talking shit to you. Do you think if I was holding back that I wouldn't admit that if that was the case?
I just don't think you make any sense, right? Like, so you co-signed the very end of a stream where they
I co-signed the video related to me, 𝗫𝗫𝐽, and Gator shaking pills because that is something I find funny.
So you don't think
that's very offensive,
that,
I think, right?
somebody who
We
was
would
watching the
never
stream
do
would say,
that.
"Hey, Jim, support."
I mean,
I would
people
never do
going to
something
Ralph's
like
house.
that. I would never do something like that.
But
They
but
can say
Ralph
whatever
has
they want.
done this kind of
Okay,
stuff
well, you
to
don't
people
care.
way
Well, then I don't care about you,
more
right?
offensive
Like,
things.
so, like,
And that's never. I mean, I
Oh yeah.
I don't know if he doesn't get it. I mean, like again, making fun of Sargon's wife having a miscarriage or whatever happened there, or
Yeah,
a stillbirth, which is like one of the worst things that can happen to somebody.
Is that having dealt with a miscarriage, not necessarily the stillbirth part of it, is a pretty shitty thing to go through. It's one of the things I will actually not joke about with people.
No, I don't think that's. I don't know where you find. I mean, there's you guess you have to find humor in where you can find it. But I don't think that's. Let's just put it this way: Ralph would not find it funny if that happened to him, and people made fun of it, right?
Oh,
if that happened
God,
to May, and
God help anybody if
please.
they made fun of that.
And I hope that doesn't, obviously, because it's terrible. But I mean, if that happened to May, I don't think he'd find that funny.
Oh no, it's absolutely traumatic to go through, and it's especially, and I'll even put it in Ralph's favor, is it's absolutely traumatic for dads to go through because dads get the short end of the stick on it, and there's so many issues with that. I think I did papers in undergrad on that, because it just no one really cares about how dads are impacted by miscarriage. And then the way
comparatively, no, it's far less, I'm sure, studied phenomenon, and
yeah,
because the woman obviously bears the brunt of that. But if you're in a relationship with somebody, yeah, I can't even imagine.
Just like what is it? Not guys with miscarriages, but spouses of partners who gender transition. They get their short end of the stick too. I did a whole paper. I did a whole presentation in grad school on that in my LGBT class about how
did they like that? I get the feeling that was not well received.
Why are you offended?
Sorry, continue.
Issues that's about because spouses who their partners transition, they don't really get the care and like therapy and shit they need, and it is a difficult thing to go through. Like a third of them, it ends up roughly being about a third of them stay together, a third of them end up leaving, and a third of them try to work it out with mixed results. Like they'll stand behind them, or like because it totally changes your sexual relationship. It changes your emotional relationship. Like you can't just convert someone to like penis or vagina now, or to be in that emotional or sexual type of relationship, right? If we had conversion therapy, the church would be fucking happy. Just kidding, obviously, but
yeah, if you're a straight man or woman and your spouse is now the same presenting the same gender as you and gets surgery to present that way, I can't imagine you'd still be physically attracted to them, like mentally attracted to them because they're your spouse, I would imagine. But that's gonna throw a big wrench in things.
Throws a big wrench in the thing, and so, but yeah, and as it relates to this with Ralph, like, I would never wish something like that on people because it's like a horrible effect. Like if someone suffers a miscarriage, it's horrible for both mom and dad. It's horrible to go through anything like that. It's traumatic. But Ralph has taken this luxury of, well, I can just shit talk whoever because I'm Ethan Ralph and I'm Pillstream, baby. Like that's his fucking brand, but yet when people shit on him, game over. Like, it
Which is
doesn't
all this
fucking-
is. This whole debacle, this whole thing. And again, him getting clearly hurt by Jim going on with flamenco and you know, shaking the pills. Which is really
definitely.
comparatively so minor.
What kind of asshole would do something like that? I can't believe that.
Yeah, what kind of asshole would find it funny when Frank Castle
I
shows up
know.
at Boogie's house, but it's absolutely haram if somebody throws diapers at your house. We talked about that
Look,
last week as well.
I know. I'm not gonna lie though, the Frank Castle shit was funny. I would not be happy if it happened to me, but Frank Castle was okay.
I mean, I
Except-
don't know.
I
It's not
wasn't- okay.
cool.
When Boogie calls him out and says, "Come to my house,"
Okay.
That's different.
Like-
where if like Frank Castle's fucking with me, like, dude, fuck off, leave me alone, and then he shows up, it's different. But if you're like, "Come to my house, pussy," and then you pull a gun, come on.
But it's
Come
the
on.
exact same scenario in that Boogie said, "Come to my house." Ralph said, "Come to my house." Like,
Yeah.
come fuck around and find out, essentially. And
Oh,
then, you know, when it happens, rescinds it. Because he didn't
Oh,
really
it's
want that
bullshit.
to happen.
No,
No.
he got
It's
called.
part of the macho act, I guess.
Oh yeah, real quick, we got our first super chat of the day. 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐽𝐽𝐽 for 5. Shout out to Ken Jennings. Also, do you still have the COVID card PDF in Minecraft? Of course. Asking for a friend. I might have that in Minecraft somewhere. If not, it's really easy to find at this point. It was very hard to find initially, but you can find it damn near anywhere. It was on the CDC website. If you search for it, you should be able to find it with the right terms. And also, if you use the modifier this in Google, you can find PDFs, for example, and it'll find just PDFs. Or if you change the file type to like PPTX, you can find PowerPoints. So try searching like COVID card or COVID vaccination status card space file type PDF as it is in chat, and it might pop up in Minecraft. That's all I have for that. Also, thanks again, 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐽𝐽, for the first super chat of the day. I very much appreciate that. Let's continue. I did get my second
I
mile.
need to be on like the defense for you. I'm like, am I on your team? Are we a football team?
You're acting like I'm out of bounds talking about your fucking.
Because you're writing fan fiction in your head. It's fucking weird.
It is
Okay,
fan
well,
fiction.
you started this. What I'm saying. You
No,
didn't-
you literally wrote it as that. You're writing fan fiction in your
didn't
head.
have to do what you did. You took it there. Is what I'm saying.
What did I do?
You hurt my
co-signed,
fifis.
motherfucker.
Yeah. That's it.
You
Yeah, you
it
hurt his
literally hurt
feelings.
my fifis. You hurt my
And,
fifis.
Flamenco is totally right about what he said about this. There's no more internet daddies, because that's what has happened here. And we talked about that last week, but this is a weird parasocial father sort of figure for Ralph, or it seems that way. And I don't think it's healthy. And clearly Jim has said repeatedly that he's not internet friends with anyone. So it was Ralph should have known better than to develop this kind of PSR with Jim. And Jim was very adamant about his stance on it, is don't develop a weird PSR with me. But yeah, it's his feelings were hurt. And maybe this is one of the first times that he's had his feelings hurt. And hopefully Ralph will reflect a little bit on this whole situation. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. But I would hope so.
I completely doubt that Ralph can grow from this. I will put out there as following my who have helped me out, and I would bend over backwards for it, because I mean we've been, it's a different kind of society now, because we have the ability to talk across.
Sorry, you cut out for a
Online?
second. Yeah,
Oh,
I think I got the gist though, because we have the ability to talk, across the world with other people.
yeah,
And
you can
there's
do that now.
how much of a social science spurgy rant do you want me to go off on? I
love
can do
social
the
science.
I
I
can do the
love
T-
like all that
I'll
shit
try
in
to
grad school and undergrad.
I'll try to do the TLDR on it. So my primary area of focus in grad school was intergroup communication. So how different groups of people talk to each other, and that's how I got involved in politics. Actually, that was my primary area of study. My secondary area, only because it couldn't be my primary, because basically I got told that's too limited, was what we used to call computer-mediated communication, and now we just call like internet comm. And there's a couple of preliminary and basic effects that were identified like back in the 90s. And I'll give you the citations on those. So, for example, Walther 1995 developed something called the hyperpersonal model of computer-mediated communication. And that is that because there's a couple of reasons. One thing is that internet communication is lagged. It's not always simultaneous. What we're doing right now is simultaneous, but a lot of times it's over text, which means there's a differentiation in time. It lets people stop and think about what they're going to write so that they can, this is what Goffman calls face work. And you might be familiar with Goffman's face work stuff, which is you put your best face forward sometimes. Sometimes you want to put forward a bad face, which I think Ralph is doing here as part of I'm a big badass, put forward a badass face. It's self-presentation, intentional self-presentation towards others in communication. And the hyperpersonal model states that because everyone online, for the most part, is de-individuated to an extent. We're not in the same room. We can't see, even if you're streaming with video, you can't see all the body language. There's cues filtered out. Due to that, and due to the fact that people are engaging in this face work, which is almost always positive, it can be negative face work, but usually positive face work. Everyone is putting forward their most positive version of themselves towards others. When you're talking about two people being involved in some kind of relationship, a parasocial relationship or a working relationship, with which Ralph and Jim sort of had, if Ralph is putting forward his best face and Metokur is putting forward his funniest face, at least, there can be this perception that we know each other better than we really do. And then that can cause people to feel very, very strong sensations of knowing the other person, because as part of the face work, people tend to divulge more and tend to be more open, but they can also, they're only seeing the positive aspects or the part of the person that they want to put forward as part of their face work. This, as the term hyperpersonal describes, means that people tend to form these relationships very quickly, and they tend to be very, very strong emotional relationships. This doesn't just happen with people you actually know. It happens with parasocial partners. So like a internet figure you've never even spoken to, this can happen with. And this is all a process of, again, de-individuation, which is anonymity or pseudo-anonymity, face work, and self-disclosures. And I think that's maybe part of what happened here. It happens to everybody to some lesser or greater degree. Not everybody, but a lot of people feel like they know a YouTuber or something like that, you know, or they know a celebrity. And that's just general parasocial stuff. But the specific internet hyperpersonal model, I think that could be partially to blame for what's gone on here. And that's in part also, again, due to staggered communication and due to, putting the best face forward. That's all. That's my TLDR on internet effects. There's a lot more to it. I've done plenty of videos about it, though, if you want to check it out. My only point is this is not totally uncommon. It's just a little cringe. Sorry, you can continue. I'm done. Are you there, Ken? Uh-oh. Oh, I bored Ken to death. He literally died. Oh no. It was so boring.
Okay, how about now?
I can hear you now. Okay.
No, you didn't bore me. I was saying, no, it's interesting. It's, I think I've seen some of your videos on some of this stuff, and I was saying I was also trying to multitask, which I suck at sometimes. My mic
That's research
also,
on that. No one's good at multitasking. Don't worry about it.
my mic also crashed. Because I use NVIDIA Broadcast it's one of my processors to help with background noise, which is really fucking good if you have an RTX graphics card. I have one built into my laptop, so I can use the formal NVIDIA Broadcast.
Yeah, I can hear it chugging though.
So, well, that's also that, and I think I turned down one of my preamp. I turned down my preamp. I think I need to turn myself up a bit, but I think I'm clipping, which is the problem. So it's sometimes a delicate balance here, because the fucking preamp is extremely powerful, and I don't like clipping on my interface. Let me try this. Maybe that's a bit better. How about now?
I'm still getting the feedback. Just you can hear the whirring, you know, but
there's feedback, like
not like your voice isn't reverberating or anything, but I can just hear the whirring, if that's what you're talking about.
Okay. I mean,
It's not bad though.
let me change that. I reduced the processing on that a bit so it's not as strong. Because the NVIDIA broadcasts detect a slider, and so it can reduce both room echo and background noise. And so it's actually pretty fancy. But sometimes let me go into my audio here. Automatically adjust mic volume. Is this better?
Yeah, that goes.
Okay.
Yeah, reduced it a good deal.
It's better now?
Yeah, I reduced it.
Okay. Was it too high or was it too low?
It's just I'm only talking about the background noise.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
I can still hear it a little bit, but it's better now.
The only thing you should hear is my budgies.
Oh no. Now you cut out.
Well, how about now?
No, you're back. I
Okay,
can't hear the
it's-
budgies too.
You can or can't?
Yeah, I can, but that's cute.
Yeah,
That's a pleasant background sound.
yeah, you get used to them. My wife is used to breed budgies, like rare budgies, so like rainbows, which is a rare mutation and stuff. But that,
Oh, neat.
yeah, she's doing snakes and tarantulas now, which I don't like the tarantulas as much. She doesn't breed them, but she has several, and she does breed snakes. So I'll have to take some pictures and show them on stream one day. Actually, I might have a picture I could show because my wife sent it to me the other day. But we'll play some more of this while I try and find that. So.
Come into my house.
This is what I'm talking about. You are
Yeah, you're
paranoid.
telling me. You know you did that. Like, just admit it.
You are paranoid.
Okay, so you co-signed that segment of that show. Okay.
Why do you think I screen capped it?
Why couldn't you just say us? Because it would lose you cool points. Sorry.
No. What you want to say is why couldn't you defend me, Daddy Jim?
Now, why can you just say, "Oh, it's not cool to go"?
That was exactly on point.
That's accurate.
Yeah, that should be definitely on point. Someone said it sounds like I'm coming through the wrong mic.
That might be it.
Oh, I know what it is now. How about now?
Ah, there we go.
That's what it was. It wasn't the wrong mic. It was my microphone before processing. That's what happened.
Oh, okay. Sounds great now.
Now it should be better. Although I did turn off automatically adjust volume because I don't seem to be actually clipping, but my interface says I am, which is weird. So who knows? Yeah, it was. I didn't have processing on. That was weird. So let me.
Yeah, much better.
Okay, that's good. Well, let me turn on adjust volume because I don't like how low that is. So we'll just do that. Okay. And yeah, but Ralph is. I'm pretty sure Ralph has daddy issues. If it's not obvious.
Yeah, we talked about that before. Is that it seems like an avoidant attachment style.
Very much.
That's what I suggested.
I would agree with that. There's no way it's not, in my opinion. Like, he's just too. He reaches out for connections and then burns connections immediately.
And that's
like
avoidant attachment.
Exactly, because if you get too close or the fear of getting too close, because of think about the if you think about it, like people are like, why would you do that? You think you're someone who wants the attachment. Why wouldn't they want to get closer? Is if they get too close, they'll have the same experience with being burned like they were before, which can be very traumatic.
I mean, do you think that's the thing with Faith? Because I think it might be. He claims he wants to, be a father to his son, but he didn't really fight for it. He kind of just let that go.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he. Now, if Ralph is making the decision not to be in his son's life because he knows it's the best thing for him, I'll give him credit for that. Because
it's not what he says, but who knows?
If that's obviously he can't say that publicly.
Yeah, obviously.
I don't think anyone would ever let him live that down, like ever. And it's still sad.
Yeah, we're talking about a 19-year-old girl now who has an infant child, and I mean,
Yeah,
luckily it's family is supportive, but
yeah, imagine if it was any other family, right?
Yeah, she's actually quite lucky that Mr. Vickers seems to care so much, which is good,
Yeah, Yeah,
and they
she-
have, I guess, the means to help take care of the kid, and that's great. But you know, it is interesting to me that he is very proud of it when he wants to dunk on Josh or anybody else who's not a dad or is not a parent, but he didn't
Oh
fight
yeah,
for that really, and he could have fought for it more. I think so.
but he didn't, and he's kind of, what's the right way to say this without coming off like an asshole? He's kind of a dick for that, and
I mean, she was 18. Like
yeah,
her life is irreparably changed, right?
oh for sure. There's no way it doesn't change because, I mean, we both know the studies on young moms and on single
Mm-hmm.
parents, even though they're controversial and people disagree with them, which whatever.
Well, the
I'm
data can't be offensive. They're just numbers. If you get offended by them, that's on you, boo.
listen. The
Sorry.
data is racist. You lying? Don't fucking lie to me. You know it's racist.
I
Everyone
know.
knows it's racist. How
Those
could you even say
dang
otherwise?
racist numbers.
It's bullshit. It's racisms. It's all the racisms, and yeah. But it's still like, if Ralph was truly doing that, I would give him credit for it. But I don't think he is. If someone just dropped $20 on Super Chat, Chris Primer said, "I like Ralph, but
Nice Star Trek picture too, Chris.
yes." So yeah, that's a pretty cool picture. I've never watched Star Trek, but
Original?
I've heard it. I've never watched any of it. I've watched Star Wars, but only because I was ordered to in the military to watch it in tech school
What?
because I didn't know what Spaceballs was.
Oh,
Because like, you don't know what Spaceballs is? Like, okay, go home and watch it and watch Star Wars. It's in order. Like, you have to watch Star Wars first, then you have to watch Spaceballs.
I mean,
And
I'm shocked you'd never seen Star Wars nor
I don't.
Spaceballs.
I honestly don't like it that much. Like, none of, like, I don't. Now I am
Well, maybe
gonna
try Star
try.
Trek. It's more at least the later ones are a little bit more like
Now I am
intellectual,
gonna
I
try and
guess.
go
Wouldn't
see.
call it any media intellectual, but you know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah,
a little bit more morally thought provoking.
I am considering going to the studio where Star Trek the fan one was filmed in Georgia that Vic Mignogna was part of.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about going to do the tour of the
New
studio
Frontiers, I
next.
think it's called.
Well, yeah, I was thinking about going to see that studio next month to kind of meet him in person because I had a chance to talk to him on another stream.
Mhm.
And be like, I'm the Ken Jennings you talked to. Because I did that to Nick and Drexel. And I
Yeah.
don't look anything like most people think, which is why it's fun. Still. So it's like, you're Ken Jennings? Like, yes. Well, not that guy, but the one that the
Yeah, not
autist you've been
not
talking
that one,
to.
the other one.
Because the real Ken Jennings has been contacted at least twice about me, which I still find funny as shit.
No,
But-
that's hilarious.
Yes, it's been happening. It's happened more than once. I know of it happening on at least 2 occasions. One of my stalkers in this channel, and then Ron Toye has done it. I'm pretty sure.
Ron
So-
Toye contacted the real Ken Jennings.
Yes, he messaged the real Ken Jennings and said, "This guy is using your picture and your name and is pretending to be a therapist or something." Someone has a screenshot. So it was in a YouTube. It was fucking hilarious. I talked to him about it when I did the interviews I did with
can't
him.
be shocked by anything Toye does, but okay.
You know what would be interesting is to watch some of my interviews with Toye with you to get your opinion on it.
Oh yeah, at some point that would be fun because I haven't listened to them, but I mean that man needs and Ralph both need to talk to somebody.
So my
I know
initial
Toye has and he worked through it, but clearly not.
Toye
Like
has not worked through shit.
he
in my
says he
opinion.
has, but
No,
not by your
Not enough.
behavior. And you know, for some people, therapy is a lifelong process. You don't like for some things, you have a specific issue. You have a specific
he is
phobia,
the-
for example. You can maybe work through that through a certain period of time and be over it. But if you're talking about a personality disorder, no, that's lifelong therapy. Pretty much.
This is a guy who desperately needs the therapy, but he's like into the self-help book shit, right? Like,
Oh.
he's like, you know, like he says he's like constantly doing better when he's not. Like
Because he's reading the book.
he's reading the book, or he has his idea of what it means to be doing better, and he's not, at least in my opinion. You know, and in my initial diagnosis of him on Kiwi Farms, obviously my opinion, disclaimer shit, but in my initial diagnosis of him, I said he presented with traits of antisocial personality disorder leaning towards sociopathy.
Mm-hmm.
And then in my conversations with him, at the last one, I said, Ron, you present with a delusional disorder because of how you're handling this case. Because you will not let a single thing come through that is being able, I can prove to you with facts and logic. Like, let me do like a Sargon, like, let me do facts and logic here. And he just won't see it. He's so, and I just did a stream yesterday with Crumb from the Knuckleheads where we did the interview.
Oh, yeah, I remember Crumb a long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, so she was very, helpful with orchestrating those and getting them set up, and that was a great series of streams we did. And I will never understand why Ron, after wanting to get me fired, decided to spend 10 hours talking to me across several streams.
But that's... I think he wants control over you. He's lashing out in anger.
He thought he was going to get it, but god damn did he not get it at all.
But he wanted to talk to you, I think, because he wanted to continue to assert dominance over you of some sort. It's either asserting dominance or he wants to prove to himself that he's correct. Would be my
I think he thought he was going to do something like that, where he thought he was going to come in, be able to lay out his side of it, and be able to prove me wrong, or be able to... And I was very cautious in how I did it. Like, I never once, attacked him. Because, we were kind of talking about this yesterday on Crumb's podcast. I never... Because people were like, why aren't you guys... Like, why didn't you go hard at him? Or why won't you go hard at him? I'm like, because then he won't talk. I was nice to him. I was polite with him. I even to this day, even though I poke fun at him, I still want him to get help. I still want him to do the best he can. Because it's not in my nature to be a dick. Like, even Ralph, he think he's an asshole, but I still want him to get help because it's not just his life he's impacting right now.
If it's antisocial, yeah, then I don't... Why he would have gone on was probably to inflate his own ego, probably. And
it didn't work at all.
Yeah, to dunk on you and destroy you. I haven't thought about Ron in a minute, but I mean the constant lying, the reframing, and then his weird, just violent sort of outbursts, both physical and verbal, against people. That does read a little bit antisocial to me, but I don't know. I haven't thought about Ron in a long time.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was antisocial personality. Maybe I'm
That's
wrong.
Dangerous. That's dangerous for everyone around him, by the way.
Which would explain a lot of things, because
it would explain some of Monica's behavior.
Yeah, it's not, to me, psychopathy because of the way he behaves. It's clearly, if anything, sociopathy. He's not cool, controlled, and shit like none of that.
No, it's
not that at all.
Just outbursts, And that to me, I get that. Not looking at it recently, that reads a little bit antisocial. And you never want to say antisocial because that's the real bad one,
Oh yeah, people hate when you say that. They're like,
yeah,
why would you use that, or why would you say that? Like, well, because it's true.
I mean, I don't know. I think borderline in terms of antisocial tends to be the people who seriously physically hurt other people, but histrionic and borderlines also cause severe psychological damage to people in their lives. So I'm not saying that there's a perception that antisocial is the worst personality disorder. And most of them are not good, And the thing about almost all personality disorders is they mostly hurt other people around you, and they hurt the person too, but they tend to hurt those around them.
Oh yeah, he's definitely one of those people, but I still thought it was one of the greatest experiences to have. My wife was like, "Why are you talking to him?" I'm like, I had to give her a primer on the whole situation. She's like, "Okay, oops, I don't like it."
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I unironically had to tell my mom asked me about the Ethan Ralph stuff because she follows me on Twitter and stuff, and she just looks at some of this stuff that happens around me, and she follows Andy Worski and stuff. She's like, "Aiden, what is going on?" And I was like, "All right, sit back for a minute. I'm gonna talk to you for an hour and try to explain this."
Yeah, it's like, let me explain to you.
Cue Fresh Prince of Bel-Air theme song, right?
Yeah. There's so many issues with this internet shit sometimes. My wife, what did you talk about today? Yeah,
Hey, you got an hour.
Just don't. You don't want to know. Just stay out of it. Just stay out of it. Let me do my shit. Let me make a couple bucks. If I make a couple bucks, and that'll be the end of the day. Please God, don't ask me for more. So, someone said I'd rather tell my family I was a furry than about the internet. But yeah, kinda.
Yeah,
kinda.
honestly, it's only because I was asked, and I was like, all right.
Also, we got $5. Is it euros? 5 euros. 5 fake monies. By Joe G said Chris Primer likes Ralph's butt. I'm just wondering whether he's talking about the one in the front or in the back.
Oh.
So the bussy or
I showed my mom a picture, and she was like, "Oh my goodness."
Oh, well, it's like the way Nick described it the other day. I think it was on either Flashcast or on someone else's show.
What was it? Was it on?
Was it? I don't know if it was on You Are Here about how his fat's connecting to the middle of his stomach.
I'm pretty sure that was on You Are Here.
Yeah, it was like going out both sides, which I was like, that's a really good way to describe it because I didn't really know how it was functioning, like why it was doing that. Which would
I think alcoholism can cause that.
I don't know, and if someone has the deets on that, please let me know, because it's interesting how it is splitting. I don't know if Moses is involved here or what.
Parting the red gun.
Parting the red gun. Someone make that a meme.
That's so mean.
Please. Can we get a meme of that? But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know, Joji, about that. He might like both. I mean, they both technically have holes in there somewhere. It's just a matter of I mean, you might get more depth than the front one.
I do think that's something that happens as a result of like prolonged severe alcoholism, though, is I think that could be part of it. That's all. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not that kind of doctor. I never even finished my regular doctorate, but I've read in various places, as Trump would say. But no, I think I saw that on someone on KF suggested that, and I looked into it for a minute, and it seemed plausible, but not sure.
Yeah, I'll take that. There's enough concentration there.
Possible reason for it being like that.
Yeah, I'll take that. That works for me. So let's continue here with Ralph.
Yeah. Everybody likes to say "Daddy Jim" in a shit tone, right? But when the rubber hits the road, suddenly it's "Protect me, Daddy Jim."
Like I literally can look up the clips. He was shitting all over you, dude. Shitting all down your throat, like just literally desecrating you.
Ralph, that's
mind-boggling.
Holy shit, Ralph, that's fine,
dude.
You don't think that I would think that Andy would hate me after the 𝐒𝐻 stream? I'm sure he fucking sees about that. I'm sure he hates me for it. I bet you there are screen caps of Jarbo talking boatloads of shit. I bet there's stuff of Crowd out there and Sargon and everybody else.
I don't think, like, I really, and I hope, of course, there'll be, negative and minus, whatever, pro and positive people, pro and negative people who watch it, but I really don't think that I sound that crazy from my own.
I'm telling you.
Well, you sound drunk.
I've never taken my word for anything.
What was that?
He sounds drunk. He's got his red.
He sounds.
He's got his red Solo cup.
He does, but he also probably is taking painkillers of some kind.
Yeah. How far are we into it? We're still pretty fucking early. God damn it, dude. We gotta speed through this, Ken.
Well, it's not 4 hours. It's not
actually 4 hours because the rest of it.
To 1:19.
Oh, okay. So okay. We're actually pretty far through then.
Yeah, so we got like 30 minutes of show of actual shit with Jim and Ralph left.
But it became clear very early on Ralph was getting drunk, and I think Jim calls him out for it at some point. That he was, and because he says, yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm getting fucked up, I believe, or something to that extent. Because which I another like the self-destructiveness, right? What's that? Because this is where you would have a capacity to maybe fix some stuff. But again, that reads like borderline to me. It's that here's my one chance maybe to try and de-escalate things with Jim, and I'm gonna get fucked up while doing it. Is that not self-destruction? Which is something borderlines tend to do.
I mean, he was drinking before he did this.
Sure, but I would think that if I were in this position, and speaking as someone who also struggles with alcohol, by the way, but if I were in this position where this is a make or break moment, right? Where like, now, I guess part of me would want to resort to alcohol to try and reduce my stress, to try and disassociate from the scenario. But I would also think that if you really want to save your career, is to not be fucked up while you do this. Just for once, don't be fucked up. This is actually really important for you.
Like,
and not just
bad to him.
Not just because it clearly matters to him, his relationship or lack thereof, or whatever it is with Jim, but because whatever he perceived it as being, but because everyone on the internet is laughing at you. And if you think Metokur has the power that you apparently think he has to like fix your career and come save you, Daddy Jim, well then I wouldn't want to, start a hollering at him and act, obsequious and drunk.
Yeah, it's not the way I would
not the way I'd handle it, but if it's borderline are self-destructive. So
yeah, which makes no sense. Which again, why people were shitting on us for pointing at borderline. I think a few comments were made about that, and I'm like, well, look at this. Like, it's rare. Also, there was a white supremacist neo-Nazi guy in one of my comments from last stream. I'm not even joking. Like, his name is like 1488 something else. Like, it was kind of funny. He was.
Oh, who cares?
Yeah.
Look, people are interested in this topic, but they have divisive ideas, and we're not all going to agree. We said extensively in the first stream, and to reiterate here, this is theorizing. These are not official diagnoses or anything like that.
Of course.
This is spinning, and also that we made it very clear that BPD borderline is very female loaded, so it's rare to see in men, and which might be why it presents differently in men, because it's something like 85% women leaning diagnosis on BPD.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting.
Might be 70, I don't know the percentage breakdown, but it heavily leans towards females.
Yeah, and I think I figured out the name of that condition. I could be wrong for the belly. I think it's called diastasis recti, but I could be wrong. If someone could get a better diagnosis on that, please let me know. And it's not true, Gator, but
at all ever, Ralph. You sound fucking insane. I don't know if it's a head trauma, legitimately.
Top 3 reasons
or Ralph, okay? I'll set up the timeline. I'll explain why I think you're fucking nuts. Okay, your quality of content has diminished, and I'm not talking about your ability to do a show, but you've been seemingly hitting pills or alcohol. I don't know what, but you're fucked up all the time.
Wait, for years at a time.
Let me go.
Debates that you can't even. Oh, Jesus. Go ahead. I'm just saying.
You want to know why I think what I think? I'm telling you, because you're fucked up all.
But go ahead.
You're fucked up all the time. You get into a fight with 𝐓𝐢𝐷𝐿𝐴 to teach him a lesson right after you sell the internet. Your wife is scared. You hop on a plane to fucking Portugal. You get beat up, have your purse stolen. People make jokes about that. Suddenly you go into full fucking rage pig mode. You're going to fucking teach people a lesson. And I'm not talking doxing. I'm talking life ruination. You're going to tell him he's a white supremacist. You want Gator to suffer. You don't want him to work or go to school or anything like that.
I don't.
Way above him laughing at you on the internet. That's
so when he says
he just admitted it, by the way.
I was about to ask, is he saying I don't want Gator to do that, or I don't want those things to happen to Gator? Just to clarify.
Well, it was poorly worded, because to me it sounded like he's like, yeah, I don't want him to go to college. I don't want him to have a successful life. I mean, I could be wrong, but
extremely fucking shitty, Ralph. Dude, you can get the sand out of your pussy for 5 fucking minutes. Seriously. You want to ruin someone's life because he was supporting your bitch ass for the last 8 years, who you paid and treated like a piece of shit, and because you associated with white, and I don't even care, but you associated with white nationalists, white supremacists, far right, alt right, whatever. I don't even care. I personally don't give a shit. But you are the one who affiliated with them, and
you're
the one who wants to turn and be a bitch about it. Like, oh, Gator knows affiliates with white supremacists. Bitch, it's your fault.
Meaning you in this case, like you're his main tie to these people. Which exactly. I mean, I don't. Again, he's not really thought that one through. I don't think.
No, he
or
hasn't.
just dragging everyone down with him that he can, which I think is going to be the thing. I mean, again, that's why I got only involved in this in the first place, is because it was like I avoided saying anything negative about Ralph. And so did Jim during the whole debacle with the baby mama. The, drunken escapades in Vegas and overspending, which was just like, all the silly crap he's been doing. The Pillstream, I didn't say anything. But it was this last thing. It's like, I'm sorry, it was funny. It was, well, he started it with me. Again, as I said before, he started it with me where he got spurred out about me saying I don't have an issue with Kiwi Farms. That was my betrayal of him. So that's the only reason I got invested in this in the first place. And he can't stop himself from seeing everyone as his enemy, And it includes Jim now. Jim over the slightest thing, shaking the pills. Any slight. In the same way with Gator. Any slight. So and now once you're his enemy, there is nothing that is off the table.
See, this is why I'm glad I never ended up associating with Ralph, even though I doubt I would have ever had been. But for Nick, I know I can trust Nick because he has an actual career to fall back on if YouTube should ever fail. Mm-hmm. Just like I have one. Like if
same here.
Not that I'm trying to be a professional YouTuber. Not gonna lie, it'd be fucking great. I love doing this. I would do this 5 days a week because I loved it. I would do 5 days a week, 3 to 5 hour streams because one, I can't shut the fuck up because being a therapist means you talk all the goddamn time. I know, sorry, can't help that one. 2, it's fun and I get to help people in a way that's unique. That that is my way. That's not the other, and the people I'm talking about, the other boring psychologists and therapists on YouTube. Because no one has a fucking personality. Everyone thinks they have to put on the professional image because I'm on YouTube. I have to be professional. I have to represent the profession. Bitch, be yourself.
Yeah, be fun. I mean, that's what I do. Like, I mean, I talk about social psychology, which doesn't really fucking count, but still,
you still aren't like this, like solid face.
You're gonna put a couple of spicy meatball jokes in there,
Exactly.
Other people get bored and turn off. And I watch boring shit on YouTube all the time, but it's not for everybody.
I know people have shit on him recently, but Dr. What's his face? He does a lot of the stuff on the Dark Triad stuff with
I'm not sure.
Hold on, let me fucking. He's that male psychologist, Grande.
I don't know this guy.
Dr. Grande, Todd Grande.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of his stuff. I've watched some of his stuff. He's very good. He talks about interesting topics, and he tries to make it interesting, but there's that strong level of professionalism there. There's not that chill shit like now. But I can get why he does it. Obviously, I do my way because it's my way. And I would probably do this the same way whether I showed my face or not. Because I'm pretty much the same way to clients. Obviously, I'm not cursing and swearing and telling dirty jokes and shit in session. But this is who I am. Why would I want to hide that from the people who are paying good money?
Well, you did say you had a client who liked the dirty joke. And
yeah, I had a client who, we had differing politics on things, so I kind of stayed out of that one. But, I would tell jokes and shit with him all the time because it was funny. He would tell jokes to me, offensive jokes, and we'd be laughing. Shit that people would find uncouth, but it was the dynamic that worked. And I had the rapport that I needed. That's all I care about. If I can get the rapport, I don't care how we get there. I don't care as long as we get to the thing. I don't have to follow the exact, CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. Works great. Do I follow the path the exact fucking same way, the exact same way every time? No, because it doesn't work
for different patients.
Yes. Some parts of it I need, some parts of it don't work. I might not do more complex shit with younger kids because they can barely focus as it is. I'm pretty entertaining in general when I'm working with kids. I've got kids as young as
kids are going to need it, right? You got to be fun with them because they're not going to pay attention.
Even if I'm not having fun, I've had engaging and this may sound weird, but I've had engaging conversations with kids as young as 5 or 6.
My mom said that. My mom's a pre-K teacher, and she'll say that too. That little kids, we think they're stupid, but they're not. They just don't have the language yet. A lot of times they're not cognitively developed, but they can still express themselves and have interesting things to say.
like what I would do for younger kids is I'm like, look, we have at the private practice, we have a shelf with a bunch of different toys or games or things like that in there. Like, if you want to grab something out of there, and they would play with it, and I would sit and write my notes and talk to them while they're playing, or depending on what they're doing, I'd maybe play along too. And they would, because they're playing and they're engaged, they would just talk. They would just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And it's the best thing with the kids, because they're the ones who want to fucking close up and not say shit. And if you can get them to open up, they'll just dump everything out because their filters aren't that great.
They had no that hasn't developed yet. That part.
That's why, it's, learning, like, going back to the controversial case, it's hard for kids like 8, 9 years old. They can lie, but they can't construct lies that are so complex that they can't, like, that kind of shit, right?
You're probably aware of that empathy dip that occurs between, like, in, like, pre-puberty into early puberty.
I hate everyone shit.
Yeah, where it's a complete, if you've seen the graphs on it, it's like those middle school age kids between, like, 9 and 13 just do not feel empathy, essentially, for other people. And it's weird because kids who are like, 3 to 7, they do.
Their empathy is amazing.
They are very empathetic.
Like someone who falls and gets a boo-boo, they'll go over and hug them, they'll give them a kiss. Like, they're so sweet, and it's the most adorable shit. And I've told parents before, I'm like, middle schoolers are the most evil things on the planet. And I'm not
it's
even
not their
joking,
fault. Their bodies are being flooded with these hormones and they get real screwed up. And it fixes itself by about age 15. Usually it rights itself. If not, you're looking at...
If it doesn't right itself, we've got plenty of shit to do, and I've got a guaranteed cash income for a while.
There's some work to be done after that. And maybe Ralph didn't come out of that because he doesn't have I think he struggles with empathy. Obviously, because he can totally feel for himself, but he can't understand other people's emotions and feelings.
There's a reason I recommend therapy for literally everybody, even if you don't think you have a major problem going on. Is you probably do. One, because you are either suppressing it or hiding it. Like, I've had people come to me and say, my life's okay right now. I'm like, there's not a single thing you would work on in your life. And people have said to me, not really. I'm like, there's not a single thing you would want to improve on or want to do better on. Or things in your past that you maybe bother you or kind of that itch you need to scratch. Nothing. And I've had people tell me that, and I'm like, pressing X. I'm like, there's no way. There's not a way in hell.
I think that, and this might be a controversial take, but I think that for a lot of people, having a relationship with God is very helpful, and it kind of serves as a therapy mechanism. So maybe if they're not going to therapy, but they're religious in some way, and they use that as now not always, because we know that can also manifest in negative ways as well. But I think that sometimes people use religion as a sort of therapeutic mechanism without actually going to therapy, and so they might actually be really happy, and I would be interested to see, because we know that religious people report generally being far happier than non-religious people, at least in aggregate polling. I don't know how accurate that is, but those are the polling data. So
yeah, so it's interesting to me. I've always found kids' behaviors interesting, and it's still weird to me that I've had the ability to connect with kids to the way I do, and I'll take it because it's a great field to get into. And it's hard to find male therapists who people are comfortable with taking their kids to.
I can imagine.
One, there's like 10% of them, 10 to 20% of them are actually male.
Well, where's that? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. Two, people have that stigma, which it pisses me off personally, but professionally, I have to do whatever. There's that stigma about guys babysitting or dads taking their kids out, like.
There's a lot of weirdos.
Examples of that. Yeah.
Let's be real. But there's weirdo women too, right?
You know, like my old boss, the one that fired me, I had forgotten my wedding ring or something one day. And she's like, I noticed you weren't, it was like right after I started, she's like, I noticed you weren't wearing your wedding ring or something. She's like, what's that about? I'm like, it's not, I don't even remember. I was like, I forgot it or whatever. She's like, because we had just started I just did like my first couple families or whatever. She's like, make sure you wear that because it makes people trust you more being a male.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is a true point.
I remember, so for me, in the case, it's that, I guess having, gone up to a master's level in psychology and having studied it my whole adult life, I, on the other hand, get very nervous around children because I'm always worried, like, oh no, I'm going to do something. I'm going to say something that will, like, traumatize them. Like, and I don't mean like,
dude, I'm scared of fucking up kids
mean?
myself. Like, I'm gonna say the thing that causes this kid a lifetime of trauma. I
Right.
don't, but you're still
Oh,
scared of doing it because it's like I'm gonna fuck this kid up for life, and you
well,
don't want to.
my and it's why I've always been, very tepid on that, because like, here's my traumatic experience. Sorry, this is totally related to the stream. We're going off topic, but
You're no, it's a very good topic.
well, I speak Japanese, and I've been learning Japanese since I was 11 years old. And my mom, again, she's a pre-K teacher, and she had this little girl who was in her class. She's 3 or 4, I don't remember, and moved from Japan. Did not speak a word of English. Okay, so they put this little girl into an American classroom where no one there speaks Japanese. They used to have a Japanese tutor who used to come in, who was my sensei, but it was years ago, and she's moved away. That she's not available anymore. And I did say, my other sensei, who literally lives like down the street from my mom, was like, "Could you get her to come in, maybe talk to her?" And so I was working in town at the time, and my mom said, "Could you please come in and try to just like talk to her for a little bit in Japanese and let her know, like, things are okay. Like, if you want someone to talk to, I'm here." And I came in and I said to her in Japanese, I was like, "Hey, if do you want to read a book or something? We can, hang out. We can, we can, play with toys or whatever." And I just said this stuff to her in Japanese, and she just started crying. And I was like, "Oh God, oh God, oh no!" And I think she was overwhelmed because it was like this white lady comes in and starts speaking Japanese to her.
Who is this
bitch? So, and then I that traumatized me because I was like, "Oh great, I'm so bad
I
with
fucked it
kids."
up.
I literally say like 3 sentences to this kid and like make it worse.
I was scared to death the first times I started working with kids on a professional level. Even though I've had I volunteered, I've done guardian ad litem shit. Like, I've worked with kids before. Just doing it as a therapist is like a whole different level. You're like, I can fuck a lot of things up. And I think what's helped me the most is I go into my sessions, like I said before, I meet with the families all together. Like, if I can get mom and dad, even if they're divorced, in the same room for the session, I'll do it. Like, because I want everyone to know who I am out the gate. And I'll be the first person to tell them, I make mistakes all the time. I probably made one already. But my goal is to do better tomorrow and not make the same one twice.
Mm-hmm,
and
mm-hmm.
I'll tell you if I make a mistake or if I think I'm doing wrong. And because I value being honest with you and doing the best for your kids, and just being open like that, trying to bring the level of humanity down, and just like, hey, we're working on the same level here. We're all, like when I had the one of my favorite interactions was, I've ever had, and I've never seen a parent freak out so much but do it so perfectly. Was when their it was like their like 8 to 10-year-old, somewhere in their range, daughter had looked up lesbian porn, and it was, and the mom freaked out, but handled it perfectly. Like, you could not ask a mom to handle it better. Discovered
That's great.
and had asked her, like, hey, what's this about? And she's like, look, I'm gonna call Mr. Ken. I almost said my real name. So I'm gonna call Mr. Ken, and we'll schedule a session. We'll talk about it. We're not in trouble. I just want to understand, because she was legit worried. And so, she calls me and says, "Can we do a session? How soon can we do a session?" I'm like, "I'm free in a few hours. We could do a telehealth session." And so I did a telehealth session with the kid and talked with the kid, and we discussed it. Hey, what's going on? I had heard about it from a friend who was curious, so I looked it up. Have you ever done anything like this before? I did the screenings for abuse kind of stuff. No signs of abuse, but the mom handled it perfectly. Didn't go off on the kid. Didn't scream at the kid. I told the mom, I'll talk to her. I'll see what she's comfortable with telling me, and because the mom was like, I'm willing to be supportive of her if that's what this is. She's like coming out her sexuality, and like right out the gate, mom was covering all the bases. I'm like, I love you so much. I wish every fucking client was like this. I'm like, totally, because their relationship when we started counseling was bad. Like, the mom and the daughter were not getting along well. Like, there was a lot of tension there, so they had improved well. So for the mom, and I think this was several months in, had done such a great step up, and was like willing to go out there, and I told the mom afterwards, I'm like, and even before I did the session, I'm like, look, you handled that perfectly. You probably handled it better than I would have, so be proud of yourself for that. And, it's good to know that either parents are learning from me or we're working together, and I'm telling them, because I'm reinforcing it positively, like, hey, you probably did that better than I would have, and they might have, but it still helps them know, hey, I'm doing the right thing. I'm trying to do the right thing, and it lets them know that it's not like I said, oh, well, I would have done that better. Like, one, that's like, don't say that ever in a session, right? Two, you kind of sound like a dick. And like, oh, I'm holier than thou. No, fuck, I make so many mistakes. God, my life is a clusterfuck of it. I don't even know how I got to where I am.
Everyone's life is full of mistakes, but you gotta just gotta try. And Ralph seems, going back to that, seems determined to maximize the mistakes. And again, that's a borderline thing of let's go ham. Let's not try to fix it. Because it's almost an addicting part of it, right? Of the inhibition aspect of borderline, of not reflecting on your mistakes, not trying to look back and say, I screwed that up. How do I make it better? Instead, just going off and continuing to make mistakes and acting impulsively.
Yeah, and I'll steal Jen Psaki's shit from it. Circling back, Chris Primer said many religious denominations provide various types of therapy, which is great. If you could get therapy from your religion, that's great. But if you feel like you're not getting it right, or some religions are very strict about how
restrictive,
they handle
yeah, sure,
certain things like LGBT stuff, or an example of close to my personal life, to someone who's very close to my family. They have a bipolar disorder, and their religion, they were told to pray to make it better, and they were getting suicidal. And, yeah, like
with bipolar, yeah, you got to treat that.
You can't. And so
and it's mostly medical treatment with bipolar. It's a chemical imbalance. So
yeah, and there was shame coming from this person who's close to me, their partner's family, right? So their spouse's family, because they're very religious, and they came into the religion after they kind of got together and got married. That wasn't really their thing to start out. So they eventually said, "Fuck this! If I'm going to get treatment, or I'm breaking up with you." And which I said, "Okay, that's perfect. Do that." So because if you feel you're not getting the help you need, then go to a therapist, go to someone else, get a second opinion. Go talk to someone else at a different church, maybe, or go get someone who's not in the church, so you have two different types of opinions. Someone else said, Lord Asserman said, I think you're correct. One of my closest friends found God. He managed to break his drug and alcohol addictions. Now he's got a good job, a wife, and a kid, and leading a happy life. Which I said before, I don't have, you would technically call me an atheist. I personally don't have any problem with people having religion. I've had people do great things with it, so I don't shame it. I encourage people that if they want to do it, go for it. It's just not my thing. So
sure, but it's up to everybody to make that decision. I'm just saying that there's subclinical things people can do, or like Alcoholics Anonymous and stuff. That's things like that are subclinical. I would call them subclinical because it's mostly just group therapy sort of stuff. It's usually not. I mean, maybe some AA meetings are different. I'm a little suspect on some of the aspects of AA, but it works for people, and if it works for people, it works. So
my main issue with AA is I don't like things that are absolutes.
Yeah, that you have to accept a higher power.
Well, not so much that. It's not that. It's
really?
The absolute. I mean, I get that for the type of program, though. I would never, if I had someone who was not a religious person, I would probably suggest them a different type of program. But my issue is the idea that you can perfectly abstain from something. Like you can be I think it's an unrealistic expectation
that you never slip, and the reality is that's normal.
Or I think it should be more about moderation versus completely, because then it's just as in control of your life as it was before, is the way I see it. And maybe I'm wrong for that.
I think there are some people where they have to quit.
For some people, yes. Other people, I think it could probably cause more harm than good.
More anxiety, yeah, probably. When then they worry about slipping up, and then that makes them more anxious, and then that will inevitably lead to them slipping up to reusing as a coping mechanism. So yeah, I agree.
Hold on, let me see. There's a couple more things in here. I'm not going to address that because, so let me address this. But Tommy says, I highly doubt actual pedos consume oil. They actually have real CP or deal with real kids. That's actually far from the truth. Most pedos you don't know about because they haven't offended. Because they might actually be getting help. You would be surprised the level of... I'm pretty confident that our true understanding of pedophilia is fucking shit. Because we
can't
have the
study
ability to do
it
true
because
research on
it's
it.
so taboo, and it's taboo for a good reason, by the way. But
and I'm not saying it shouldn't be taboo. It's obviously it needs to be not taboo in the ability to seek help, not taboo and it's no okay thing socially. That's my point. But I will disagree with that, Tim, because just because people had that doesn't mean that someone just their sexuality not screwed up because they were abused. Like I disagree with that premise that people who
hey Drax, by the way.
It might be Tim. I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know if it's Tim or Drexel, but because I never fucking remember. But whoever, Tim or Drex, I disagree with that because there's plenty of people who were never abused who were gay or straight or whatever their sexuality is or whatever their gender is, you know, and just even
there's
if you
some
give them
comorbidity
therapy,
there,
it won't
though.
change. There is, but I think it's something we can't truly study because it's got a social taboo attached to it. Let's see. And then Tommy says, why does religious delusion get a pass? They're basically living a fantasy world. Well, to you it's a delusion, but to them it's legit. We can't know. So here's the thing: is God is so you as someone with a science background, God can't really be proven testably. Like we can't test it like we would with the scientific method. Like it's really difficult to do. Truly, is my understanding of it the way I remember. It's been a while since I dug into that because I tend to see that.
It's a little bit dismissive of like the majority of people on Earth. They call them all delusional. Maybe it's a coping mechanism. Maybe it's the way that if you want to get very psychoanalytical about it and say definitively there is no God or gods or anything like that. There's no higher spiritual existence. You can't prove that empirically. They can't prove it empirically either. That's kind of the conundrum of it, right? So to say it's a delusion is, well, you can't prove it is a delusion.
Like the whole issue around gender dysphoria being a delusion.
Well, we can see some of that in brain chemistry, though.
Well, yeah, there's brain chemistry and there's issues with hormone. There's been studies pointing at hormone levels during fetal development. Which have an impact on gender. I think you've probably seen those studies too.
Yes, I have.
Those have an impact on whether or not someone ends up being trans.
And also, when we do fMRI brain scans, we see the different areas of the brain light up in, let's say, MTF trans women that activate in areas of the brain that look more similar to females' activations of areas of the brain, and that probably is due to fetal development issues.
It makes the most sense.
Their brains are structured a little bit different in terms of how they activate in response to stimuli.
The way I've described it best to help people understand gender dysphoria, because it's a topic I have covered a decent amount on this channel, is imagine if I put you, so say you're a man, right? Imagine if I put you, a man, in a dress and full on makeup and a wig and shit all day, every day, and you had to look in the mirror at that. How comfortable would you feel? How comfortable would you feel going out? How would you feel like you were you? Right?
Sure. For the average man, it would be like, what?
The average man, like, imagine how uncomfortable and how, like, awful and how, like, scared, like being afraid of looking in mirrors because you're embarrassed and shit. Like, that's what it's like. It's not, and so it's different from something like a body dysmorphia, which is not gender dysphoria, which I hate when fucking Ben Shapiro mixes the two words up. It's one of my biggest fucking pet peeves. Like,
anyone can have body dysmorphia.
Well, no, Tim, God damn it, Ben Shapiro will say gender dysmorphia, and it drives me up the fucking wall. I can't tell.
He means dysphoria.
He says this. He's been corrected. He says dysmorphia all the time.
All right.
It irritates the shit out of me, and other people use it too, because it's not correct.
Well,
Because they're trying to
dysmorphia
take it
anyone can
and
have.
use-
Men can have it when they look in the mirror and they're not as muscular as they wish they
Yeah.
were. You know, women when if they're fat or too skinny or whatever, it's you know, it's obviously a big issue with anorexia and bulimia in both men and women. And we totally ignore the prevalence of bulimia in men. But whatever. There's another issue of the psychological field, psychiatric field. But yeah, men and women can feel body dysmorphia, and a whole bunch. People look in the mirror and their nose is too big, and they focus on it all the time. They obsess over it. People end up getting addicted to plastic surgery over this stuff. That doesn't have anything to do though with gender dysphoria, which is a different thing.
Yeah, it comes down to, and so, for example, Stegas pointed out in chat the issues with the brain scan study and not putting stock in them. Rio says kind of, there's tiny sample sizes with them and why they haven't been rerun on larger sample sizes.
They are tiny sample sizes. You're completely correct. That is a problem.
But you have to
and why
remember
are they
how
not rerunning
small the
them?
sample, it's a
Well, I'll
small
tell you-
sample size to begin with.
I'll fucking tell you what. Yes, we're already talking about a small portion of the population, but I'll tell you why they're not rerunning these studies. They contradict the trans narrative, the political side of transgender stuff, which is that
Oh yeah,
you can just be trans, and because you can be a trans furry, I don't know, and you can decide that you're astral gender. That ridiculous shit is completely contradicted by the biological side of what might be
I'm
causing people
angel
to be
gender,
trans.
you fucking bigot. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
How
but
dare
like
you
the-
just misgender me?
But that's the thing, is that the political side of the transgender debate has completely overwritten the actual medicine, and you can't. And like, I'm sure you remember the rapid onset gender dysphoria study.
Yeah.
They got just roasted because it had flaws. It was a flawed study. All right.
So what's your TLDR on the big flaw in this study?
Well, it asked parents to report on it in their kids. It didn't
Oh,
ask the
God
kids
damn
to
it.
self-report. Yeah.
Was that was what it was?
Yeah.
So here's the question. Obviously we know the premise of the study is false, but I believe that study was going in the direction of something that's actually a real phenomenon.
Right, and now the whole field's been shut down. Like,
Yes.
no one's going to do any more research into that because that study got retracted, and now it's like, well, you can't touch that because it's
So,
wrong.
You want to hear a funny story on that?
Sure.
There was a trans support group I was in on Facebook or something like that. The guy was talking about it. The dude, the trans female to male, was talking about how they were in a support group, in like an in-person support group. This is before COVID. And there was someone in there who was clearly not trans, right? And I don't like to be a person to not take someone at their word for it, but they were saying, how they got this, they had surgery done and shit like that, and this person was like, okay, show me your scar, and this other person was like, what scar? Like, well, you said you had the scar. Show me the scar from your arm or your leg where they took skin off to do the surgery, because that's the only way to do that surgery at the moment, basically. And they were like, well, no.
This was female to male?
Female to male. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were like, well, I don't have a scar. I used a different type. It's like, they were.
No, you didn't.
most likely
There is
faking
no
it.
other type.
There is no other, they were most likely faking it. And so that's, to me, concerning, because I had a trans client who was 13, right? Female to male. They hadn't started hormones yet. They had.
Okay, that's very scary though, because that ROGD study found that the prevalence is like 80% in females.
Yeah.
Again,
so
there's problems with that study. Obvious problems, prima facie, with the methodology.
So this was one of my first clients at the private practice, and I was excited to take it on because I had, a very good therapist when I was in the military who was trans as well, and they give a lot of insight on this topic. And I told this kid, I'm like, look, I'm here to help you and support you the whole way. But at the end of the day, what happens if you go through all of this and nothing changes? Are you going to be okay with that? Because that's a real possibility, and you can't undo
It is,
this.
and it never gets brought up anymore. Of what if you don't feel better?
And you have to accept that you're not going to be a man, you're going to be a trans man, and what that means, and what you will and won't have. That's different. And understanding those differences, because
And you give up your ability to
matter.
have children ever, and you can't talk to a 13-year-old about because 13-year-olds don't think about that. You know,
I talked to them about that. I hadn't gotten a chance to get too far into it because we were dealing with other issues, but
I mean,
You know,
you can freeze your eggs, but do you know how expensive that is? I mean, the kids don't, obviously.
For men, there's actually a few really cool places now that do sperm freezing, and it's stupid
Yeah,
cheap.
but for females,
It's more expensive. Yeah.
I mean, it's something like $10,000 a year, a ridiculous amount of money.
I mean, for men now, a year it's only for preserving. I think there's a website called Sperm Me, or I don't remember the name of it.
My data could be way outdated on that, so if I said something that's incorrect, but last time I looked into it, it was ridiculously expensive to keep eggs frozen.
Yeah, so for an example, real quick, right now for men, there's a website called Spare Me with 2 P's, spare.me. Their ultimate tier, which has 3 kits, so 3 samples, which gives you 9 to 18 vials of semen, or of sperm, when 3 full fertility testing reports and next day delivery is $1,200. So they'll next day deliver it to your house with all the shit to send it to cryo and send it back safely.
Yeah,
for $1,200,
they
and that's 1 year
have
storage
to,
free.
they don't charge any storage fee.
And so the first year is free storage included in that $1,200 because they're also sending you dry ice and shit to send it back, right?
Yeah,
that's 3 kits. 1 kit is $400. First year is free. After that, it's $145 a year.
that's not bad. But
no, and
we're talking about 13-year-olds making these kinds of decisions. They don't have the money to pay for any of this, first of all. Secondly, these are decisions that are 10 years, if not 20 years maybe for some people down the line.
So I have no problem with puberty blockers at most points.
I do because of the issues with osteoporosis and things like that.
Well, there's that, but to me, I would rather do that and then you just pause puberty versus starting a hormone treatment before you hit 18. Like, I don't.
Oh,
it's like
yeah,
better of
absolutely.
2
I'd much rather
options
you
to
put a
me.
pause on it while you're going through. But then the thing is that what's causing these issues, I think, in general, in a lot of people, is the hormones in the first place. So as puberty resolves itself, you're most likely that ROGD study, again, for all of its flaws, found that the rate of the child stopping to have these feelings by the time they've reached like 17 was something like 90%, 95%. And again, flawed study. It's been retracted for obvious reasons, but it gives us an idea of what's going on. We needed to do more data, and we needed to have more data. Excuse me. We need to do more research on it, but that's not going to happen anymore. It's a verboten subject at this point, which is really horrifying because a lot of kids are now being introduced to these kinds of ideas. It's a big deal in Florida right now because they basically just said that primary and secondary school teachers. So kids who are under the age of puberty essentially can't give lessons on transgenderism to children. And
say that one more time.
Florida is banning teachers talking to kids, I think under the age of like 13 from talking about transgender issues.
That's new to me because I live here.
It just happened.
Florida bill would ban talk of sexual orientation, gender identity in classroom. Okay, I see what you're talking about now. Senate Bill 1834 and House Bill 1557. It requires schools to adopt procedures for notifying parents that there is a change in their students' welfare. Let's see. Hold on. Where is it at in here? Questions of the curriculum dominated discussion by a particular of the line of discussion of LGBTQ community classroom. The school district may not encourage classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in primary grade levels or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for the students. But here's the thing is you can have developmentally and age appropriate discussions about that at any age. It's very doable. It's controversial, but it's doable.
Well, I'm a little sus on it. I do remember that when I was a kid, we had books that were like, they just explained like how babies were made and stuff like that. That I think is fine.
So,
in a very simplistic, way. It doesn't show pornographic images to children, please.
There's several people in the chat like that ban is justified. I'm like, okay, that topic and content is justified. What about banning any discussion of religion? Because, okay, where do we draw the line? Schools should be a place to have those discussions. Now, when you have the appeal to authority from a teacher and it's automatically assumed, I get that, but I don't see why you shouldn't be able to have the education if it's done from a neutral perspective. That's my point. Because there are younger kids, and especially when you're hitting preteen teen, who are coming into their sexuality. They are struggling with it, and knowing that information may be helpful. The last thing you want is a kid free roaming the internet, finding shit they don't need to find. And they will do it if they don't have the... Trust me, I was a kid with access to the internet. I found plenty of shit I wasn't supposed to find at fucking 10, 11, 12, 13. And it was probably damaging to me looking back. Right? And so, at what point do we draw the line and say, well, this content's okay and it's not? Because you can't have very educational discussions on it.
Yeah, I see I see what you mean. But I'm very suspect on the motives behind this, right?
Oh, I agree. There's sus on the motives. There's a lot of sus on motive. I would say, you know, it's an interesting discussion to have.
I don't understand. I'll put it this way. I don't understand the purpose in having like extensive sex ed courses or classes or talks. Again, if it's a, I remember I had this whole series of books and they were for little kids. My mom still has them, and they were from the 90s or maybe the late 80s, and they talked all kinds of subjects, you know, about geology, about, you know, basic science facts, and one of them was on sexuality. Well, how babies were made, right? And they were, you know, pretty basic, like, you know, man and woman love each other kind of thing, and but it showed, like, you know, that here the sperm permeates the egg and that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff I think is fine for younger children, but if you've seen some of these books that are going into classrooms, it's like graphic depictions of sex.
I think I've seen a few of them. Also, Shortest Mike has had his biggest realization of the day. Babies come from storks. What the fuck?
I know.
So, sorry, Mike. I didn't mean to give you the red pill on this. And I think it's in, you know, this is why I like having someone who's in the field, because you can have so many fun discussions on this shit.
Yeah, we totally escaped from the Ralph
like
conversation.
An hour ago. I don't, but I mean, I like to interact with the chat, and these discussions can be fun. And so we could talk about how Ralph is trans.
Oh,
his
no.
gut is trans.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I looked at that thing about, what was it called? The
his
bisection
gut is technically bi, because it's two.
It's because it is bisection.
He's bi-gunted. Bi-guntality. I don't know. That's kind of scary. Shall we continue where we left off with Ralph?
Let's. I think we discussed a good amount of that.
Let me add another bookmark. Let me add one of those stream markers real quick, so I can add a stream marker where we.
I didn't know you could do that while you were streaming. Wow, I'm learning.
Yeah. So here, I'll switch the window real quick. So share. Actually, I'm not going to show anything important. Okay. Yeah, it will show. I mean, obviously, people can see how much money I've made because they can just count the super chats. Stop screen, share screen, and tab this one. So if you zoom in here, up here, on these little things at the toolbar, you have, because I have monetization enabled, so you can insert an ad during the live. You can create a highlight video during the live.
I don't see that it's not showed up on my screen, but I know what you're talking about.
Oh shit, hold on.
No,
I forgot to hit the wrong button. There we go.
Okay.
So you can. So here's the insert ad button,
What?
and this is at the top. It's right by the thing right here. So insert ad. So you can add. So instead of doing it afterwards, you can do it during the stream. So create a highlight video, and then add stream marker, which is what I just did.
Thank you.
So I did.
Now I know what to do. Thanks.
So yeah, if you're doing a live stream, so like just that, I can add the marker, go back later, and then know where that time spot is, and I can do the little timestamps in the comments, so people can click those little things. Because I don't do the timestamps, but I try to do that. I've been trying to do that more, so I can have those chapters in there, so people can skip around if they want to. It's just hard to remember to fucking do it, because you're already trying to juggle 1,000 fucking things live streaming.
I know.
I love live streaming. It's just, it can be frustrating, and I know I don't have the VTuber up today, because I was running late, and I didn't want to leave Aiden here with sitting in the fucking.
Oh no, I was worried about
in the back end waiting for like ever.
Stuff.
So
anyhow, let's get back to Ralph.
Yes.
Ridiculous escalation.
Okay, I will say this: he went after my family first, and so
how did he?
Okay, well, look, when he made the donation that he made, it became a different type of situation.
Ralph, what? Okay, you're telling me you don't believe in tit for tat? You just said that when somebody fucks with you, you fuck with them.
I will say this. It was funny, and it was like I could even see myself doing it.
It was funny, but I got really butthurt.
But he can see himself doing it.
It was like once he did that, it was like
you can't do it to him.
And I did do my Killstream severance package. That's true.
Which is a dick.
$1.
I maybe should not have done that, But that being said,
That's not the first time, Ralph. By the way,
let me say this.
Yeah,
hold on, don't cut me off. He had went on air and talked a lot of shit about me the night before, so it's like, okay, I shouldn't have done that. Probably that's true. But once he brought that certain situation in, I don't really feel an inclination to back down off of it, I guess. I guess you could say.
He sounds wasted as
Yeah,
fuck
he's
right now.
And
completely
again,
intoxicated at this point.
It's like
it's kind of
slowly going
it's a
down
sad
and down
situation,
and down.
but it is what it is.
And he's got that red
guess you
solo
could say
cup.
on that.
but okay,
Yeah.
you're gonna seriously tell me you don't think this now sounds insane that you're going to do all this because of a $1 donation?
Well, I'm not doing anything. Like
You're
Well,
going to go
threatened
fuck
to.
with his
You
life. You've told
fucking
everybody.
cunt.
You're
I
proud
hate
of
him
it.
so
I was
much.
gonna go to Greenville. Oh yeah, like, you're really scared of
For-
that, right? Like,
I know. I'm talking about doing this to Gator for $1. That's what you're saying. The root of it is the $1 donation. You're going to go try to get him
I just don't know
blacklisted.
why I don't like. So I went on air. I mean, if you want to have a conversation about it, we can. I went on air and basically, everybody's shitting on me, you included. And I went on air and I was like, "Oh, it's good to get rid of the dead weight or whatever." And like, he goes on Flamingo show and like just fucking completely trashes me. I mean, what are you supposed to do with something like that? Like, I don't know.
You do a stream and you shit back on him. That's the internet.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
Well, okay, well, it's like,
Yeah, I don't see why that's a hard
I don't
thing to
know.
do.
He's bringing like personal shit into it, and I'm just the type of guy who's not gonna like let that go. And again, I didn't dox.
It's not.
Zoom. It was Zoom that put
Yeah,
up.
that's fine. But what I'm saying is, it's beyond doxing, right? You want to ruin his life.
Well, he wants to ruin my life, Jim.
How the fuck is he ruining your life?
He did the last week. What do you think? All these 8-hour streams and you sending out 20 tweets of fucking, every.
Because this is a trash fire. You've turned it into a trash fire.
You're telling me you didn't like. You're trying to ruin me. Like that's literally what's going on.
You are ruining yourself. Bro,
Okay, so
you
you're
are
telling me-
ruining yourself.
Yep, there it
I'm
is.
watching this take
That's
place
it.
in real time. You are devolving down a path of a spiral, the likes of which I haven't seen in a long time, and I don't know why. I don't know if you really got hurt in Portugal and there's some kind of like legitimate brain hurt, or if it's like pills or liquor. I don't know what the fuck it is, but you are spiraling, dude.
I would agree with that.
Well, I've heard that. And I had some people you know why I feel like that is a narrative basically is kind of from what you guys said. I will say that I don't really feel like it seems like you've been going out of your way to shit on me for quite a while.
No,
When
and
I
that's
go out of my way to shit on you, it'll look like Jack Murphy.
yeah. Pause for a second. Like again, I brought this
Okay.
up before when we talked about this, but Jim has gone out of his way to not shit on Ralph. Seemingly, Jim didn't talk about anything that had happened to Ralph over the last 2 years that he's been involved in, and it's been some ridiculous shit, right? I mean,
Yeah.
the child bride saga and all of that, going and filming Chris Chan, I guess. I don't know. But all of the craziness, Jim has not talked about at all. And again, this is once again this sort of, I guess he feels hurt because it's Jim, but it's also bizarre because you can't expect people to treat you a way that you will not treat other people. I called it before, it's communication accommodation. So Ralph, the way that he presents himself, the way he behaves in public is a certain type of communication, which is aggressive, which is there are no bad targets at all. It can be your wife, it can be your family, it doesn't matter. There's no bad targets. But of course, there's bad targets when it comes to him. And that Jim actually, I think, went out of his way to not talk about Ralph. But there's just no way you can't talk about the man purse saga because it's too funny. I mean, it's sad he got beat up, but like the whole scenario behind it is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think Ralph is just so much to fucking take in sometimes. Like, I don't understand why Ralph doesn't like, because Jim, like we talked about last week, Jim right now is giving solid advice and saying,
Yeah.
one, stop being a pussy. Two, like you're lying, like you're lying like straight up on most of this shit. is he is truly like someone in chat said. Null's theory is that Jim doesn't talk about family shit because
Yeah,
Jim
to
doesn't
bring
want
that
people
up.
getting Shane involved, and that's probably a very good way to look at it. I wouldn't want you guys can talk shit about me all day. People talk shit about me all the time. I
Sure,
make fun of
me
myself
too.
the most. Like, I'll make fun of myself all day. Keep my spouse out of it because she's got nothing to do with any of this. That's why I got really pissed at the Karens when they, came at me.
And wanted to come for your wife because it's different.
They came at my wife and oh my god, I'll even laugh at myself. I had a stream where I had like come back after being away for a few weeks, and it ended up being like a 9-hour stream, and the Karen showed up, and I sparked out like a motherfucker, and I was very sparky. I lost my shit and I was screaming and I probably looked a little bad, but I didn't care. I was pissed. I was pissed. But I'll laugh at that because if you go back and watch that, I look like a little bit of a dumbass. But I had a real good reason to be mad. So
well, yeah, it is different. It is different when someone comes to your family when they go after you for the shit you've done. And I do think that Null's actually correct on that, which is that maybe the reason why Jim avoided all of talking shit about Ralph when everyone, first of all, I think Jim intentionally doesn't do shit when people beg him to do it because it's annoying.
Yeah.
Secondly, it might have been something to do with the fact that if Jim talked shit about the stuff going on with the child bride and the porn tape, that involves Ralph's partner. Now he did put her out there, but she's also 18. But that might have invited people to say, all right, well then Jade is fair game, and that's maybe something that Jim wanted to avoid. I don't know, or did Jim just thought was bad taste? I don't know. I'm not going to be solipsistic, but that might have been part of it. Whereas the man person thing was completely detached from any of the relationship drama.
Yeah, I understand why Ralph finds it so. Like he gets so upset about shit, right? He is very much.
I don't know.
Oh god damn it!
Maybe
I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Like he gets so butthurt over the littlest shit, and it's funny, but it's also like, why? Like, at what point has this become counterproductive? And
Well, I think it's
Ralph
I
can
think
see
it's
that.
self-immolation. I think that's what why
It's gotta
I think
be. I mean, you're probably right on that. It's gotta be because I'm struggling to see the effect of that and like why he would continue to like beat his ass up like that. And
I mean, yeah. When you first brought up like
struggle,
borderline, I was like, again, we talked about it because it was like, well, that's very rare in men, but like it's like every criteria for borderline, and when you try to line it up against something like narcissistic or histrionic or antisocial, it doesn't align.
Yeah, he doesn't get most things. It seems like, or at least he doesn't get why. Oh man, what's the way to word this? I'm trying to think. Like he doesn't get how he is contradicting himself. He doesn't get how there's a double standard. He thinks he's got to be in the right all the time.
Well, that's why that's why the instantaneous jump is narcissism, right?
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily actually how narcissistic personality disorder manifests, right? I mean, I said before that I thought it was borderline with narcissistic tendencies, which I think is probably what I'm sticking with. So there is the self-grandiosity. Oh my god. But that also appears in borderline in terms of thinking that you're invulnerable. So
yeah, that's a good way to put it.
It's not the same type of, not the exact same thing as narcissistic of being, and I think there's a problem with the colloquial understanding of what the term narcissism means versus the clinical diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder, right? And
Yeah.
I think he does meet some of the criteria for NPD, the obsession with money, that kind of stuff. Although that can appear in borderline as well, because that's the gambling stuff. That's hardcore borderline. The lacking of empathy is more narcissistic, but you find that in borderline as well. And this is why a differential diagnosis on psychiatric issues gets so confusing, because
it's easy to get mixed up on shit.
Yeah.
And have other shit going on. It's a lot. perfect. Let's see. Let's pick up here and see what else Ralph is gonna do.
Yeah, I'm wrong. I could be right on that. And I will say this: with Gator, we talked, and doing this day to day for a living, I think maybe people don't understand that it's kind of a cutthroat thing. And so
Not
I talked to
necessarily.
him before
You make
about,
it that way.
Worski had fallen out.
Yeah.
Worski never asked me. By the way, I know you talk about money and you talk about all this and that. I've never withheld anybody's money.
You did just
But
now.
I'm also
with
He
Gator.
did with the way he's trying
His
to not
severance
claim.
for $1. I think he did owe Gator some money, but either way, he was paying Gator what?
He
It
owes,
was like 100.
allegedly owes Gator like 30 grand.
I mean, it depends on your definition, but I think he was paying Gator $150 a month to run the show.
Which is shit.
I mean, Gator has his own job outside of this for a reason.
Which, if Ralph had even if he didn't split it equal, if he just gave him like 20%,
I think it'd be more than $150 a month. Put it that way.
There's no fucking because he makes somewhere between like $3 and $5 grand a month.
That's astonishing to me that he still does, but
because he's got enough people there to.
Not sure anymore, but we'll see.
We'll see. I kind of want to see what the kill stream looks like viewership wise over the next week or two.
Yeah.
Or the coming weeks at least. Also, someone said much of his grandiose narcissism's WWF style acting. He's not much like that in IRL.
I get that feeling as well that this is a face. Like I said, this is face work. So I don't know.
I've seen him in person though.
I've met him in person too, briefly.
Road Rage.
Yeah.
At Road Rage, he lost his shit because someone made a joke, and he was
really
ready to legit throw down with someone in person at Road Rage Tampa.
What was the joke?
I don't fucking remember. Someone made a comment or something about it, and
probably about his weight, I would imagine, or something.
I don't even remember, but he started fucking yelling and shit, and was
hollering.
There's a couple other people who were there. I think a couple people who were my viewers were there too. But if anyone was there at Tampa when he was doing that, it was when we were getting ready to go into the Dick show thing, like the actual show. Mm-hmm. There was a bunch of people in the lobby area of that theater, and Ralph was in the lobby area too, and someone else was there. Like, people were getting alcohol and shit. If anyone remembers that, please fucking fill me in on the details.
I mean, I wasn't there, so I have no idea. I was at Road Rage Philly. It's the only one I've been to.
And he brings his girlfriend as a co-host now, which I think is interesting. Also, real quick,
I did see that.
Phoenix Lord estimated for 5 real freedom dollars. Nick hit the nail on the head. Ralph spends so much time reading people making fun of him, projects all of it in specific individuals jabbing him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely what's going on here with Jim, where like Ralph has created an amalgamation of all of the criticisms and jokes and jabs that people have made at him, and he is projecting them onto Jim, probably because he's feeling his own levels of self-doubt or insecurity, and he has to project it onto a specific person who he sees as an enemy, rather than understanding that, Ralph, these are many people all over the internet who are saying this. Jim has not done this to you.
Yeah, and Jim is not the person you need to be mad at right now.
But the bridge burning stuff, again, that's very borderline of projecting all of, or histrionic, honestly, of like, maybe I think that's almost histrionic, of the another heavily female loaded sort of a disorder. But sometimes people with histrionic will, because of their capacity to make everything a theatrical show, and everything is a play within their own head, sort of, can be like, well, everything that's happened to me that's bad is on you, this person. They do that with their partners most often, people with histrionic, but that can be borderline as well. Again, that's like there's no clear delineation between these personality disorders. So I think that's part of it, though, is that I'm going to place all of my bad feelings onto another person. Do you think that's more borderline or more histrionic?
I have to pull up my DSM. I can real quick. Hold on.
I mean, I have it up, and for borderline, it's the frantic effort to avoid real or imagined abandonment, sort of. But there's also that inappropriate, intense anger, difficulty controlling anger.
Yeah.
Again, that's all borderline. But think. Let me pull up histrionic though, because there's some stuff in there that makes me. At least, I mean, I don't know if it's in the DSM it's official diagnosis, but one thing that you find, and again, also for people watching, all of these PDs can be comorbid. So you can have you could have borderline with narcissistic traits or borderline with histrionic traits, or have both borderline and histrionic, or etc. Those actually too are quite comorbid in women, namely.
Oh yeah, that one definitely.
But I'm not sure, because I might be wrong then, but because the histrionic stuff is very sexually motivated, I'd say, but it's also very involved in relationships. So I have found some people who are histrionic who, again, will place, because they need a relationship so deeply that these are the kind of people who have histrionic have a really difficult time existing without a relationship, usually a sexual relationship. They need somebody else. They need intimacy, and they presume intimacy with others, which a little bit going on here. Do you know what I mean? They presume there's an intimacy. Yeah. And I think that sometimes they will externalize their own issues onto the intimate partner. That's why you get so much partner violence with people who have histrionic, either sexual or physical or emotional violence with partners. So again, it could be comorbid. I don't know. That reads a little histrionic to me, but the external, but that also, you can't separate these things without doing having Ralph down on the couch and talking to him one-on-one for a long period of time, which is never going to happen. I hope it does.
I hope he gets the help. It might not be through me, but I've told this to Ron. I'll tell this to Ralph if he ever listens to this. I might be shitting on you right now, but if you legit reach out to me and say, how do I get in touch with a good therapist, I'll help you find one. That's my safe word for internet drama.
Yeah.
Is if you come to me, I don't care how much I've been shitting on you, I don't care how much I hate you, I don't care if you literally did some of the worst shit to my family or my wife or my whatever. If you come to me and say, I really want help, then I will drop my shit for you for that moment, because that's more important to me, because of what I do is I'm actually able to set aside my personal shit for 5 minutes to help other people.
Also, by the way, that's what 𝗏𝗏𝗽𝗏 did for him, of being like, I'll set aside all my internet shit, and be your unofficial legal counsel, essentially. I offer you legal advice, which could put Nick's career at risk. Well, to do that kind of stuff, potentially.
I feel like we're going to get a complaint to the bar because of what Ralph was posting on Twitter.
Yeah, but it's not going to mean shit. I don't think the bar.
Yeah, it's going to be the same as his other ones.
Right, exactly. It's just another pointless bar complaint. But I mean, Ralph again. Ralph again is the one who broke the attorney-client privilege. That was on Ralph. That wasn't on Nick. Nick didn't do that. Nick's not a snake. He did not break his ethics as an attorney.
He lost a decent amount of subscribers, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Because he didn't do that.
Because people wanted him to talk about Ralph and he refused. Yep.
It's his loss. I mean, it's Ralph's loss at the end of the day. Also, real quick, I do want to ask the chat while I got a good bit of people here. I'm going to put a poll up real quick. And it's going to be a real simple one, yes or no. Are you guys interested in Ken's Counseling Counts merchandise? So, if you guys are, I might do some. I'm just trying to think of different things to do with the stream and with the show. I'm trying to make it grow, which I have. I will say, having you on last week, I did get a nice upshoot in subscribers, so thank you.
Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. Well, anytime, man. I like talking about psych stuff. Again, I'm a social psychologist.
You want to do something on the regular, too? I'd love to set that up, too.
Sure.
I don't know what we would do.
Again, social psych and clinical psych it's funny, but
they're fun topics.
They're fun, but they're very far removed. I have my but I guess it's interesting to have different perspectives on it, because I come to things from a social psych perspective, so I know things about hyperpersonal model and things like that might not necessarily be.
You've got a lot of research background too, which helps.
It's mostly a research background, yeah.
So your research background helps inform the clinical background, because we've gone back and forth on these different topics.
Yeah.
For example, the initial disagreement on borderline.
Yeah, but I think the more I looked into it and the more I thought about it, I was like, and we're still debating it. Obviously, it's because again,
I think the discussion itself is what I like, and I think people here like it too. So, I'm sure we could figure something out. If that's something we could do, I'd love to do.
Yeah, for sure.
A second stream, and I have no problem if you want to split split the money or whatever too.
Oh
We
no, I
can
don't
figure
remember
something
that. I don't remember that.
I mean,
But let's don't talk money on air. First of all, and secondly, I don't care. But thirdly, yeah, like, I'm just down to talk about interesting internet things or whatever, and talk about psychology. I don't get a chance to off the cuff talk about psych that often, but it's usually very
thank you.
obviously
Angela.
formatted and planned out, right?
Well, I mean, obviously we can segue down topic discussion, but I think they've been interesting discussions to segue down. So even though we've gone off topic from Ralph today, we've had a lot of interesting discussions. I think that have been, insightful to the viewers and shit too. So I think Ralph has helped. So Van Avery says yes, Town 10-0. So
Don't offer
That's
money
funny.
either. Like, I mean, I'll be
Apparently
real.
we're
with
very
you. Like,
popular
if
with the
people,
group.
like, you know, you have to ask for what you're worth, right? I paid Gator per month for things that he did. I didn't pay Worski.
Yeah,
What-
but dude, you
Well,
you
let
seem
me
to
finish. Wait,
no,
hold
no,
on.
I don't care about Worski. With in regards to Gator, there was an incident about
Answers.
uh,
I don't. Yeah.
huh?
Well, I'll
I
let
said-
you. I'll
Yeah,
let you
just one interjection, not about Worski.
go ahead.
Like 2 or 3 years ago, you got into a fight with Gator, and the first thing you hammered him about was how poor he was
true.
and how he had to beg you
That's
for
true.
$300.
That's true, and I apologize for that publicly, Jim.
But it
And,
seems like you used him as your financial whipping boy.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
But well, you know
but
what?
again, this is
actually
the lack of
happened during
empathy.
that episode.
Yeah, it's really shown through.
And again, why you might think it antisocial because it's no empathy, but that's again find that in borderlines because they don't see other people. They're self obsessed. I mean, again, comorbidity maybe with some narcissistic elements, maybe with some histrionic elements, but I do think borderline is the primary issue here. I don't think it's any other kind of clinical diagnosis. Like I don't think it's bipolar or something like that, for example.
Yeah, someone
and-
had
and-
asked for if we had ruled out comorbidities earlier.
I don't think we have. I think we're mostly debating now because it could be comorbid with minor presentations of histrionic and antisocial
Yeah, there's several things it could be, but
or narcissistic.
the issue I think comes into is, say, at this point, there's so much information we don't have. We're going off of, again, public info. And I think with public available info, I think we've made a pretty good determination. Anything else at this point would be beyond pure speculation, which is what we're kind of at already.
Yeah, right. I think borderline probably is the closest to explaining the majority of the symptomology, but the other problem that we've talked about before, and that's going to remain persistent, and it's going to get worse as this goes on, is a substance abuse issue. Which, once you include the substance abuse, it's such a spanner in the works that because he's drunk and maybe on pills, so it's impossible to tell like how much of this is native psychology or psychopathology, and how much of this is a product of altered mental states due to substances. That's kind of impossible to delineate.
Yeah, and like I said, I hope Ralph truly gets the help he needs.
Me too.
It really sucks to see someone in this state, and I know people don't like Ralph and people I think have reasons to not like Ralph.
I mean, it's funny, but it's also really sad. This is
depressing.
Yeah.
To look at, like, no joke. I don't like seeing someone like this because there's just, at the end of the day, there's really nothing, like, where do you go from this, and how do you improve on this? I don't think you really do.
Yeah, I don't see the way out. Besides getting offline, but he's a felon. I mean, I guess here's the thing, Ken. Like, if you're Ethan Ralph, what do? You're gonna struggle to get a regular job, not only because you're a felon with a currently suspended sentence over revenge porn.
But I pled no contest to that.
but that means you
shut up.
Basically pled guilty.
I pled no contest to that shit.
Yeah, but how that actually functions is it basically meant that you couldn't defend yourself, which is more or less a guilty plea. You are known internationally as a white supremacist and white nationalist. You've been banned from everywhere on the internet. All someone has to do is a basic Google search, and they can find thousands of pages documenting all of your shenanigans. And I'm not saying that's cool, but like if you're Ethan Ralph and you're like, I do want to get out of this and I want to leave and try to fix my life, you know what he'd have to do first and foremost, right? Now, he can't get rid of the felony. He can't get rid of the suspended sentence. He'd have to change his name. The thing that he mocks Jim for doing. So,
Oh, yeah.
first and foremost, he can't get rid of those felonies. He can't get rid of that suspended sentence. But if he wanted to get off the internet and have a normal life, he'd have to change his name. He'd probably have to, I don't know. Maybe he'd move out of the country. And that's horrible to say that would be the thing he'd have to do, but that's probably what he'd have to do.
At this point, probably.
And I don't think for him, whatever the personality issue is, and again, I don't think it's one of the more issues with brain chemical disorders. Like I don't think it's like bipolar or it might be autism spectrum, but I don't. The diagnosis doesn't align for me well. Although we could debate more on that, but I mean, I don't see, bipolar. I don't see depression. I don't see anxiety. I don't see schizophrenia. I don't see anything like that of the more chemical imbalances, which tells me it's a personality disorder of some type. So he's going to continue to have that because it's almost you don't get cured of a personality disorder, right?
Yeah, that's the way that it works. Is it's something you have to deal with pretty much
forever.
lifelong.
It's your whole life. You have to deal with it. So I don't know what he does. And I hope he doesn't hurt himself because that is my fear. And with narcissists, they don't do that. But with borderlines, self-destruction is kind of part of the bag, right?
Exactly. So, and we've watched Ralph kind of he goes from one extreme to the other in this video, I think, which is insightful because it lays out just how bad Ralph is at this point. Like I hope this is his rock bottom so he can actually pick himself up from it.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely. I hope
he's not able to do it unless I don't think he can hit a rock bottom.
He's going to have to reflect on this. I don't think he has though. From at least I haven't heard anything about it last week. Again, I haven't paid attention. But besides 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐽 being on You Are Here, and that's because I just watched You Are Here. But yeah. I don't know. It can get better, it can get worse. I truly hope Ralph looks back on the stream and reflects.
I still want to go to 𝐓𝐷𝐻𝐽 in Orlando and try and get him to sign a picture of the bunny VTuber.
I mean, that's not like I don't know what's going to go. Oh, right, he's going to the 𝐓𝐷𝐻𝐽 thing. It's going to be Nick Fuentes and his lot, yeah.
Yep.
And I don't think they want anything to do with Ralph anymore. They might tertiarily be okay with it.
If they told him, "You're uninvited," it would be the greatest fucking twist.
I mean, the 𝐓𝐷𝐻𝐽, like Fuentes is like a virgin till marriage kind of stuff. They're very far Christian, right? And I don't know if they can look at if that's their standard. I don't know if they could look at somebody like Ethan and be like, well, this is somebody that we want to help represent our movement. Someone who impregnates 18-year-olds and then abandons them.
Ralph is doing a stream this week on Valentine's Day with Pantsu.
On Valentine's, go out for dinner.
10 p.m. Eastern, him and Pantsu will be doing a Valentine's Day stream on the Killstream.
I mean, my husband and I went out for dinner last night, which was amazing, but for Valentine's Day. But
I already bought my wife her she gave me a Valentine's Day gift early for my new job.
Oh, nice.
Stuff. And then I got her one later later that day. It was a new Nintendo Switch game.
Nice.
And then I purchased another thing I'll be giving her tomorrow that she had said that she kind of wanted. So,
but if you're gonna do something for Valentine's Day, like we wanted to go out on the weekend because it's the weekend, it's nicer. Then going out on a Monday,
Show it's tomorrow. Like it's tomorrow. Like after my show, like because it's like you could talk mental health and relationships and stuff. What the fuck are you gonna talk about on the Killstream? No offense to Ralph. I'm not saying my show is like the only place you can do a Valentine's Day show, but what the fuck do you do on Ralph's show for Valentine's Day? That makes it entertaining and content people want to watch, and not just you. Because this is, what this is? This is Ralph parading his breeding material around.
Yeah.
And that's all.
Which again is all to own Josh Moon, which is just like.
But Josh Moon's got a small dick.
Josh Moon has a small dick. Josh Moon is a pedophile. Blah 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 blah. And I will say that, like, for Gator, by the way, like I am all on board for redemption arcs, but Gator really does need to come out and apologize for calling Josh a pedophile for like 3 years.
Gator does?
Gator should apologize for that, because he stood by as Ethan Ralph called Josh Moon a pedophile over and over and over, and he made a kind of apology, but he should actually apologize for that. Sincerely apologize and say, I was wrong, I fucked up. I'm not telling Gator what he has to do, but I think that would be appreciated, because when you calling him a pedophile is kind of a big indictment, you know?
A little bit. Yeah, I think that's a lot to do.
So maybe just say, I fucked up. That was not a good thing to do. Because I don't think Josh is a pedophile personally. I don't see no evidence for that.
Oh, I agree. I don't really see it either. So.
Well, it was just one of those random lashings out. You know, because Josh and Ethan used to be cool. But then there was the falling out, and once you have had any kind of falling out, any kind of criticism, I think it was it over the Ralph has been sacrificed to the corn stream, so it was 2 years ago. I think that was it. Is that Josh said something like, I have been on Ethan Ralph's stream. I don't have a problem with Ethan Ralph, but at this point, his shit is so fucked, I think he needs to be sacrificed to the corn. And then, of course, Ralph can't take that joke at all.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Azalea Rose did. Yeah, and Josh's own words, how do you really apologize for that? I don't know how you apologize for that. I don't think there's really an apology that can be made for calling someone a pedophile, but it's better than doing nothing, I'd say. That's all.
Oh, I agree. Also, hold on, real quick. I think we have. Hold on. How do I do this? Is this who I really think it is? Or wait, how do I do this right without looking like a dumbass? I don't think I can. Open a new tab. There we go. Okay. Let me shitpost for a minute. We have. Hold on. We have.
What is the shitpost?
Hold on. I think we have special guest Ethan Ralph on Ken's Couch.
Oh, there he is.
There he is. Look at it. Look at that corn, baby.
Oh, glorious.
Sorry.
I mean, okay. Again, throwing corn cobs up his driveway, over his lawn. Not cool, but kind of funny. Harmless, right?
No, you know what's a better prank is to go out at like 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. after his ass is fucking wasted in a sleep, right? You go out in the front yard and you plant seeds of corn in the fucking yard. So
I know, we talked about this, yeah.
Like, no, because I think I just threw straight corn cobs. I mean,
yeah, you gotta plant the
fucking
corn.
Seeds so the corn starts growing. That's the best way to do it. If you want to go it right, that's the best way to do it. Because then he has to fucking till the entire lawn. I mean, it's a dick move. But it's still funny.
What? Again, it's not really that big of a dick move. It's kind of just, you planted corn.
Which is nice, because now you have a nice food source that's growing in the front lawn, sustainable.
For the upcoming child, now you have a supply of corn.
Yeah, you have corn on the cob. You can shuck the corn off the cob. You can do.
Everyone likes good corn on the cob. It's delicious.
I know. My wife I made some last night for dinner for me and my wife. Like some of the little mini cobs. I like the mini cobs. So.
The mini corns. I love those in like a salad.
Those are nice for like, because like one of our things because money's been tight, so we've been doing like chicken drumsticks, mashed potatoes, and mini corn on the cob. It's a nice little dinner. So fried chicken with special breading I make, and then with mashed potatoes and corn on the cob. It's a good meal. So
hell yeah. Healthy meal. Ralph could use a healthy meal.
Oh god, that's even better. That's even better. Set up an arrangement of dried corn cobs and put a scarecrow with the sign "To the Harvest" in its arms.
Look, I will say this, as someone who this has sort of happened to, like where I got swatted. Well, they tried to, but I lived in Morgantown, West Virginia, where like there's no SWAT team, so the cops just kept coming to my house like every 3 days and then being like, "Hey again. Sorry," like normal country boys. And I'm from West Virginia, so I can put on my West Virginia accent real easy and act like, "Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I don't know what's going on here. Like, I'm just living my life. I don't understand what's going on. I'm a student at the university," and they. I'm from there. I just had to put it back on. And they were like, "Oh, sorry, miss," and left. And after about like the 5th time it happened, they just never bothered me again. And wasn't probably 5, it was 3 times altogether. But
It's still bullshit.
yeah, that sucks. Okay, it really fucking blows when people called, but people weren't calling the cops on Ralph, were they? Were they swatting them? Were they trying to?
I think he'd been swatted once.
But this recent stuff has not been swattings.
I don't know. I can't speak authoritatively on that one, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Like, okay, if you're swatting someone, that's fucked. You
Don't
know
do
that can kill people. Don't do that. Driving up to his house and throwing diapers down the way. I mean, I had people send me dildos in the mail and stuff like that. You know.
Fuck
like,
yeah, I'll take that all day.
Oh God, no! I threw it away because you don't know. Like,
I mean, if it's in a
also
package,
gross.
like
just gross.
Or you know how you win that one? You know how you win that one is you take that dildo, you sanitize it, right? You can easily sanitize it properly. You take that dildo, you sanitize it, you fucking autograph it, and you sell it. You say Aiden Paladin on it, and you sell it. And you know what? You take it, do a charity auction for that. You sign the dildo.
I will
charity
say,
auction, and you put.
They actually sent me quite a lot of sex toys. It wasn't just a dildo. They sent me a massager. They sent me a dildo. They sent me a massager and a bunch of stuff.
Like OnlyFans with this collection.
It was like hundreds of dollars, or at least like $100 worth of sex toys. And I was like, okay, whatever. I just threw it out. You know, that kind of stuff. It feels weird when it's sex toys. I will say, like it feels a little bit violating, but it's still just someone sent you a package, whatever. You know.
I mean, it is a bit violating, but I mean, if they're going to send you something,
they're not swatting you.
At least
they're sending me anthrax. They're not sending me.
This might be a hot take, but if they're going to send you something, they have at least sent you something that can be useful on multiple fronts.
Would not touch any of that shit because you.
Assuming it's in package. If it's in an Amazon box,
it actually was a straight Amazon box. So someone actually did spend $100 on toys to send them to me 5 years ago, and I was just like, no.
If someone sends you an Amazon box with like a dildo and a Hitachi,
but you never know. They could have stuck it right up their paused hole, you know, put it back in.
Like I said, you sanitize that bitch, you autograph it, and you sell it. You donate the money to charity because that's the way you own them. So
the sex toy stuff, that's a little weird, but like. The diaper stuff I don't find super offensive because you have a baby on the way. It's weird. It's still weird, and I don't really like it. And swatting, absolute no-go. No. You fucked up. That's a no. But,
if you do shit, you send like a pizza, but that's still wrong. You don't.
Well, if you pay for the pizza.
If you pay for the pizza.
Fine. I'm sure Ralph would love if you. Well, actually, he probably would get upset, but he'd like it. He'd take it, but he'd complain about
it. Asks a good question. Says at Ken's counseling couch concerning Ralph's recovery. He has been through a recovery mindset before when leaving prison. Could the same shit, different day make or break Ralph? What do you think?
If he's capable of recovery, basically.
Honestly, I think it would be in Ralph's best interest to go back to prison.
I kind of agree.
I don't think Ralph can willingly deal with his own issues on the outside. He needs either inpatient or in prison.
Do you think Ralph maybe wants to go back to prison? Because I sometimes get that.
He's not trying hard enough if he wants to, really. He could do it.
If he had actually showed up to Gator's house.
He still might. He just got back, a week ago?
Yeah. And he's still recovering, and his eyes are all fucked.
He said he was going to go within a week or two of coming back, so we still have the timeline that still could happen.
Well, if he goes to fuck with Gator, he might get arrested. He's already on a suspended sentence. That means that anything he gets charged with is going to be compounded. Part of me makes me think that he wants to go back to prison to get out of the nightmare that is his current life. Now, by the way, I think for Chris, going to prison was the best thing that happened to him.
Possibly, yeah. It depends though, because he's got severe autism, so.
That's true, but I think he's in a special.
Pretty lower functioning though.
He thinks he's high functioning, but Chris is actually low functioning autism.
Chris is low functioning. He's not high functioning at all.
I don't know why they diagnosed him with high functioning autism.
They diagnosed him with high functioning autism.
You didn't know that? Yeah.
During prison or out before prison?
When he was a child.
Oh, when he was a child. Maybe when he was a child,
might be the problem,
but not anymore.
Right? Yeah, it might be the problem, but he's definitely low functioning autism.
He's like a level 2 severity, at least at this point. Maybe level 3 on a lot of things.
Maybe the internet stuff. Yeah, maybe the internet stuff had a deleterious effect. I'm not sure, but I don't think.
Shortest Mike real quick says, if someone swats you, autograph the cup and sell them to charity, which I agree with.
Yeah, autograph the cup.
Autograph the cup. Azalea says, what I mean is, did he, in his mind, outgrow a recovery mentality? Can he handle looking back at his past like that? Okay. That's a big
if it's borderline, no. I don't think he can look back and reflect positively if he does have borderline.
I would agree with that statement. Yeah, I don't think he can. I think he looks back and says, I was good, I healed.
I was right.
I'm better now. And now it's like these A-Logs, Gator, and Gator's now won. And
Flamenco.
I'm recovered.
My
Jim. My Pillco.
Metokur.
And getting to where he's at now, I don't think he can accept that he needs treatment. He's beyond that scope at this point, in my opinion.
Which is unfortunate because it's getting... If what May said was correct, where that he was drinking an entire liter of alcohol every day.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Severe alcoholism, because that's what Gator and May were talking about in the released DMs.
Yeah,
was that he was drinking a liter every day. That's an insane amount of alcohol. It's a lot. I mean, even for someone of Ralph's stature, that's a lot of alcohol. And he. I mean, that's a whole other issue that we haven't even addressed, although let's get back to it in a minute here. If he gets off liquor, he's going to have to probably go into a hospital at this point.
Oh, he would have DTs, I'm pretty sure.
Because I think he's going to have hardcore DT.
Yeah, that's like what people ask, like, being able to go cold turkey. If you're a severe alcoholic, going cold turkey is one of the few things that will kill you. DTs can kill you, and it's not funny. It's not pretty at all.
No.
Like, it is deadly serious to go from one to the other.
When you're that reliant on liquor, you literally, you can't just go cold turkey. You'd have to cut it down slowly. So if you were to go into prison or into an institution, now a mental institution for sure treats DTs.
What was that?
A mental institution obviously treats DTs. It's one of the main things that a lot of them do.
Some guy in a van asked, what is a DT? DTs are delirium. Well, DTs are delirium tremens. It's tremors you get. Let me see if I can find a good example.
When you go cold turkey from alcohol, your body sometimes, if you've been seriously addicted to it for a long period of time, your body goes into shock.
So I'll read it to you real quick. So severe alcohol withdrawal symptoms such as shaking, confusion, and hallucinations are present. Delirium tremens usually start 2 to 5 days after the last drink, and it can be fatal. Shaking, confusion, high blood pressure, fever, and hallucinations are some symptoms. Alcoholism treatment may start with detoxification in a medical facility. Sedatives may prevent DTs. So yeah, it can kill you.
Yeah, it's a serious thing. Like,
yeah, they normally treat with sedatives and stuff like that to help and fluids, and then they go through like a taper, I think, like a medical taper, I think, probably.
Yeah, so it's a really serious condition. You can absolutely die from it. So,
sure as Mike points out, Ralph seems like he is chemically dependent on liquor. I wouldn't be surprised. So, Azalea says that's alcohol, psychosis levels of drinking, the dehydration, lack of nutrition, inebriating effects, the metabolic toxins have got to be messing with him. That's a good point too.
By the way, all of his swelling could be in part due to alcoholism. Like the fact that his face, I mean, like he's overweight, but like the swelling in his face, swelling of his gut, that could all be part of alcoholism. Alcoholism causes water retention. So.
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Like, he's got so much comorbid stuff you can't even separate.
Yeah, it's a problem. It's like trying to, solve a Rubik's cube. There's so many elements to it.
Listen, I can solve a Rubik's cube, so I take offense to that.
All right, it's a puzzle. How about that? It's just a puzzle where you're trying to figure out where these pieces
jigsaw
match
puzzles
up.
I suck at, so that one's probably more appropriate. So
a three-dimensional puzzle. We're trying to figure it out because it's a lot of comorbid elements.
We're playing,
and yeah, it probably is the beginnings of cirrhosis, Azalea. Probably.
Also,
if he's 40 or 35 or whatever he is, he's like 35 and has been drinking this hard for this long. Speaking of someone also who has a drinking problem, you gotta be careful about that shit.
Yes, don't drink. Yeah, get help with it. Steggins for $5 says Chris found a Bible in prison and decided he's Jesus.
Yeah, I remember that.
Real time in prison will end with him as the God Emperor. of the Aryan Brotherhood before he's out. That would be best anime crossover.
I actually think, I hope Chris calms the fuck down in prison.
I don't think
because
he will.
it'll be the first time in his life he's ever had to have any kind of like real reactions to his behavior. And Ralph has been in prison, but it might be time to kind of put a little bit of a lid on it. Like maybe you take some time away. He's done it before, so we know it's not gonna like kill him or anything. But just time for him to take a step back. Maybe he needs some time away from these things. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I hope it'll come. And Rio says Cluster B dumpster fire seems about accurate. I agree. And
It's Cluster B dumpster fire. Yeah, that
should be new DSM suggestion.
It's something in the Cluster B, I would imagine.
This timeline, Chris Chan, the Grand Dragon of the KKK. That'd be great. Oh, that's horrible, but I would pay to see that. I'd watch that anime.
Look,
let's
I don't think I've ever hidden from this, and I'm not gonna hide from it now. I've had problems with substance abuse and all that. Like I don't think
no shit.
Shit.
Right? Well, okay.
God damn it, Jim.
You know what? You got a DUI. You got shit in your past.
Yeah, when I was 21.
Okay, well, you know what? Don't act
20
like you're
years ago,
holier
Ralph.
than thou.
20 years ago versus 20 hours ago. It's a little different.
I'm not. I'm just setting the record straight. That was, 20 years ago.
Well, you know, you just had to set the record straight. Why can't you? Anyway, whatever.
Because you keep making shit up. We have to go through it.
I made your DUI up?
No, but you made about 5 things before it up, so I just want to make sure everybody's clear.
Oh, so you did get a DUI, to be clear.
Look at this.
Okay.
Focus.
Yes.
He's literally owning it.
You
It's
did
funny.
receive a DUI. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But look at Ralph's complete focus. He's jovial.
Yeah, I've had problems.
You think it's funny to talk about other people's shit, but when it's his shit, he gets upset. Watch the
question
body
that you were asking. But,
Exactly. That's totally
That you brought up the financial thing with Gator before, and you treated
I really believe I didn't.
Gator
I
got
disagree with that.
$1,000 from me, and it's not.
What's
you know,
that?
you can.
over the course of years, dude.
I'm just saying. I when we first started doing this, I was like, I don't know about that borderline thing, and now it's like the more rewatching it, and being like, oh. Fuck, that's so borderline. I'm not an official diagnosis, but it's every red flag of borderline. Of when you did it, it's a lack of empathy. For me, I have all the excuses. I engage in this impaired activity or this unstable reckless activity, and that it's excused for me because that's me. But for you, it's different, and the lack of empathy, again, it's interesting that it's like 20 years ago, Jim got a DUI, but Ralph has done all this stuff within the last 2 years, and that doesn't count. Very interesting.
Within the last 2 months. Also, Swaggin says fast changes in his mood are fascinating, and Tommy says cluster B fuck.
Cluster B fuck is a good way to, again, I think we can't decide which one it is or what's most prevalent. I think I do agree with you that it probably is borderline, but it presents with other aspects of cluster B. So
I don't know if it would be appropriate to do. I hate multiple personality disorder diagnosis in the same cluster.
It's not MPD. No.
Yeah,
not at all.
Not at this point. We've ruled this one out. I feel confident in ruling.
First
MPD
of all,
out.
MPD. I suspect that it even exists at all, or just DID, right? And as it's now called. I don't think dissociative. You say multiple personality disorder, dissociative. He doesn't have. First of all, I don't believe that dissociative identity disorder necessarily exists. The data for it are all over the place. And
I'm sorry, there are TikTokers who have dissociative identity.
Yeah, I know people on TikTok think they have it. I know people on TikTok.
Have you seen that shit? Oh my god!
I have. It's insane.
I've done several streams on self-diagnosis of autism and other disorders. And Tim from Midtown, he loves those streams. Those are his favorite streams. Is when I do self-diagnosis streams, because the literal levels of the literal and figurative autism is through the roof.
Yeah. Well, stop self-diagnosing. It's not healthy, by the way.
Oh, the way I describe it, and I preface those streams is, you can self-diagnosis to the extent of, I think I have symptoms that match.
Yeah, I have
Maybe
symptoms.
I should go see a doctor who can tell me for certain, and not. The patriarchy keeps me from getting an actual diagnosis. And so I'm diagnosing myself with autism. Or Tourette's TikTokers. Those are the ones that are...
those ones actually drive me
irritate the
insane.
shit out of me, my god.
Because Tourette's is a really debilitating disease. And these Zoomers are like, haha, so funny. I said the N-word. I don't even know if they say the N-word, but like whatever. Like, haha, I just said fuck. And I freaked out. Do you know how frustrating it is for people with Tourette's to try and communicate normally?
It sucks. It's horrible.
Oh,
it's
so
not funny at all.
Yeah, that one seriously gets under my skin. I mean, all of it gets under my skin a little bit in terms of, but the DID one, which they might still call, I don't know if the TikTokers call it multiple personality disorder, but like, hey, you're a little bit like, you're like a decade late on the DSM diagnosis of what we call that
disorder. They tend to refer to it as DID, from what I've watched. Well, that's like, I did a stream that talked about specifically one of the Tourette's people, the fake Tourette's people, who got called out, and her sister dropped her ass on Reddit, and like BTF owed her. Like,
oh wow!
Like this, like she was never like this as a kid, and this is the chick. You've probably seen some of her videos. Like she was like packing shit and like with like bubble wrap and was like doing.
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember her fucking name. But
she like throws shit around randomly.
Yeah. And she was like cooking and then like dipped her hair in the fucking soup and
it makes a bunch of random noises. And yeah, like Mikhail Nilsson says Sweet Anita's pretty cool. Sweet Anita legitimately has Tourette's. You know,
I think Sweet Anita does have it.
Yeah, I know that's.
I haven't seen Sweet Anita stuff in a while, if I remember correctly, but I know someone has legit. But other people call someone like it's. I hate calling people shit fake.
Nah, Sweet Anita. But it was the thing is that like she started the trend accidentally. It was someone with Tourette's on TikTok. She got popular and famous, and then people decided, oh, I know, I'll pretend to have Tourette's. I hate the internet sometimes, man.
They have real Tourette's. How dare you say they don't have real Tourette's? That's offensive. Thank you.
I know. I'm so offensive.
Yeah. So, and you can tell someone who has like. It's funny that person I was talking about. I think it's something like their name's Rose something. I don't remember, but they have a different tick every video, and their ticks are always timed in a way that seems to be funny,
comedic. Yeah.
Yeah, like. Not that they're actually funny. They actually look fucking stupid. But it's clear that they're faking it.
Who has control over their body and their words and their linguistics. So I find that I do find that offensive. I don't find a lot of shit offensive, but pretending to have a mental disorder for clicks is a little bit gay. Let me put it that way.
That's bad gay. That's not good gay. That's the bad
Not
gay.
the good gay. That's a bad gay.
There is a difference. There's a difference. People hate me when I say that, but there's a difference. Yes, also, someone in chat, Stegus posted the link to my TikTok Tourette stream, which is a great stream, if anyone wants to check that out later. Also, Tim, here's your wrench, so you'll leave me alone. And let's continue.
Come on. It's pretty elfish.
Okay, well, Gator literally has been on the kill stream like maybe 25 times in the last 5 months, 6 months.
What about the last 8 years? The 7 years that you've been doing it?
Well, Gator, and I said this on air before, like Gator's main quality wasn't even his on air necessarily capabilities. It was his institutional knowledge of the kill stream itself, which is even greater than mine.
By that you mean he ran the entire show, Ralph.
So yeah, I mean that was Gator's main quality. So
what about his accusation that you had promised Zidane and him $33,000?
I heard that, and I never actually heard that from him before then. Actually,
did you promise it ever?
No.
You never promised him.
Do you believe he's telling the truth?
No, I don't believe this.
And
we'll find out if
Zidane
Gator can provide the
come forward
receipts.
with,
Well, Gator hasn't provided them yet, but if Gator can provide the receipts that he did say this. However, it might have been said, it might have been fake, not written. So
yeah, I think so. I think if Gator drops the receipts, that would be a real big, like, he's fucked.
Or Zidane might have them, but Zidane's kind of disappeared.
Zidane has pulled the fuck away, and Zidane pulled away at the right fucking time.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. Again, we can't know because it might have been verbal agreements. So that's kind of impossible to determine the legitimacy of. If they don't have it in writing. Even a text, you know what I mean? We'll have to see.
Yeah.
A story saying that you did.
I don't think so, no.
There are never going to be logs that are going to pop up where that's mentioned.
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
I know there won't be any contracts that pop up where it says I did for sure. So if there's any
I don't think anything
contractual
involved
agreements
in this
where
was
it says I did,
contractual,
you could
right?
let me know, Jim.
I mean,
But
it
I
could
don't
be.
think you'll see those.
Maybe.
I'm sure more elves will get involved.
I mean, he's exchanging services for
If you have
for
some
money,
mystery
and if he
contracts,
says,
you
well,
probably would have already shown
you
me.
know,
But,
it kind of goes
but
back to the
yeah,
Vic stuff.
I'm literally
verbal
asking this
contracts
because
are
it's going to be
contracts.
embarrassing
what
if
I'm
that
saying
happens.
is, what I'm saying is like, so 𝗬𝗂𝗽𝗏 clearly was upset about money. Do you know 𝗬𝗂𝗽𝗏 was left for dead and completely broken, and you pissed on him, and everybody else pissed on him?
So then why are you surprised I laughed at the?
And then
No, I'm
𝗬𝗏𝗽𝗏
not.
came back.
You know what? I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
I'm
𝗬𝗏𝗽
not
has had a
surprised. I'm just
redemption
like,
arc, though. I'll give him that.
Like, whatever you... Okay, 𝗬𝗏𝗽𝗏 had a serious drug problem. I think he's gotten it under control. I spoke to him just the other day.
Oh, cool.
And I think 𝗬𝗏𝗽𝗏's got his drug issue under control. And I think that he's doing a lot better. And that's great. And yeah, 𝗬𝗏𝗽𝗏 was in a really bad place, Ralph. But he got better. You're in a really bad place. And you need to get better. That's what I would say.
I don't think he can at the moment, though. So I hope he does, but I don't think he can.
chagrin.
Yeah, same.
I guess would be the word. It's just like, why? 𝗬𝗏𝗽𝗏 himself was like left for dead, and he had 20 viewers, and I said, 𝗬𝗏𝗽𝗏 still has talent. He's still a host. He's a fucking good host, and he's funny, and he's got timing, and it's like, bring him back. And I brought him back. Me. That was my decision. Do you understand? It was not Jim. It was nobody else. Everybody else pissed on this guy. Everybody else left him for dead. And I said, this guy's got talent. Let's do this. And I've done that with a lot of people. And I'm not a perfect person.
Would you like to know my impression of
I
this,
will
by the way?
agree
Because I have
with
a
that.
personal experience here. I think that Ethan Ralph, I don't think he saved Andy 𝗬𝗏𝗽𝗏. Because I have never, even after the 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐴𝐴 thing, I knew Andy was on drugs, right? It's a really bad look. But I've never had anything against Andy 𝗬𝗏𝗽𝗏. But he blocked me on Twitter because I think Ethan and other people like him convinced him that I was against him in some way, and I never said a negative thing about Andy. And so when Andy unblocked me and we start talking again, it's like, yeah, I never had an issue with you. Getting away from Ethan Ralph has been a net positive for Andy 𝗬𝗏𝗽𝗏 in every imaginable way, in my opinion. Because he was doing the same stuff Ethan was doing, where he's just cutting ties at the table for no reason over paranoia.
For Andy?
Yeah, he cut me out of his, he blocked me on Twitter, even though I never said a bad thing about him. Because I think Ethan or someone involved in the circle told him that I did. And he even, intimated to me as much that he was addicted to drugs, and he had got the impression that I was one of his enemies. And I think that when you're involved in this kind of sphere of people, that you get this idea that people are your enemy, you have to go against them all the time, even if they have nothing against you, even if they haven't said anything against you. Ethan, I think, exacerbated that issue.
Yeah, and when you have someone who, like Ethan, who has severe alcoholism and doesn't know how to, I think he lacks the ability to moderate. And this is why I initially had thought of intermittent explosive, but then I had to turn it off. I had to roll it out because of borderline. Is because he has those sudden fits of rage, and those he can't. His ability to control his behavior is like nil. And so if you give him a Scarface pile of coke, Ethan Ralph's probably snorting a fucking Scarface pile of coke. And someone like 𝗬𝗏𝗽𝗏, who I don't know 𝗬𝗏𝗽𝗏 enough to say authoritatively about his behaviors, but I remember him from back on his 𝗬𝗏𝗽𝗏 Live shit. He'd probably do a bit, but if he's being encouraged, 𝗬𝗏𝗽𝗏's probably more of a follower.
I think, I don't know this for sure, but I just, all I think is the association was not healthy. That's all I'll say.
I agree with that.
I think the association was not healthy.
So, also someone in chat, SAF Synamic, has been talking about their Tourette's. They have nonverbal Tourette's and how they deal with it. And like I mentioned on my stream before, it's ridiculous to see people do that and just fucking shit all over people, basically. And it makes the people who have legitimate Tourette's, legitimate and for the people who have actual, potentially legitimate DID, if you are in that camp, it really hurts their ability to get treatment or
They can't get
socially
taken seriously. Well, I mean,
Exactly.
hopefully they still will be by mental health professionals, but it makes people in the general public look
Right,
at your disorder and your disease as a joke.
Yeah, the stigma starts coming back.
Exactly.
So,
Have you
and
ever
that's
read notes on the notes on the management of the spoiled identity by Irving Goffman?
No.
It's called Stigma: Notes on the Management of Spoiled Identity. It's a classic book published in 1963, where he looks at people who had these disorders back before we had worked through as a society coming in and saying like, okay, well, it's okay, we accept you for having these things. It's a book it's very short. It's only like 150 pages or so. Highly recommend it. We're headed back into that exact same way as to what Irving Goffman's talking about with these people. He's looking at in 1963, precisely because of the fake diagnoses and the overdiagnosing of disorders and the flippancy at which they're being treated, I think. I'll be right back, by the way.
Well, you're fine. So while Eden steps away, let's continue the video.
I hate that it feels like this with me and you because we've known each other for a while. It is what it is, though, I guess. I feel like you kind of went all in on trying to sink me.
I have not gone all in, Ralph. It would look much different. It would
It
look
would
way
look
fucking
much
different.
different,
You
I
know it. You fucking know it.
You know I still like you. Like, I can't help it. Like, it is what it is, and I know you're gonna piss on me, but
I'm gonna laugh after that Jake Gyllenhaal shit.
Swaggy makes a good point about
we've known each
alcoholism.
other for many years. It's kind of surreal. By the way, I think we're still on Monday Matt's channel.
Yeah, we are.
I love this. I love this, right? I think we're still on Monday. Where the fuck have you think, like, where the hell did you think this started at? Like, I don't know if he forgot or if he thought, like, he joined, like, Jim's stream or joined someone else's, or if he thought that they were on the kill stream, but he, like, this is just amazing. Like, I don't know if it was just like, I forgot real quick because they were so into like, they just spent an hour yelling at each other, basically. And I could see it being easy to forget, and I think Matt handled it beautifully.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So here, I'm gonna rewind like 10 seconds because this is the part where he remembers that they're on Monday Match Channel.
Oh shit!
Right.
I thought that was the funniest shit.
We've known each other for many years.
We've known each other. You fucked me for many years.
It's kind of surreal. By the way, I think we're still on Monday Matt's channel.
Just remembers that.
Yeah, I'm
been there for an hour.
Just listening for a moment where I might be needed, but in the meantime, you guys have been great. So keep it up.
Matt's just raking in the super chats here.
I don't know, man.
Strong in Matt. That was great.
And it's kind of crazy. And by the way, I know I want to say this earlier. Of course, you know, when I get attacked personally, I have a tendency to
Crimson Dragon. It looks kind of like HP's.
He does like HP a little bit.
It does.
Heal type activities. And of course,
I believe the term is rage pig.
Yeah, well, I don't know that term, but
I don't know that term.
It's not a term.
Lean in. I think the Gator
It's
kind
once anybody kicked in.
you know, invited that type of activity. That being said,
Yeah, he's really slurring his words
I didn't
badly.
actually
at this point.
reveal his name or anything like that.
You just did on stream. You played a whole video of Gator.
Yeah, but you knew it's like, okay, well, everybody knows who I am, Jim. Like, what the fuck? What I'm supposed to do?
Why would you make an obvious lie that's just contradicted in a second? I never revealed
I know.
it. You literally did.
What
You
I'm saying is, I was
the man who had been
one
loyal to you for 8 years.
You literally did on Odyssey. I watched it on 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 stream.
I mean, the video itself was what doxed him, not me. Right? Like,
I love the way he tries to take
my
the
gosh.
those are
specifics
two
there.
different things.
Yeah, I didn't dox
That
him.
sounds
I
like
just
your
shared his dox. It's the same thing, dude.
I
It really
fucked your
is.
wife in the ass, but I didn't really fuck her.
We're all aware of how that
Because,
works.
Yeah.
That if some random person doxes another random person on the internet, I mean, that's shitty. But when you amplify it, you make it so everyone else knows it. And you do have a far larger platform. And you did it on purpose. That wasn't an accident. You did it specifically to fuck with gators that you thought you could
mess up his life, get him fired from his college, or fired from his job, get him kicked out of his college. That's I mean, we know what the point of doxing is. There's only one point for the most, but well, hang on. If you have someone who's actually committing crimes, then I'm okay with doxing. Someone who's actually committing crimes, actual crimes, fine. But the purpose of the purpose of this is to
there could be a purpose too.
Yeah, there could be a purpose involved. It is to ruin Gator's life. The man who has been most loyal to you throughout your biggest fuck ups, Ralph. Your absolute biggest fuck ups. And he remained loyal to you throughout that, and I just no one can ever. Ralph has to know at this point that no one can ever trust him ever again. Right? He's proven himself to be a traitor. I would say.
And he's trying to get out of it, and that's the funny part here. Is also real quick, I need to start shilling. If you go to thedragonstreasure.com, use code Ken at checkout to get a discount. I think I get a kickback or something from Dragon's Treasure.
Hey, Dragon's Treasure, hell yeah! I actually still need to order some tea from you.
I know, I've been meaning to do that too, because I've been drinking a shitload of sweet tea recently, and I've been wanting to buy some of that. I think it was the Harry Potter tea. It was one of the Harry Potter teas. I
think I spoke to you, Dragon's Treasure. You said you shipped to the UK, but I don't think you shipped to exactly where I live. But I think maybe you do now. I think you got switched because I live in a weird place. I live in a strange place.
So I gotta get me some sample packs or order some of that shit here. I get paid from YouTube in a few days, so when I do that, I'll order some tea, and I'll do some reviews. I get 5%. So I get 5% of the kickback there, so that helps. Thank you, Dragon's Treasure.
Dragon's Treasure has awesome stuff, by the way. I want to try them, but I love all the different themes and stuff. It's very, very cool.
For example, there's sample packs I got on Dragon's Treasure right now. Anime Pack 1, sample pack $5.99. You get Space Cowboy, Sebastian's Morning Earl Grey Vanilla Cream, followed by Songwrath, and 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐽 tea. All these samples come pre-bagged, ready for brewing. For $5.99, get your sample pack. That's just one of the many different Dragon's Treasures teas you got out there. You got classic packs. You got the every tea sample pack, green tea, a fruity sample pack for people like
Tim.
A
rooibos pack, I think, which I love a good rooibos. Favorite cup of tea.
There's a 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐽 tea sample pack. It's actually just
the 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐽 tea.
The 𝐓𝐽 tea. That's just sample packs. You got plenty of other shit in here. You got bottled iced tea. You got bundle packs. There's tea wares to go with this shit. You got oolong, and I don't know if there's any shorts, but you got plenty of teas here. There's some seasonal shit going on right
Sorry,
now.
it took me a second.
There's some 5'1" teas in here, I think, or at least taller than 5'1" teas. So come check out the Dragon's Treasure tea. Use code Ken at checkout, and in support of really great YouTubers. This guy has his own YouTube channel. He's been running this shit for a while now. I've seen Dragon's Treasure in chats for a long time, and not just Nick's but other places too. So help the guy out. Give him some good business there.
Yeah, Dragon's Treasure, very, very cool. Thank you so much for supporting these streams, man.
Dragon's Treasure asked for your coupon code when he literally just set mine up in stream. So if you want your setup now too, you could probably set it up as well. I don't know if you want
Dragon's Treasure, if you want to do one for me, I'll show you whatever, man. I don't care.
You have a code preference? Do you want Aiden or AP or?
Just Aiden, probably. If you want to do it, man, I have no problem.
Fuck it, Dragons, do it. So. Let's get one purchase each for Ken and one for Aiden on stream. And whoever can prove to me that they purchased a Dragon's Treasure per item today, I will give them a free... Anyone today who purchases a Dragon's Treasure, I will give you a free month of locals.
Oh, nice. Oh my gosh, look.
Send me an email with proof, so with your receipt. You can black out your name and shit. Just make sure the date and shit's on it. If you send me that, I will give you a free month of locals. If you spend more than $20, I'll give you 2 or 3 months. Depending on
Again, I know you've got some rooibos, and rooibos is my favorite type of tea. So this is my shit.
And Avery said, I'll use everyone's code, hell yeah. And I don't care if you use mine or Aiden's. If you just send me proof, I'll still give you a month. So, Whatever
Thank
you
you,
feel
Ken.
like, whoever you feel like promoting Aiden and myself, because I know Aiden's over here. on her
Generous
time.
Ken.
Generous Ken. So I know Aiden's over here doing this for free. So if you want to kick back to Aiden, do that, and Dragon's Treasure will hook you up with your nice little cut there. So. But
All right, let's continue.
let's continue.
The
shillings,
cancer.
cancer.
Okay, so what? Oh, well, let me ask you this: what, he's supposed to be above that?
I never said he was.
Okay, well,
I'm just saying, if you're going to be honest about it, be honest about it. You dox him because you're mad.
right. You're right. Okay,
Huh?
so
Admission?
like what? But you know for a fact, I want to go back to the discussion I had just a little bit earlier. Like this whole doxing is like burning witch fire thing. You know that's bullshit, right?
Burning
Like,
witchfire.
like that's fucking
Ralph,
crazy.
I draw the line at, and I've always said this publicly, life ruination. You start showing up and try to fuck with people's works and their family life and their job and their
you
church.
showed up to my house in the last 2 weeks, Jim.
Yeah, but Gator didn't, Ralph.
Yep.
That's true.
Gator's not planning on doing it, is he, Ralph?
You're
I
planning
don't
on
know
trip
what
to
he's
Gator's
planning
house.
now.
Well, with your fan fiction bullshit, who knows what you think? You probably think he's hiding behind the sprinkler.
You said I was trying to fucking kill Gator a couple of days ago. You
I
made me look
literally
up
have never said that, and you'll never find a
So
clip
this
of me
is
saying
again
it or a tweet of me
we were
saying
talking about
it.
earlier, where Ralph takes all the shit he reads on the internet and he projects it onto Jim.
Oh yeah.
So you know, I mean, are there people who are saying that? Sure. How about, you know, here's the thing, Ralph. I'm gonna, because he probably will listen to this. Maybe. I mean, it's a small stream, but he listens to everything that anyone says about him.
I hope he listens to it.
1, I don't hate you, Ralph. 2, I hope you get help. 3, stop reading Kiwi Farms. You need to stop reading Kiwi Farms. Stop reading your thread. Because that's how he gets into this mindset. You know what I mean? There's no other way this comes about, I would say. Maybe you don't read Twitter either, but like this is definitely everyone we've ever seen who like gets involved in their own Kiwi Farms thread acts just like this, right?
Yep. I mean, I know people talk shit about me occasionally on Kiwi Farms. I actually have a surprising number of people who like me there. I don't know why.
Well,
people will normally react with autistic to my comments because I'll put like long posts about shit, which is fair because some of it is autistic levels of detail sometimes. But
like I'm not well liked there. I don't care. That's
it's Kiwi Farms. You take it for what it is. That's part of the internet. You accept Kiwi Farms for what it is. For me,
like
I take
maybe
a
4
positive
years
approach
ago
to
I
it.
got upset about it, but like you quickly realize
You just
wait a
gotta be
minute.
positive about it. You have to accept it what it is. It's a bunch of people who may or may not like you.
Doesn't matter. They want to talk. They want to have a conversation. They want to speculate and debate, and that's what we're doing here mostly. So why the fuck are you getting so mad, Ethan? I don't get it.
Also, real quick, Phoenix Lord asked for another time for another $5. Really wish Jim would have pushed Ralph celebrating the Frank Castle boogie debacle. I agree. And we also have the Dragon's Treasure confirming age coupon is live.
Dragon's Treasure. I do a podcast. It's a new podcast every Wednesday. So in 2 days, I'll show it out on our podcast on Wednesday.
Coupon code Aiden is live. He said if you wanted to change it, just let him know and he'll change it to something else.
That works for me. Like I'll show it on my podcast, and then anytime I get a chance to in my videos, I'll show it out. Make sure that you get some business because absolutely support you, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Now I can say Ken's Counseling Couch is sponsored by Dragon's Treasure's Tea. So,
but yeah, I mean, like people need to stop getting so mad about Kiwi Farms.
It can be insightful to if you care about your own personal growth. You can go there and go, maybe I am being a bit of a dick about this, or maybe this is a bit spurky. But you can't take it too serious.
I would just highly recommend to not read your own thread because the vast majority of people are not offering helpful advice. They just kind of hate you because they hate you for whatever reason, and that's fine. Or they find you spurky, or they find you funny.
I'm surprised I don't have one yet.
Good. Honestly, that's the point of being able to fucking have free speech. You know?
Yeah.
Let people say what the fuck they want. It's no different than anywhere else on the internet. Just that this is a particular part of the internet where people say shit that they want to say. Let them fucking say it. I don't
know why that's considered a weird opinion for people like fucking Ralph. People are gonna talk shit about you, Ralph. That you can either and it used to be a struggle for me because like at first I was like, oh, I don't like all these people talking shit about me and posting this nasty things about me. And I got over it. Whatever, you know.
Yeah.
You either get over it or you become Ralph. Those are your two options, right?
Yeah, you don't want to.
Josh Moon is not the devil, dude.
Josh Moon is the devil.
I mean, Ralph seems to think he is.
I mean, he could be. I don't know. So, I like Kiwi Farms. I think the people there, for the most part, pretty cool. I don't agree with the doxing so much, but I think it's a great place to just chill stuff.
I'll tell you this about the doxing, right? It's going to happen no matter what, if you're a public figure. So, get over it or get off the pot. And I'm saying that as someone who's been doxed. Whatever. It hurts at first. It's scary at first. It can be very scary. You know, shit happened to me. Told you what happened earlier. But you can either deal with it or get off the internet. Those are your two options. You can't spurg like this.
Lord Boopy asked what your podcast that's coming out will be.
Oh, I do it. I post it in my community tab on my regular channel, which is it's my Broken Crown podcast with my friend Spoon. We basically just cover like I don't know shit that happens every week, news stuff. But Spoon and I are both monarchists, which not necessarily a popular opinion. That's fine.
Okay, I see. Here, I'll post a link to your community tab in chat so people can check it out.
You just I'll send you a link to the thingy.
Okay.
If you want to come, we do it once a week. Last week I had internet issues, which stunk, but we had to cut it short because it wasn't just me. Like a whole bunch of people were having internet issues last week. I noticed. Yeah, it was stinky. I'll post it here in the private chat. There you go.
Okay, and I will post it. And is that the most recent episode? Or is that the channel itself? Okay, that's the channel itself. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's just the channel itself, yeah.
Okay, so here is the channel. I will show it more than once. I'll do what Nick does and post it like 3 times. Also, Dragon's Treasure for $5 says, wait, I just found out you all have the wrong opinions. You're all not canceled. I hate you and disavow. Raise fist. Thank you, Dragon's Treasure, for that strong disavow. Make sure you use coupon code Ken is best. It's actually just coupon code Ken at the Dragon's Treasure T now.
Hell yeah. So. Also, Real Hoshi, it's weird on community farms and people in the thread overall agree they want the person they're talking about to get better. I think that's the overwhelming majority of threads, by the way. Like there are some
but they will still like say this is horrible to look at sometimes.
I mean they want to laugh at a lolcow, right? But yeah. I think actually the majority of people want the person to get better. Some people don't like when they get better because then it's like, well, we've lost our lolcow. But you know, whatever. It's how it is. And if you can't, you gotta either get over it or you get off the pot, right? That's it. Those are your two options. And Ralph has apparently never figured that out to some degree, that there are gonna be people who hate him. And yeah, Kiwi Farms does discourage A-logging, so I mean, it still happens. Trust me, because I have an A-log, and I think you probably have 1 or 2 A-logs, Ken. But you know, whatever. You get A-logs, real A-logs, not the people that Ralph thinks. Ralph thinks anyone who dislikes him is an A-log, right?
Yeah, at this point.
But whatever. The point is, that's what Ralph got mad at me about. Was just saying like, I don't have a fucking issue with Kiwi Farms. Whatever. What were we talking about? Let's get back into the stream because I've gotten off track. Just chill the fuck out on Kiwi Farms, Ralph. Yeah, that's all.
Leave it alone, Ralph. Don't. If you can't handle it, walk away.
Mm-hmm.
I said that.
Okay, well, you weren't fucking promoting.
You sure attribute a lot of shit to me that I don't do, Ralph. Don't get mad at the people that are doing it, Ralph.
It's important though. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I never did anything to you. Like,
you lying shit.
You're asking me to hold people back? Is that what you want?
No, but it's like,
yes, that is what he's asking for, though.
Like, what the fuck?
That is kind of
true. You've made me pay attention to it because, as I've said, you've gone into a tailspin.
Yeah, Ralph unironically was asking Jim to defend him as Daddy Jim.
Well,
Yeah,
you're
he
right
was.
about
It was
that.
weird.
I'll say I should
was
just
weird.
not respond. But when you're hearing just fucking,
I'm not even saying you can't respond. You can talk all the shit in the world. You can tell that 𝐓𝐴𝐻𝐽𝐽𝐽's a massive faggot. You hate me and I have cancer. I don't give a shit. But it's that life ruination line. You're playing with fire with that shit.
No, do you not understand? This is my
The
life.
stuff here about the
Fucking
cancer gets really
Super
sad
Chat.
later on, in my opinion.
Because
Like
of
I didn't know
Hopkins.
how bad it was for Jim, but
Well, Jim has, I think, an autoimmune
autoimmune
disorder
disease,
too,
yeah.
which is really shit.
And when it comes up more in a little bit, Ethan finds it hilarious. Now, if you were to criticize him or make fun of him for getting his face beaten in over his man purse, that's not funny. But Jim having an autoimmune disorder and cancer is hilarious. It's really disgusting, I would say. Because, by the way, Ethan, one of those things is preventable. You could have not gone to Portugal. And by the way, I'm guessing, as we discussed earlier, you don't just go there and get beat up. He was probably acting like an asshole,
I agree with that. I completely think that's what happened.
There's no way it was just a random beating. He was probably being a drunk piece of shit. Well, Ethan, you could have prevented that by just not being a drunk piece of shit. Jim can't prevent that shit that happened to him. So, fuck off. Honestly, that stuff makes me actually a little bit mad. I got mad on the internet, but I did get a little bit mad. Like, you can't compare these two things. Sorry.
Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Just leave it alone, Ralph.
And restreams and all this shit. This is what I do for a living. And so all this shit, you're talking about life ruination. You've been trying to ruin my life for a week straight.
How?
Do you not?
Ralph, I've been watching you ruin your own life for a week straight.
Okay. You know,
you're going to deny it with how you've been behaving?
You know what? I will say this.
He can try to, but he can't.
That I've acted appropriately in every response in the last week. I think that that's true. But I also think it's been a lot of people taking liberties too. It's like, oh, he's down.
He's so drunk at this point.
Yeah, nobody wants to be the bottom of the gangbang. I get it. But, you're up at bat because you've done some...
Well, I got to address something right here. I do not appreciate Mr. Metokur shaming the bottom of the gangbang. Some people do like that, and so I will disavow Mr. Metokur for kink shaming. Other than that, we're good to go.
No shit. You could have responded differently, but you're going all in on this psychotic, I'm going to fucking ruin people shit. And it's just going to make it worse for you. How can you not see that? I know you're not that dumb. I know you see that what's going to, you must know it's just going to escalate.
This actually is,
you're telling everybody it's okay.
Even though it's weird that Ralph sees Jim as his internet daddy, Jim is offering Ralph good advice here the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
He knows, Ralph, I know you can see what you're doing is deleterious and harmful to yourself. So stop it. But Ralph, his ego is so massive, he can't take it. But you can see here for a second, he's like internalizing it. Like, yeah, the things that the Jim are saying are correct. But even though he can internalize it, he can't externalize it back, right? You know what I
mean? He struggles too much with what's the way to phrase it? He struggles too much with everything being like he can't be offended. He can't be he can't
self-reflect.
That's a good way to put it. Thank you. I knew the word, it was just fucking not coming to me. So,
hey, you're basically saying I'm fine playing by these rules. You don't want to play by life ruination rules,
dude.
Oh, real quick, someone did ask, and maybe you can describe this better for me. Abel Abdel Hassan asked, "What's an A-log?"
Oh, an A-log. So A-log was somebody who used to troll Christian. He was a specific person, and why that term is now, why that name has now become a term is because A-log was somebody who took his obsession with trolling Chris to a really unhealthy degree where it became an obsession and he became cringier than Chris. So what an A-log is someone who, Anthony Legato, thank you, T. I forgot his name, but yeah, what that is that, and by the way, this term gets misused all the time. Someone who just hates you on the internet is not necessarily an A-log. What makes someone an A-log is when they go to degrees to hate you or to dunk on you or to fuck with you that are more cringe than whatever you have done, right? Let's be very clear about what an A-log is. There are certain people who do this where they get so invested in hating someone else that they become the lolcow, right? That's an A-log. And it's someone who just hates. They don't they're not laughing. They actively hate and want to harm the person. These are all elements of A-logging. So just to be clear, like when you hear the word A-log thrown around, it does refer to a specific type of troll. And by troll, I mean someone who is fucked up personally, someone who is way too invested, somebody who is cringier necessarily than you are, whoever you are as a person on the internet, and who has gone too fucking far, right? That's an A-log.
Yeah. Also, Rio Hoshi brings up an interesting point. He says, part of why I'm iffy about the disease model of addictions is I've known too many alcoholics who use that to insist they do not, in fact, have any choice about consuming alcohol. I think it's an interesting point.
Well,
I don't know
like,
if I agree with it, but I think it's an interesting point.
You can't just stop drinking if you're a severe alcoholic.
Yeah, you can die.
You can actually die. And so that might be an excuse that some severe alcoholics use, but yeah. No, going to Portugal, getting your beaten up and having your purse stolen to own next coworker makes you an A-log. No, none of that has anything to do with A-logs. So yeah, Ralph is incorrect. That has nothing to do with A-logging at all. That's a silly thing. He's wrong if he says that. Did he say that? That he got A-logged in Portugal?
I think
maybe we missed that.
Remember.
I don't know. Oh well, continue.
Real quick, Diego Machado for 10. I don't know what R is. I think it's South African rands. I think. I could be wrong. But
I have no idea. I have to ask my South African friend.
Ralph honestly thinks that shaking a bottle of pills and laughing at him is the same as destroying someone's life. This shows that he knows his online life is all he has.
Yeah.
That's actually an interesting observation. Because to Ralph, this is the same. And that's why it's okay to destroy Gator.
It's okay to actually make sure that Gator gets kicked out of college, to make sure that Gator gets kicked out of his job, because making fun of Ralph on the internet is his education, is his job, it's everything he has. So then he can destroy everything that Gator has. You're probably absolutely correct on that one, I think.
That's definitely a good point. At least I think it's a good point.
Fucking spooky, but all right.
Yeah, it's scary, but... and then someone said something else that said something was funny.
Oh, Brazilian Real. It was... The R is Brazilian Real, I think.
Oh,
Diego Machado.
Someone said... T said it's also fascinating how Metokur, despite his no internet friends, is trying to help. Yeah, we pointed out last week. It's fucking interesting as shit to me how he's trying to help, but still shitting on him, but it's more than just splitting it 50-50. He's leaning more, I think, to trying to help.
I truly think Jim was trying to help here, more than shit on. I mean, he shit on him because it's. Oh, he shit
he shit on him like Two Girls One Cup level, but
because it's hilarious. You have to make fun, but Ralph needs to learn how to laugh at himself, and he can't do that.
And I don't know why. He had said earlier it was kind of funny about certain things, but then got butthurt a minute later. So
right. He said, yeah, it was kind of funny. But now we see that he doesn't think it's funny. He doesn't think it's funny at all.
He said it, yeah.
You basically said that when they came to my house. Do you not understand? Like, do you not understand how
we've already been over this?
Yeah, I know you didn't co-sign it specifically, but what people think is what they think. Doing that earlier, like, do you not understand? Like, it's I don't want to say optics, but like it's like, oh, okay, it's so funny to fuck with Ralph. And you know what? Some of the shit is funny. It is what it is.
Here we go. Like, this is deflection.
You know what? If people were showing up at your house,
like classic
there's
deflection.
been fucking 3 people that shown up at my house in the last 10 days. That's not fucking cool, dude. And
but it's hilarious when it happens to Boogie.
Look at what you've been doing for the last fucking 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying,
and it's hilarious when it happens to Boogie.
You wouldn't be so cavalier.
I'm not trying to be cavalier. I'm trying to point out to you that your exact actions on the internet are drawing attention and making people do that. Because now you've told them, this fucks with me.
Come here.
This messes with my head. If you do this, you're going to get a reaction. You've waved that.
You told them to come to your house. You told them that.
Game on, everything's on the table.
You made the exact same invitation.
So
you
what?
could have got it. You could have got mad. You
I'm
could have
not even
told
trying
people.
to insult you, but like, what's my alternative? Change my name? Like, seriously?
Yeah.
Like,
Your alternative
Honestly.
is
That's a dig at Metokur for changing his name.
I know
which
it
think
is, but I'm being completely real, Ralph. Change your fucking name. Get off the internet. Leave, because this shit is a fucking spiraling circle of
Do you know why
destructiveness.
Ralph will never change his name though?
Because his daddy gave it to
Because-
him.
nope.
I heard that. His
I'm
daddy gave
Ethan Ralph
me
from
my
the Pillstream, baby. That
My
is his
daddy
thing.
gave me my name.
His identity, if I had to do a deep dive, his identity is the Killstream. Now he doesn't have a separate
Yes.
identity. And
Oh yeah,
that's
absolutely. He's tied
extremely
it.
harmful. Like I have a personal life, I have a professional life, and I have an internet life. They
Yeah.
are separate.
Yeah,
entities.
same.
They
Yeah, same.
interact. But
You know?
Ralph is so consumed with his internet shit. He has lost, I think, because even his relationship, even his marriage is consumed by,
What does it mean
we're
to the
going to get
Killstream?
married in a bowling alley. I'm going to sell tickets
In a
to people to
bowling
come.
alley.
He's going to sell tickets to his fucking wedding.
I mean,
It's
his
my
his
understanding.
whole life is you know, when we talk about like social penetration theory, I know it's a funny name, but
You
social penetration theory is
can
this idea that
penetrate me
like
socially, baby.
it's hang
Sorry.
on, it's the Shrek theory actually very
Oh,
funnily. It's the onion
Shrek-
theory, where
Oh
like
God.
you have your external things, the
Can
external
you
parts of the
penetrate with
onion.
onions? Is that safe?
This is the
Okay.
theory. The theory is called social penetration theory,
Okay.
and it's involved with onions. And so,
Yeah,
like,
just making sure
Ralph
penetration
has
with onions
made
is safe is all.
well. Normally, the things that we explain on our outward sense of self are, you know, maybe the way that we dress or the way that we express ourselves in different ways. Whereas the things that are core to our identity are not normally things that we share with people, right? Ralph has made his core identity or whatever and his social identity, which is his associations with other people, all identical. So that the kill stream has become the core of his sense of self within social identity theory and also within social penetration theory. That I don't think is healthy. I don't think that's a healthy
not
way
at
to
all.
organize your life, where your social identity is, and then where your work, right, your job is the same thing as your core sense of self. Normally, like core sense of self is things like religion and relationships with parents and children and our loved ones. But for him, his core sense of self, at least as I am perceiving it, seems to be enmeshed with this social identity of his involvement with the kill stream. That's very unhealthy, I would say. That kind of social penetration is a rotted seed that's dug into his onion. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's my best way to try to make it a
Act like it's the
metaphor.
internet.
No, you're. It's a good idea. It's a good. I like the theory and how it plays into this, right? Like you explain this, like you have the real good understanding of like the research side of it, which I'm missing.
That's all I
pieces
have,
of
though.
But it's good though, because a lot of this internet shit is that. Like, there's only so far like the clinical piece will play at it where you can start explaining more of the background to it, where I can explain like here's the day to day.
Yeah, I think it works out. It's a good back and forth, at least. Yeah.
I think a lot of everyone in chat has liked it, so I'll take it as a win.
Cool.
Also, someone said, Aiden, please, every time you say penetration, I can't stop snickering.
Yeah, I know. Social penetration theory is a theory
With onions,
even though
too.
when I was teaching
With onions.
when I was teaching undergrads about it, it's like you always to be like, social penetration theory. Take your moment to laugh. And you allow the students to laugh for a minute. The snigger, you know. There we go.
We did that, and I did human sexuality both in undergrad and grad, and we had a point like at the first class, like we had to do something, and the teacher was like, "We're going to be talking about a lot of shit here. If you're not comfortable talking about this, you need to unsign up from this class now." And like one or two people actually did leave because like we were talking about human sexuality from birth to adulthood, and people are like, "What do you mean by that?" Like, there's no such. Yes, there is. Human sexuality plays in every fucking part of your aging. I confuse people all the time with facts, but like, so people were getting uncomfortable with the ideas, like, talking about that, which makes sense, but.
I mean, it makes people uncomfortable, but like, even children, fetuses even in the womb engage in masturbation. So like,
Oh yeah,
the sexual development of humans is something that we need to understand better, but
fascinating.
be also very, very careful about. Very, very careful about, I would say.
Well, yeah, it's just an interesting topic. Like,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I love.
Speaking of fetal masturbation, let's go back to Ralph.
Talk shit about Gator. He's releasing DMs. Talk shit about it. You can make all the fucking jokes you want.
Folder on him, dude. I didn't save a folder. This was my best
X
fucking
the dial.
friend.
We don't know that,
I
by
didn't
the way, because he
fucking
said he
save
did.
Like a fucking burn.
You could have laughed about it. You could have played the heel about it. You could have said, "Yeah, I paid him $100 a month because he's my gimp."
friend, man. What the fuck?
You could have called him a gimp,
Him.
but it's not good enough. You feel like you're not getting the one up, so you want to fuck with his real life.
Fucking DMs that my fucking the woman's about to give birth to my child in 2 months was worried about my drinking. He's leaking that like.
Yeah,
you
well, we
fucking
should have seen
serious,
that,
dude?
Ralph.
I
It was
don't
a
have
serious
anything
concern.
on-
What's that?
The fact that I hope he didn't beat May over that, by the way.
I don't know if he did, but I really hope he didn't.
Because look how angry he is about it. The fact
Oh,
that
yeah,
she just said she was concerned about his alcoholism. And if
Yeah.
if he is about to be a father, I have my suspicions about that, but keep them mostly to myself. If you want to know more, I can. Do you want to know more? I could elaborate. But she said that because you're about to be a dad, and you're drinking a liter of alcohol every day. Yeah,
That's quite
it's
a lot,
disconcerting.
yeah. I
That's
think
all.
anyone would care that level of alcohol use in their partner.
Yeah, no shit.
Like if I was drinking that much regardless of my meds, like I'm pretty sure my wife would be like, "Holy shit, dude, you need to do something about this."
A liter. I mean, come on now, dude. That's a lot. That's a lot of booze.
I agree. That's too much for. I mean, even at his weight. It's
I know
still
he's a
lot.
big dude, but like, oh, fuck, dude. I can't imagine. I can't even imagine trying to. How do you even consume a liter of alcohol a day? Like to me, I'm like, that's hard for me to imagine. And I'm an alcoholic, so it's fine. But like, and I'm accepting of that. But like, because it's a problem that I know I have to deal with. But I've never. Whoa, dude.
I have never drank that much alcohol in my I think not like a liter of liquor like
No.
he would, but I mean I've drank a lot, but on like a couple occasions, but that was because of the situation. It was my birthday. It was like my 20th birthday or something, and my friends wanted to get me drunk.
Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. I won't lie. I have an alcohol problem. Everyone knows that. It's a continual issue that I've had to deal with over my life. I tried to cope with it. I've tried to deal with it. I try to cut down. But a liter of alcohol a day, to me, as another alcoholic who struggles with it, is really severe.
Also,
I just say.
We have to show. Shortest Mike is now gay because I just made him a mod. So.
I do about a third of a liter a day. I'll put it that way.
Which
not good.
Done, depending on if it's like back to back or spread out, that can or cannot be.
It's not good. I'm not advocating for this. Again, I'm admitting that I'm an alcoholic. I have a serious issue.
Yeah,
but this is
at least you recognize it. And I think it sounds like you wanted to or trying to address it.
Yeah, I know. I was sober for like a year. I'm sober for like a year, but you fall back into it. However, myself and Ethan both need to deal with that. That either one, the whole liter though, that's scary. A third of a liter is bad enough, but like, yikes, my dude, yikes.
That's that, yeah. And with a pregnant wife, and he's wanting, like someone mentioned in chat, he's wanting to drive 18 hours because she can't fly. 18 hours with his pregnant fiance to go do a fucking bowling wedding thing in Texas. Like, can you make something stupid? Can you do a more stupid decision? Like,
it's bizarre that wanting to go. How much I drink when I'm such an atom? About a third of a liter. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen there. So the bowling stream that he's proposed now is going to happen when May is going to be 9 months pregnant. She can't do that.
Well, she can't bowl. She shouldn't
She
be
can't do
lifting anything more
anything.
than 5 pounds or 10. I don't know what the limit is for her.
She shouldn't be traveling 18 hours or whatever over car. When you're 9 months pregnant, like, you can give birth at any second, honestly. You know?
One, you can give birth at any second. Two, you can get what is it, thrombosis, blood clots and shit for sitting that long. It's I think
I don't understand this. I mean, what do you think about the conspiracy theory that she's not pregnant at all?
Dear God, that's a theory. I mean, we'll find out
you're
tomorrow.
not aware about this? Let me give you the conspiracy theory. Have you seen the pictures?
I have not. Can you source them?
No, they're on QA farms. But the ones that were from the car when Ralph came home, she does not look pregnant to me. I don't know. She could be. I don't know. Some women don't show until
a small weight baby.
Some women don't show until they're 8 or 9 months pregnant, but she's 7 months. Supposedly.
But I mean, that lie doesn't really work out though, because what happens at 9 months?
Yeah, I am barren. Trust me. I know that I don't know shit about this, but it's just a little bit weird to me.
But I don't know what happens at 9 months when she doesn't give birth, and that's a really weird lie for him to take, though.
Do you want to know my conspiracy theory?
Go for it. Let me get my tinfoil hat real quick.
Okay. That the stress has caused her to have a miscarriage, even though he made fun of Sargon for that. And that he will. I mean, if she's pregnant, good, amazing for her. I'm so happy. I really am. Good for her. Yeah. If she's not, because some of the stuff it's a little bit sus to me, then he can just say that there was a miscarriage and get a lot of sympathy over that, even though he made fun of Sargon.
Oh, I think people will call him out if he tries to play that card.
His extreme grifters, like the people who really support him, no, they won't.
Well,
the 10 people left. The 10 people left, no, they won't.
No, but I think everyone else will be like, "How dare you make fun of Sargon's wife when you're sitting here trying to claim sympathy?" And that would be the drama that would be involved around that would be insane. And it's not okay because it would be an awful thing to have happen to everyone involved.
Yeah, if she actually had a miscarriage, that's horrible. But I saw the pictures of her from when she came to pick him up, and she does not look pregnant to me. Maybe, but I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm not in their life. I don't fucking know. I'm making third person, kind of perspectives on this. I don't know. I have no idea. I hope she's having a happy, normal, healthy pregnancy. There's also weird shit about how they're not buying anything for the baby. They're not. Ralph shares everything about it. Ralph shares everything about his life, but has not shared buying a crib or redoing a bedroom to be a baby's room. None of that's happened, and May's not sharing that kind of stuff either. I don't know.
I don't want to buy into the theory, but it without researching it more, but that's an interesting. I mean, but it's also kind of mundane, I decorated a room, or, I don't know if Ralph was the kind of person to care enough to do it, though.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, he after his fiance is supposedly scared to death over what's Jesse from Pod Awful throwing the diapers up his driveway. He goes and just leaves for Vegas. Or no, for Portugal, excuse me. When your wife is supposedly terrified. I'm not saying that. I don't know. I don't mean to theorize, but it seems a little odd to me. The whole thing seems super weird.
Apparently, Kiwi Farms is down.
It might be, but I am taking a theory that I read on Kiwi Farms, and I am promoting it, I guess. So I'm a bad person for doing that. But a lot of people on KF and other places I've seen don't think that May is actually pregnant. I don't know if that's correct or true. Whatever. I'm not trying to disparage you or May, Ralph, if you hear this. Not the point, just that's the whatever.
Yeah. That would be interesting if that played out that way. I hope it's not a miscarriage or anything like that. Again, I know someone in chat said, "Why would you want hope a map has for them to be pregnant?" Like, look, that's a whole other issue. I would never wish anyone to go through miscarriage, having dealt with it multiple times myself.
God no.
It's shit.
I mean, like, people know this about me. I have stage 5 endometriosis. I have a very severe genetic disease that I was born with that makes it so it's probably that I can never have children. I'm not going to try and shit on people for doing that at all. But that's my only statement is some of it's a little bit weird. That's all.
And I mean, as far as the map thing goes, they can be one but never do anything about it. Like, so that goes back to the whole thought crime thing, which is a whole other discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not for this stream because I've done that stream before. But in general, just as someone for being pregnant and like, I don't wish that on anybody. You do
God
not
no.
want to deal
God
with that.
no.
It's
Please,
just
no.
It's awful to deal with.
Him.
And
Yeah,
just even if that's something that she has and she does have that kind of attraction, hopefully nothing comes of it. And if something does, hopefully the kid gets taken away and it's not something so severe that it causes lifelong repercussions, all that jazz.
Mm-hmm.
So, but oof. So,
and he's playing this type of game, and you really want me to feel sorry for him?
I'm not asking you to feel sorry for him, Ralph, but I will put this fucking to you. If he's leaking DMs where people are worried about your drinking, I mean, look at you tonight.
Yeah.
I'm
You're fucked up, Ralph.
You sound drunk to me, man.
I'm drunk for sure.
No,
okay.
There we go.
So you're saying he's leaking DMs where people are worried about your drinking, and now you're back home after getting beat up in a foreign country, drunk, raging on the internet.
Dude, you haven't left your house in 6 years. How the fuck?
But I'm not drunk screaming about how I'm going to teach people a lesson in Oklahoma.
I would rather be drunk screaming than not having left my house in 6 years. You're pathetic. Like, what the fuck? Like,
really?
It's like, Ralph, people can't tell you shit
It's
without you getting mad.
ridiculous. Yeah.
You need to fucking lighten up.
I'm sure. Okay, when's the last time you left your house?
Last week.
About 5 hours ago.
5 hours ago, yeah.
So it's not. You actually do go out. It's not.
No, Ralph, I'm chained up in the basement. I'm hiding from.
I support this version of Metokur. I'm just saying.
How interesting is it that he goes to like the most extreme understanding of how someone could be, and Metokur, of course, has a medical condition, which is why Metokur was concerned about COVID, right?
Yeah.
And he talks about it here in a moment, but like, Ralph thinks that somehow because you have an autoimmune disorder that you have to like stay in your house all year, and he's laughing about it. Ralph, I want to say to you, other people don't find this funny. Other people find this sad.
It is sad.
Yeah. That this is not the fact that Jim has something that's preventing him from living a normal life is not funny.
I think what'll be interesting tomorrow is I'm going to try and record it in case it gets pulled down. Is I want to record the kill stream Valentine's Day with Pantsuit. I really want to see, because that would be such, and maybe we'll do this next week, is an insight into their relationship. Is what kind of insights can we gain from the Pantsuit and Ralph Valentine's Day special?
I mean, I honestly hope they're happy, but like,
I do too, but it would be interesting to see how their body language and behaviors and how they go back and forth, whether or not they're putting on a show or not. Like, that would be interesting to me.
Yeah. We'll see how it works. I watched some of their stream from last night on Flamenco's stream.
What was their stream about?
Nothing.
Oh. Flamenco was just covering it. It was just
he was just covering it. Yeah, it was pretty boring, but whatever.
Yeah.
Fauci.
Well, you act like that. I don't know.
Ralph, I have cancer and autoimmune diseases. My immune system doesn't exist. I'm on 100 milligrams of prednisone to fight it.
damn.
I have no immune system.
I know that well.
Yeah. You sneeze on me, I'm going to fucking get really sick. Yeah, that is true. That's a funny joke. I would use that joke. But I'm legitimately sick, Ralph. So yeah, I have to pick
Yeah,
and
look
choose my
how
moments when I
much he
leave my
enjoys it.
house for
It's
reasonable
sick.
reasons. It's not just
is
COVID;
sick.
it's fucking everything.
He loves it though.
Well, you made me smile when you
Wow.
said that my joke was reality. So, and you know what? And I don't want you to die, honestly.
I don't
Yes, you
believe
do,
I
Ralph.
think you hate me. I think you have a
You really
deep-seated
think-
animosity.
you really think
Absolutely.
that- that's kind of fucked up that you actually think that.
But
I
it's
don't
your
actually,
smiling is
I just
clear.
feel like you're a prisoner to the mob, basically.
Wow. What? Oh my god.
If
Hang
I
on.
was a prisoner of
Ken,
the mob,
please.
I'd have been-
One sec.
What's that?
What fucking projection? Prisoner to the mob. He thinks Jim is a prisoner to the mob. Whereas he definitely is.
Also,
And he laughed at Jim having cancer.
That's fine. So,
I'm sorry. It's just that's
what's really fucked up is the amount of prednisone he just said.
100
was-
milligrams.
I just looked
That's-
up the highest per day dosing I'm seeing for shit like acute asthma, giant cell arteritis. What else is in here? Advanced pulmonary tuberculosis, autoimmune hepatitis. The highest dose, even Crohn's disease for off-label, the highest dosage I'm seeing is 60 milligrams a day.
By the way, prednisone is a serious drug.
Yeah, it's a steroid.
Yes, it's a steroid. It's a very serious drug.
Not like get buffed and testicle shrink steroid, like help with your immune system steroid.
Prednisone is a really serious drug that's used to treat a bunch of things.
I've taken it before for
Yeah,
I think back pain.
yeah, it's used for all kinds of stuff. It's
Yeah,
a
it's
steroid,
really strong.
but but you have to take that in tandem when you're doing cancer treatments, because your body otherwise would not be able to, because your body otherwise, when you do cancer treatments, right, it destroys your immune system. So you have to take prednisone or other drugs that help to rebuild your immune system when you are involved in cancer treatments. So what he's saying is this is some pretty significant cancer treatment. If Jim is correct and accurate in what he's saying, this is severe cancer. Okay.
This is like legit cancer rates level of, like, it's a joke, but it's like that serious, like shit. Jim is like
we've all kind of known that Jim had health problems for years, but it's because Ralph has been trying to dox Jim that the degree of it came out, which it shouldn't have, which I find scuffed and fucked, honestly. It's not anyone's fucking business. But if Ralph wants to make his life everyone's business, and he wants to make Jim's life everyone's business, then that's how it's going to work.
If Ralph wants to be a dick about this, then people are going to be a dick right back, and I think that's fair game.
Right, Ralph. If you want to make Jim's life your business, then Jim can do it right back to you. Just saying.
I think it's fair game at this point.
I agree.
So, and he Stegus said in the chat, he's known people who have been on prednisone with the dose he's on. Jim probably has ankles the size of a tree with water retention. So what you're saying is Jim has cankles. So, because of how big his ankles will be. So, which probably wouldn't be far from the truth, because you do, like you said, water retention. So that'll be interesting.
Been shitting on you for the last 3 years.
You know what? That's a fair rebuttal to that, actually. But it's like, I've never really done anything to fuck with you. Like, why would you? I don't know.
My
it
God,
just
that's
seems
so
like
that's such a lie.
Seriously?
Shot at this guy because
This is after he's written the 2 weird novels.
and I'm from this.
Why would
See, we need another one of the what is it? The guy who makes the parodies that did the Mundane Matt one. That was the
yeah.
We need that for
Pedos.
dear Jim, like dear Jim. Why haven't you called?
He's going to make the Kilo Pedos guys is announced. He put out a trailer for his new video.
Oh God, I need to watch that later.
Yeah.
That'll be funny.
would I use Pillstream audio on a stream with Flamenco, who was on the Pillstream?
Why didn't you just come on? I mean,
why didn't I come on your show,
Was it
champ? Is that what you
anti-Garbo?
were going
Was
to
it
say?
kill
well,
by the
yeah,
human?
honestly.
So watch this again.
Stream audio on a stream with 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝐻, who was on
Watch his
the
face.
Pillstream.
Why didn't you just come on? I mean,
Why didn't I come on
Oh my
your
god,
show?
here it is.
You
Yeah.
see look at how embarrassed his face looks right there. Look,
Because
it
all
was-
he
kinda
wanted was
shies
for,
away
for
like
Daddy
oh,
Jim to come onto his stream.
yeah, Daddy
That's
Jim.
all it's about. He doesn't care about anything else other than the fact that Daddy Jim did not come onto his stream.
Like, I would never be in a place where and if I ever do, someone fucking smack me, or I'm
Yeah.
begging someone like Metokur size to come on my show. Like, I politely asked you, I thought, in Flamenco's chat, like, hey, if you want to come on and talk about shit, feel free to. It's up to you. It'd be a great discussion. But I'm not like begging, like, oh, Aiden, let me send for you, baby. Please come on my show. Please come on my show.
Please
I
stop.
thought, like, yeah, like, I'll subscribe to your OnlyFans. Please let me come on my show.
Yeah,
Like,
he's in pain that Jim didn't do Daddy Jim to him. You know, it's ridiculous.
I would pay Jim to make like a 3-minute thing where he goes,
It's so fucking weird, dude. I don't.
son Ralph, I love you so much. Daddy Jim loves you so much. I love you. Like 3 minutes of shit like that, just like sweet talking shit to make fun of Ralph. I'd pay for that just to have it on the internet.
Like, Jim's a funny guy. I like Jim. But this level of obsession, this is developmental issue, I would say. Like I said, it's avoidant. It's an avoidant attachment. You know?
Yeah. Also, someone corrected me in chat, I think. They said prednisone is the anti-inflammatory and destroys the immune system as a suppressor. It does not aid the immune system at all. Okay, so I was...
Any
Well,
steroids destroy the immune system.
I mixed them up.
Prednisone, any kind of steroid does destroy the immune system, just to be clear.
Jim is now Bubble Boy. That's probably not
Well,
far from the truth.
and if Jim is having to be forced to take steroids like prednisone or whatever, it destroys the immune system further. Just to be
that's
clear.
why he doesn't leave his fucking house.
That's why. Yep.
So,
Champ, is that what you were going to say?
Well, yeah, honestly,
that face.
you've been on my
Look at that
show 100
face.
times before. Like, is that crazy? I don't think that's crazy.
Dude, you realize how this is coming off, right? I mean, it's...
Well, no,
it's
but,
look at that simp. Look at that simp. Look at that
it
simping.
wasn't that, but it was. You know why? It was almost like
Yeah, now he has to
doing
move
this
it back.
like not. You know what I mean? Like he's fucking with me on purpose. That's not crazy. That's the
You
norm.
Right now, Ethan Ralph is like the guy. If you ever go to a bar and there's a guy that's been there like all night, you can see him. He's like in his uniform. He got off work. And he's been just sitting there watching. Like it's like a Saturday or something. He's like watching a football game. And it's at night. And I've had people come do this to me when I was at the fire.
Wrong.
We had a social club at the fire
Out of his
department.
mind.
There's a guy who's there. He's like, listen, Ken, man. Like you do great work here, man. I'm so happy you're a firefighter. Like, you know, I don't know why you don't like talk to me as much though. Like, but we friends and shit, right? I love you. Like that's the shit Ralph is doing right now. He's that
It's very
fucking drunk.
gay, honestly. I mean,
It's gayer than my mods.
it's very gay. It's weird. And yeah, by the way, again, just to reiterate, if Jim's got cancer and he's been on prednisone, that destroys his own immune system. So don't fuck around with that shit. I understand now why Jim was so worried about COVID, right? At first I thought like he was, and here's the horrific thing that I don't know if it happens later or currently, that Ralph blames Jim for the COVID lockdowns. Ridiculous.
And I can see why that is the case. I think it's a bad place to place blame. I think it looks dumb.
Jim
But I
had
can see
no.
why.
Jim's not the fucking government. He had no. He had
Bullshit.
No
Jim was
capacity to
on the
affect
phone with
things.
Fauci and Trump the whole fucking time. I'm part of this conspiracy. I was on the phone too. There was a lot of gay sex talk, and holy shit, I just made my shit spurt. Like, holy shit, do you see what's going on?
It's all
Oh my-
spurting out.
Yeah, it was
But, I mean,
spurting out.
I can tell you the results of the lockdowns and stuff, and they're really unpleasant and they're really unhealthy. There's a whole generation of children who are going to get fucked by this. We talked about this earlier. But it's not Jim's fucking fault, idiot.
How dare you try and simp for Jim like that? That's bullshit, Aiden. That's bull.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Some random person on the internet.
Hey,
Some
I
random
thought
person
we
on
were-
the internet is not responsible for
I
government
thought we
level
were
lockdowns.
friends.
Yeah.
It's your fault because of COVID. And
Yeah, I'm
it's
Jim's
all your
internet
fault.
friend. Nah, Jim's just correct. It's not his fucking fault that the government did that stuff. God damn it. It's not his fault at all.
Like, I love Ralph's face here. Like, his
I know.
his facial expressions here are like, I'm really upset that Jim didn't come on my stream, but I can't really show it because then I look like a bitch. But I look like a bitch anyway, and I don't know what to do. Like, that's the face that you're seeing here.
I think you need to like, not like a vacation.
You know what? Okay, tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me how I'm wrong then.
What I'm telling you is, you need to take a break, Ralph.
By the way, wait, hold on, wait, and I'll let you speak. When you went on all these shows, you went in there and said Ralph's a fat gun and shook your fucking pill bottle.
Can you send me the audio where I said that?
Okay.
When did that ever happen?
For sure.
Okay, so you're
I mean, to be
attributing
fair,
a whole
Ralph
bunch of
is a
shit
fat
to a
gun.
pill bottle. I mean, that really got you fucked up. Why does that fuck you up so
Like,
much?
what the fuck? That's years ago, dude. Like,
Why does that bother you so much?
It does. Clearly, he's very upset.
because I
about
don't
that.
fucking like thinking about that.
Yep.
The pill
Oh,
bottle
you don't like
specifically
thinking about
fucks
it?
you up that much.
I got a lot of reasons why. I don't fucking shake. I don't fuck with you about your worst fucking moment every fucking time you come on air. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know that's your worst moment. You're telling me the Pillstream was the worst.
I actually
not.
don't think the pill
But
stream
what I'm
is your
saying, it
worst
might be the
moment,
worst
Ralph,
ones you motherfuckers.
at this
If
point.
you had to pick his worst moment, what is it? This?
Releasing the revenge porn.
Oh, so since last week, I found that that video, and I'm working on my analysis. I haven't had a chance to fully do my analysis, but I will find it.
Wait.
You remember our discussion last week?
You're doing an analysis on the revenge porn?
Remember that stupid thing I mentioned last week to shit on Ralph?
Yeah.
How I said I was gonna pull up the video and get an accurate measurement from a reference.
Yeah.
And I found the video last night on, of all places, the Internet Archive. Ralph's revenge porn's on the Internet Archive.
Yeah, it's everywhere. That's the thing. Like, your revenge porn is way more memorable than people shaking pills. You
It
publish
looks
by your
bad.
own volition you having sex with your 18-year-old girlfriend.
I wouldn't publish. I wouldn't post it to where people could easily find the sex I do online. Like, if you want to see Big Bad Ken's 1000's Pornhub, or Ken's Casting Couch, Pornhub.com/Ken's Casting Couch, which does exist, just for the meme, and for the subscribers, for people who want to see the high tier content, because OnlyFans will fucking verify me. Anyway, I have some unresolved issues with OnlyFans. But,
the point is, though, that the porn tape is way more embarrassing than anything else that Ralph has done. Even more than the pill stream where he falls asleep and goes, "It's not true." Like, that shit's embarrassing. But you yourself releasing the porn tape is way funnier. And Jim did not make fun of that, by the way.
yeah. Sorry, one of my dogs sat on my I have one of those like standing lights that has a little foot switch. One of my dogs stepped on it or laid on it, so it turned my my room light out. So I had to fix it. Yeah. Someone said analysis of the stream where he released the porn would be interesting too. That might actually be interesting. I have to watch it. And if someone can give me a link to that, I'll watch it in my spare time and see if it's worth doing.
Know about. I don't fuck with you like that every fucking time you come. You understand? Like, what do you mean? You act like I'm crazy.
I do, because I would think your worst moment would be a tape you uploaded. Like, if you're talking about me being mean and shit, I'd be making jokes about that all the time and posting caps of that all the time if I wanted to be a cunt.
You know I can't talk about.
I know. I'm not going to bring it up, but I'm just saying as an example, if I was going to be like a dick and pick what I thought your worst moment was, it would have been that.
And I can tell it to you if it was off air, but I can't tell
I get it. You can't talk about it. I won't bring it up anymore.
So it is what it is. And look, dude, I'm not saying.
Also,
you did it, Ralph. You did it.
I gotta give Metokur respect, because he was respectful about that.
Yes, he was respectful.
He knows he can't. And I think,
But the reality is that Ethan Ralph uploaded porn, revenge porn, at that point, of his 18-year-old girlfriend, where he was fucking her.
Yeah, that's not...
And he sent that to her ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, it was a bad look. It was a really bad look. Also, someone says does U.S. have contempt of court? Oh yeah, we do.
Yep,
It's just
yep,
not
yep.
used as it's just not used as much as it should be sometimes. Let's see. Here.
I've had some not proud moments. Like I'm not like I don't. I hope you don't think like I'm holding myself up as some exemplar. That's
You
not
are
the
though, you
case.
bitch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. That's fine. It's just I'm telling you honestly, you're tail spinning. I don't know why the fuck you are,
Yep.
but it's just gonna get worse if you keep going down this road, man. It's just not a road you want to go down.
Agree.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel. I'll say when I wrote the article about you, actually.
The 2 articles.
Which one?
Which one?
Yeah.
Good job,
Well,
Jeff.
what's wrong with writing articles too? I actually saw that, and they're like, "Ralph's
They were
writing his
creepy and
live."
weird.
It came off as teenage girl shit. It's
Okay,
really
well, you know
embarrassing.
what? That's what I used to do for a living, blogger. Like
it
it's like,
did look
okay,
like
well, I'm just
teenage girl.
Yeah, well, now
reverting
you
to my
look like
roots. Like, what are they talking
upset
about?
little
Like,
teenage
This wasn't
girl.
like you blogging about politics.
Oh, let's see. Hold
It sounded like you got dumped.
sounds probably really accurate. It
Yep.
wasn't like politics. It was I got dumped by Mr. Metokur.
Yeah, it was really fucking cringe, dude.
Ralph, I think, and it's sad that he won't look at it while he's sober, to the extent he can be sober, and go, I looked like a douche. Or I would like I said before, there are times I've streamed and I'm like, I looked like an idiot, or I sounded
Yeah,
retarded,
same.
or something like,
Same.
and like you look at it and you go, don't do that again, Ken. Don't do that again. Like, I tell myself like, try and be a better streamer next time. Like, don't be as late. Don't be as gay.
That's a
don't-
normal
don't-
response. It's a normal
don't-
response. Yeah.
Don't be as spurgy in some cases. It's appropriate in some situations, but keep it in check. Keep it in check. And even I fucked that up because I'm human. But I'm at least willing to look. Sometimes I'll go back and watch my shit. Though I hate watching my own content. People will tell me, "Hey, dude, don't do that. You look dumb." Like, because people care about my show and they like my show. Like, I've got people who come here and watch me and they go, "I like your shit, but that was dumb." Or don't ever do that type of stream again. Or, and if it's like one random asshole, okay. But if it's several people I trust, I'm like, they probably have good reason to tell me that. So I try to take them at their word. So that's my thoughts on that. So.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but like, it was like, okay. I don't think you've said anything positive about me for any reason in like 18 months. And it's
You
like,
need to say positive
every
things about
time I
Ralph.
hear about
Wow.
this guy,
Yeah, like why aren't we talking positive things about Ethan Ralph right now? Did we violate our contracts?
Yeah, it sounds like a contract. Like you have to say positive things about me. What the hell does that mean? That's not how the world works, Ethan.
Do you think he doesn't understand some ways that society and social relationships function?
Yeah, I think he has, again, a borderline where he thinks that it's a social contract requirement that Jim has to, like, say nice things about him. That's part of it. I don't know. I don't even know what diagnosis that falls into, but it's interesting. Yeah.
It would be interesting.
yeah, he's talking shit. I actually didn't watch the stream. I will say this. I didn't watch the stream.
No, of
I
course
just
you
had
didn't.
people
Of
tagging
course
me
you
and they're like,
didn't.
Jim saying
Okay.
this. I was like,
So
you know
he's
what?
getting shit
Fuck
through third
this.
hand, second, third hand. and
Right,
then he's
right.
coming out.
Now,
By the way, he did watch it. You know he did. But
Do you
all right.
think he did though?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Do you think he watched my last episode or ours?
I don't
the
know
last
if he
episode?
watched yours, but he watches this stuff, I would imagine. Because he gets way too angry about it.
I want to see Ralph spark out about me just to increase my viewership. That's the
Yeah,
only
it would.
reason.
It would
'Cause it would
increase
increase
your
my
viewership.
viewership.
It
Because
would.
people would be like, "Oh, holy shit, this Ken guy's kind of got a decent understanding of Ralph," and then this few Spurgs would be like, "Ah, you're talking bad about Ralph. Ralph's the shit. Killstream, baby." Like in the chat and shit, which would be funny because
Like all three of them. Yeah.
yeah, because he's burned almost all the bridges. So if someone can get
So
Ethan Ralph
he's
to play,
burned every bridge with everyone. He has nobody left. If there are some speds who are still really interested in him, they're in the vast minority because nobody is left to support Ralph.
yeah, let's get Operation Make Ralph watch Ken's show on stream. and we're gonna start that operation today. Let's see if we can make it happen.
Maybe it's an overreaction, but it's just like I don't know. It just felt like you were taking liberties for no reason, really. And so that's
again. I mean, I when something spectacular happens, I'm gonna laugh at it.
Right.
But the ___thing, I laughed at it.
You know what? And I'm not gonna I'm not really trying to bring this up or like go into anything that you've been through personally too. But if I'd went through your personal life, if I went through your name changes,
he's saying he knows what
this
Jim's
already.
been through. By the way, he's like, he's like throwing around that he knows Jim's personal life. There,
Yeah.
interesting.
I mean, he might if he's read up on all his doxes enough. Say, for those who are asking, I'm not legit saying to do it, but if it ends up happening for my show to end up on Ralph's stream, I'll take the W, because it's only a W for me. Because it's making fun of Ralph, and Ralph will get pissy, and Ralph will get sand in his vagina, and it only benefits me, because I get more content. So if it ends up somehow on his show, I'll take it as a win. So
bring it up, laugh about it.
Well, but like it's like, so it'd be cool. So you're saying it's fine then?
We've literally sat here for 10 minutes at the start going over what my fucking name is. Yes, go ahead.
Why did you change it in the first place then? Like, I mean,
I literally told you we got married and decided to fucking change it. If I wanted it secret, I would have gone to another state where they let you do it. LLCs can be kept secret if you go to another state.
Jim Augustine.
All right.
What, do you think they weren't going to find me? I posted pictures of my fucking house.
Well, I knew. Well, and actually, and I said this earlier. I talked to Gator, and I was like, "Well, that's definitely that's his house. What the fuck?" Like
their obsession with Jim's dogs is so weird.
Removed all doubt about where the.
It's weird.
To me, it's bizarre. The obsession with Jim's dogs, even while Ralph is so upset about him being doxxed. To me, that's. It doesn't make sense.
Didn't Ralph dox himself?
Yeah, he did, but...
So, I mean, the only person he can be mad at for that is himself.
Yeah, but it's still bizarre that he's like, we need to get Mr. Metokur's dogs. But at the same time, don't come and fuck with me. It's completely nonsensical, right? And hypocritical, obviously.
Zoom doxed Ralph on Dick's show. I don't know if that happened. His last name is Antiboy. I agree. That's his actual last name.
Fuck he lives. And then Gator said he thought you did that because you were gonna die soon.
Yeah, I'm not in the best of health. But that's true.
I'm just saying.
You can make jokes about that too. That's fine. But I mean, what should I? No, that's fine. That's fine. But like, what am I supposed to hide it? Am I supposed to? You talk about. You wrote an article. You wrote an article called "Fear," and then you're saying, "But I'm posting pictures of my house." Which is it?
Well, no. He said I actually
just laughing about
him when you showed. I didn't. I just saw that you showed the dungeon. I guess as I've dubbed it, and I was like, man, why would he show that?
That was a joke, Ralph. That was a fucking joke.
You know, you're not fully a non or whatever, but you've been a little assiduous about keeping your name a little bit under wraps, whatever. And I was like, why would he show this? Da 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 da. And then Gator's like, I think he's gonna die soon or whatever. That was his. By the way, I'm not making it up. I just want to.
Yeah, that's fine.
Drop that. But what do you? I mean, you know what? I can't help it. I'm the host still. About the whole, I've never believed this actually that you like faked your cancer or anything like that.
You hear him say, "I'm the host. I'm the host of Pillstream."
I got cancer. I got cancer, and that would have been fine on its own if it had just been the cancer. It would have been
just a good
easily
guy.
treatable with chemo.
I'm the beast ass fucking host of Pillstream. I run this shit. No, you don't. You're actually not in control here, Ralph. You might think you are. He has to restate that for his own psychological well-being. But you're actually not in charge here, my dude. You're not. As much as you might like to think that you are, you're not in charge here. Just saying.
Yeah. So he has. That's why he was so upset about not being on Killstream, because he wants the control. not getting the control bugs the shit out of
on
them.
radiation, but there's more shit going on. That's why I'm at internal medicine and Mayo Clinic.
Yeah.
So you're talking about like, oh, he's afraid to leave his house. I have to plan trips to go to Rochester, where I've got to duck and dive through the sickest people there are with no immune system to go spend 2 to 3 weeks getting fucking every test. Oh, we need a CTA, we need an MRA, we need a normal CT and an MRI. So it's just nonstop shit of having to go down there, and you're around people from all over the world because Mayo brings in people from all over the fucking world, doing all these tests, coughing their fucking heads off, bleeding from their fucking orifices, and you're like, shit, it's this fucking dance.
Yeah, and again, and I don't know. I've
Let's
never
see some
been,
empathy
and
from you,
talked
Ralph.
about it pretty openly, and so I've never been one who said you were faking or anything. Like
You
that.
literally
Ralph, what I'm telling you
just
is
did like
you
a
could
minute
make
or two
jokes
ago. You
about
were
it.
like,
You
I
could
don't
go
know.
with the
I don't
fake
know if that's
cancer thing.
true.
That's fine. Just like the name change shit.
But
Have all the
it's-
fun with it you want.
It's like, I understand, but it's like, and again, it feels like I'm sitting here saying this, and it's like, and again, as much shit as me and you talked about each other in the last week, even here, I'm sitting here and I'm like recounting it, like for the reset or whatever, and it's like, this is depressing. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's
Shit happens. You roll with it. That's life. It's unfair. You deal with it. That's all you can do. You roll with the punches and you march on.
You just, yeah. You just got to keep going on. Monday Matt is still here too. Somehow, I don't.
Dear
even know.
Christ, how
It's
do you
his stream.
forget?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
How do
only
you
here
forget?
to
Yeah, what the
moderate,
fuck?
and
Twice
you guys
now.
are talking, so there's
Well,
no
Matt,
need for me in the
I
moment.
think we've reached our conclusion. I don't know what else we're going to talk about. Any
I think
questions from your
so.
audience?
Probably.
The audience has definitely super chatted quite a bit, but I'd have to go through and take a look at some of the. There's some that I can't repeat.
You want to pick a few?
Well, you know what I think would be more valuable is a discussion
I'm
between
sure.
us three, not the audience. I think Monday.
Oh, of
Matt
course, go
is still
offline into it. Yep.
Well,
swear,
I
fuck,
mean,
if you
I
guys
have
bring
my
up Gamergate,
thoughts.
I'm going to throw.
Even though
So wait.
you've talked so much shit about Matt, by the way.
He just said he wanted. Did I miss that? He said he wanted to go offline to talk to Matt.
Yeah, he wanted to go offline and talk to Matt and Metokur away from everyone else.
Why?
Well, you know why. Because this was a terrible showing.
Yeah, apparently he's Ralph is live right now, watching the Lewis doc. I don't know what that is.
Lewis? I don't know.
Louis. It says someone says in Whale's Bloody Pimple says, yeah, he's watching the Lewis doc. I don't know what that is.
Louis Levi?
Maybe.
What doc did he do?
I don't know, kid. Well, can you give me a link? Or is it? I guess it's on Odyssey, wouldn't it be?
There is a point like 2 seconds later from this or whatever where Jim just said it's my job to psychoanalyze Ralph.
Oh yeah, I thought that was funny, and I'm like, I took that job, or I guess we took it together.
By the way, my A-logs of like the two of them that there are said that was proof that Metokur is gonna come at me next, and I'm on
Really?
the chopping block. I'm on the chopping block.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's Lewis Therox or something like that.
Oh, Thoreau, yeah.
Thoreau, or Thoreau. I said it right the first time. Don't let anyone correct me.
I think so. But it was like, yeah, my A-logs are like, Jim's gonna come for you next, Aiden. You're gonna get fucking destroyed because Metokur mentioned you. I'm like,
No, he thinks it's funny, and he's like,
okay.
I can't wait for Aiden to destroy this motherfucker, which Aiden did a very good job of doing that. So,
Well,
I'll
I
give
mean,
Aiden-
like, I don't want to try to destroy him. I just,
or at least
it's silly.
psychoanalyze his ass.
Yeah.
Eh,
But it happens here in like a minute or two. It's funny though
Oh yeah,
that
because he's
the
about to dump out.
A-logs, but like for real, the people who hate me, and there are many people who hate me, but it's mostly, funnily enough, I was in a stream. Was it on here? Where was I? I was on a stream, and my A-log, I have one. He is a 500-pound Alaskan man who has never had a job in his life and is disabled because he's so fat. And
Did you just fat shame him?
no, I've never fat shamed him until now. I am now.
Until right now.
Yeah, but he can't work. He's like 19 or maybe 20 or something, 21 now. He can't work because he's too obese. He really hates me. Although at one point he wanted to fuck me. And that was the whole thing. Is that like I when he was like 18 or 19.
Why wouldn't you fuck this man? What is your problem, Aiden?
I know it is my problem. That was the problem. Is that
This
I
is
chose
bull-
not
you
to
guys-
fuck this man.
Do you guys hear this bullshit? She wouldn't fuck this man.
I know.
Aiden Paladin is creating incels as we speak.
I did create an incel.
You
I
did.
didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Anyone who uses a penguin, the guy who uses the penguin avatar in QE Farms, or if you see him anywhere else, his name is Alistair. He's very obsessed with me. He is an actual A-log, and he will have a much fun time with us. He's gonna actually probably scream right now that I even mentioned him because that's all he wants is for me to like acknowledge that he exists. That's his big thing. He just wants me to acknowledge. So he's gonna get so happy right now that I acknowledge that he existed. He exists.
Oh, really?
Oh no, I'm not joking. He's been doing this for like 3 years now. He's very, very obsessed.
That's crazy. Oh, let me go ahead and hit play again.
Throw myself out.
I'm not mentioning that fucking shit.
No.
That shit was old and dead and buried. But no, look, Ralph. Here's the thing, man. Is like, you know, you are a fucking hypocrite. All right, like
What?
you're,
Yep, he is.
you know, and you know you're a hypocrite, dude.
I'll mute myself so you two can go for it.
No, I'm.
I'm getting a call real quick. Can I take this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, give me one
Do you
second.
want me to keep watching this or?
It shouldn't take a moment. Hold on one second.
Okay, I'll entertain the chat here for a moment. Oh shoot, I forgot I was fucking goddamn I forgot I was muted. Sorry guys. Hello. Yeah. Just what you gotta do, my dude, is that you gotta like if you have someone on the internet who's weird towards you, just kind of deal with it. For the most part, they'll give up. If they're really weird, they'll continue to go on, and then they become an A-log, and a real A-log at that point, they become a locale themselves. So that's all you gotta do. Just stop being concerned about it.
Okay, I'm back now.
That's all it
Sorry
is.
for that. My wife
Yeah,
just
all
called
good.
me. She called me more than
Yeah,
once, so I
good.
had to pick up.
You're good?
Yeah, all good. Just needed to let me know. Keep me updated about something.
I'm not trying to get involved.
Sorry about that. Ken is
good?
wrangling Anaconda. His wife is dead set on breeding. The Anaconda is currently behind a zipper at the moment, so it's wrangled very well. Thank you, Shortest
On
Man.
this shit, but it's like you're out there complaining about people coming to your fucking house, dude. Like I got doxxed 3 years ago with that shit. I've had people come to my house. I've had shit sent to my house.
Sure.
All right,
Well,
like
people come to my house, dude.
yeah. Well, I'm not saying it's cool and I don't support
Ralph
it. All
doesn't
I'm
care, and
saying
this
is
is him.
like, you know, it's like fucking have some goddamn empathy for other people who you've helped put in those situations.
No, well, you don't understand. Like, well,
What
maybe you
doesn't
do.
he
Maybe you
understand,
don't.
Ralph?
But
I understand a lot
I
more than
know.
you fucking think, dude.
Well,
All
let me
right.
speak for-
I love how
and I'll
heated
let
this
you
gets.
speak.
Yeah, Ralph
For
Ralph
sure.
has no capacity to understand
I
what happened to Jarbo.
actually,
he helped
I do
contribute
have
to
a
it.
lot of empathy for
Where's your
Destroyed
empathy?
Matt
people
Jarbo.
in our position, I guess you could say.
Our
He
position,
destroyed Matt
opposite.
Jarbo's career.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Well, let me ask you this. And I want an honest answer.
Never has
How many
expressed
fucking
his
people have you flagged?
before.
Like literally, because I did 13. It was stupid, but that's the number. All right.
Yeah,
And
Here we go. Ready?
nah, but dude, that's the thing, man. You went at me for a long ass fucking time. All right, you went at me for a long ass time over my kid.
It doesn't matter if you yell about your
Nah, all I'm pointing out, man,
You
is like
bastard.
if you want me to have empathy over you having a daughter in a couple
I don't care
months,
about your empathy. I hope you die in a ditch.
I'm sure you
Wow,
fucking do
we-
hope I die. But the reality of it is
What a
we're
piece of
here and I'm
shit.
not
I
dead.
literally don't care,
Yep.
Matt.
You do
So,
care.
like,
You
no,
obviously
He said he
care
cared and he's
because
not.
you bring it up a lot.
Conversation.
And he quit.
Oh, he bitched out.
And he
Look at
quit.
that.
God,
Oh, did he
all
really
because
leave?
he got
He
asked
really
to
left,
show
yeah.
who's reporting
Yeah,
his
he
shit
really
home.
left. No, he really left.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like, he wants to have those
This is
conversations.
pretty funny.
I'll have them all day
we
fucking
can
long.
stop.
I don't
think
give a
here.
shit.
This is basically the
Yeah.
end of the conversation that really matters. So, Ethan Ralph got asked to show his report history, and Gator has come out in the interim and said that Ralph has a massive report history and reports literally everyone who talks shit about him on
That's
YouTube.
Not surprising. I'm surprised I haven't gotten a report. So
Yeah, but Ralph reports everyone. But his big win was 2.5 or 3 years ago against 𝗏𝗏 for doing the same thing. But meanwhile, that's what Ralph's been doing the entire time. Is mass flagging. And when he got asked to show his report history, at least 𝗏𝗏 had the temerity to show it.
yeah,
Right?
𝗏𝗏 at least owned up to his shit. And he destroyed his own career doing it. He could have lied. He could have hid.
That's what Ralph just did. That's what Ralph just did.
Yeah.
Ralph just left and cried and ran away.
Mundane Matt is a bigger, actual, more alpha man than and I hate doing that, but he is more of an alpha than fucking Ethan Ralph.
Mundane Matt
fucking timeline
is
are we
more
on?
Alpha than Ethan Ralph, because at least 𝗏𝗏 showed his report history.
Thank you, Phoenix, for that. This is a very poetic stream, apparently. The Mundane Redemption arc. Yeah, I'm happy to see Mundane Matt come back. If he's able to do shit like this on more than one occasion, like if he's able to do these kind of things and he's the new kill stream, I'll take it. That'd be fucking great. That'd be hilarious.
I mean, I have flagged some streams, but the only ones that streams some videos, but the ones that they were ones that had my mother's address in them. And it's like, it's not my address. I don't live there. Please don't post my mother's address. Those are the streams the videos that I flagged.
Yeah, I can show. I mean, I could show the only ones I
don't
flagged
mind.
were people who were restreaming me without any commentary, and these were Karens.
Yeah, I don't mind showing my flag history, because the videos that I flagged are ones that had my mother's address on them, which is like, that's not cool, guys. Please don't do that.
You know, other than that, I mean, I don't care if people want to clip my. There was one thing, I think there was 2 streams and then like one clip I think I flagged. Because the clip took me completely out of.
And by the way, YouTube didn't even take
context.
the videos that I flagged. They didn't care. So like the videos that have my mom's address, but she doesn't live there anymore. She had to move. Thanks, guys. But she had to move, and so the address is on there. Now you're gonna go attack random people, and so why I got upset by that then was that like, well, now it's nobody I know lives there, so you're going to go send shit to random people who don't have anything to do with me.
For example, just because I'm transparent, these are the 4 ever flaggings I've done. 2 were from the same stream. They were the day I had been away for a bit. And I came back and was like, I had kind of led into like I might shut down the show kind of thing because I had
Squall Shade. I did submit a privacy report. Same thing as a flag. The way that it works out on YouTube, it's the same thing as a flag.
Well, these ones were legit copyrights. The ones I submitted. These were both people restreaming me, and then these were also. These were ones I think were either restreams or.
I feel like at my shit.
Or yeah, it was people taking. They were either restreaming me, or one of them was taking me completely out of context in something that was disgusting.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. There was no commentary. It was just a straight. Other than that, I don't because they were the hardcore Karens. Other than that, I don't
even know where do you even find your reports, because all of them were for people.
Go into studio and then copyright, and that's your copyright requests.
I've never done a copyright request.
If you've never done a copyright request, then you won't. I don't think there's one for regular reports.
Oh, then never mind. All I've ever done was a privacy request.
You would have to go into your email and look up for privacy requests. I've done a couple of those because private information was put out of mine and my wife's. Other than that, those are the ones I've done. Adams, yeah, I think one of those.
Like,
was
literally, the only things I've done on YouTube were privacy requests, because it was my mom's address before and often after she lived there. And it's like, you're using my mom's address where she doesn't even live anymore. So random people live there and they could get hurt. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So don't share this stuff, because no one lives at that address that I know anymore. No one lives there.
Yeah, you don't want to put someone else in danger over that. It makes sense to me. I mean,
That's the
people
only
can
thing I've ever
disagree with
done.
it,
Were the privacy requests over actual addresses, which were dropped.
So, this is an interesting stream. I think we summed up Ralph pretty nicely here.
I think we did. Yeah.
I think because D&D for today was canceled because of Super Bowl and
the superb owl.
The Super Bowl and someone in the D&D group has a family matter going on.
Hey Ken, would you like to play D&D with us sometime?
Sure. I'm still getting used to the ropes of it. So, but yeah.
I'd love to have you. My husband is a DM, so.
Okay, is it a public game or how's like you stream it?
It's a private game, but
okay.
You know, if you'd like to play,
sure.
We do sometimes stream it, but like depends on the game. We stream some of the games, some of those we don't stream. But yeah.
No, that'd be cool. So what I might do is since we've this stream is about done, I might do is because I don't know what the rest of my week's gonna look like, and I have to do my Raid Shadow Legends stream at some point. I might do my Raid Shadow Legends stream this evening.
All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead and have fun. And
it won't be for a couple hours though, but
we'll play some Raid Shadow. I will say Raid is actually a pretty fun game. Unfortunately, I lost my phone recently, or I would play Raid with you.
You can play it on the PC. That's the whole point of the thing I'm doing. Is you can do
Raid
Shadow Legends on the PC now.
Somehow I lost my phone. I have no idea how it happened. I lost my phone.
Actually, I can
buy a new phone. It stinks.
I think I can show this now. I'll be doing this later in Twitch, but I'll go ahead and show it now. Here's the link to get to my Raid Shadow Legends sign up. If you sign up and play through the tutorial, I think, will it count if I'm not streaming though is the question. I gotta check that because that's important. Shit, tips for success, blah blah blah. God damn it. You play 2 more. I think it would work. As if it'll work. I don't know. We'll find out anyway. If someone does it, I'll know. Sponsored stream. So I have to do the sponsored stream time. Yeah, as long as someone uses the link, I think it counts. So I need at least 5 people to join and do the playthrough to get the base amount. Anything over that, there's like 10 people, 15 people, and then I get another bonus, I think, at 20 people.
Well, he'll let me join if I use my actual account.
I don't know. The goal of this campaign is to acquire new PC players. So
I actually like Raid, so unironically, it's kind of fun.
So I'll need to do these shoutouts mid-stream about its sponsoring Community Today stream. Free to play. Looks amazing. Gameplay is simple and super fun. Top 3 mobile RPG, 15 million downloads, over 400 champions to collect and customize, build a team, and claim glory in PvP or campaign. Which I'll have to do on my Twitch stream. But there's also an extra $100 goal if I spend $49.99 in shards, or in the game or something. That's kind of neat. So,
oh, it's installing. Okay. Well, I'll see you in the game, man.
So yeah, if I get this going here in a couple hours, I'm probably gonna wait till after my wife gets home and cook dinner and stuff. But then I might do that stream and get that Raid Shadow Legends grift going.
Unfortunately, the fucking game is so loud. I'm trying to install it. It's so loud I can't hear anything else. Anyway,
hey, listen, Tim. I was doing it. Hold on, real quick. I played a clip of Tim when he was doing a show with me, a debate about sex dolls, of him saying like being a hypothetical pedo, and I did it in a stream. I actually had to edit the stream out just to remove it because it does look bad. I didn't do it on purpose, Tim. It was just to be fun. I was doing it for funs and giggles. It wasn't to fuck with you. And I did take care of it. I didn't want it to look bad for you, buddy. I love you. Don't forget to send me those pictures later.
What pictures?
What pictures? But no, but I'll definitely check it out, guys. Let me post it one more time.
Yeah, Raid, it is actually kind of fun. Like, no lie, it's kind of a fun game.
I'm actually.
I miss my phone.
Out, so.
I can't play. I used to like just show up and pop in and do some like Raid stuff every day. Mostly I played Tetris on my phone because I'm a weirdo. But blame Spoon for that. But
I think this is the link I'm supposed to hand out to people. So I hope it's the right one.
Yeah, it seems I got it.
Okay, because I have to download it too.
So. I got to download it as well. I'll see you in Raid.
and we can join a clan together. Ken?
Yeah, we could be the clan of the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. I don't know.
No. Disavow.
Disavow.
We'll join a clan in raid. It is actually a kind of a fun. It's a little addictive mobile game. So it's fun. Anywho,
It's not just mobile too. Now it's also
yes,
on
it's not just
the
mobile.
PC.
Now it is on the PC. There you go.
On the PC.
Check out
So-
Raid on the PC, or just play Tetris.
Yeah, I'm installing it now.
I am
So,
as well.
Counseling clan. God damn it. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. God damn it. Well, thank you for again coming to analyze Ethan Ralph. That was fun.
What do you have any final words on it?
Ralph, quit being a bitch and get help.
Ralph needs to get help. I think that's
Ralph,
my
you
final
li-
word.
Ralph, if you watch this, I'm dead serious. You are in a severe mental crisis level of state. You need help more than you think you do. I am
think-
saying with every ounce of desperate part of me, every ounce of clinical energy I have, please, dude, go get fucking help before you hurt yourself, you hurt your fiance, or you hurt one of your goddamn children. Please.
I think what you and I would agree with, Ken, is that Ralph needs help. We might have laughed at you a little bit tonight, but it was not out of spite or out of hatred. It was out of unfortunately, we were really drunk and stuff. And I've laughed at myself when I've been really drunk online. And there's many things you can laugh about me when I've been very drunk online. But I think you need some help, my dude. And this is not coming out of a place of malice nor hate. This is coming out of a place of empathy and concern. Okay? That's how I feel, at least. I don't know if you agree, Ken. But
Oh, I'd agree.
I don't hate Ralph. I want him to get better because this is very scary stuff. And if he's got particularly a child on the way, he really needs to get this stuff together.
Agree.
Please get some help. Please.
Yeah, he's in a really bad spot, and I hope he gets the help he needs. That's all I can really hope at this point.
Yep.
Oh man.
Anywho.
So thanks for showing up again. I appreciate your time, and I hope to see you later if I end up doing that tonight. I'm gonna try
we'll
to
see ya.
because I can sell it to my wife as I can make money tonight. I just have to have people sign up for a free game. So
Sign up for Raid Shadow Legends because actually
Yes.
Raid is actually a fun game. It's a little bit, there's some money grubbing in it, but it's an unironically fun game. Before I fucking lost my phone, I used to play it all the time. But yeah, check out Raid.
if I can get 20 people to sign up, I'll max out my goal and I'll get
Yeah.
all the bonuses. So if I get
Only
at least
20. I already signed up. Well, I don't know if it counts because I already have an account
I don't
and
know,
they pay
but
me
I
money.
need-
So probably doesn't count if I sign up. But yeah. Here we go, we're in.
I need a minimum of 5 to get the base level. I need 20 to get all of the bonuses because it's 5. Every 5 players is a bonus. So the more people who sign up, if you want to help, if you don't have the money to super chat, I don't like asking people for super chats or money. If you can't do the locals, if you want to help out, you can play Raid real quick. I think it takes like 20 minutes to
Yeah, you can see
download.
my based orc waifu in here. I have an elf waifu as well.
Yes.
It's very cool.
So you don't have, all you have to do is download the game, sign up, and play through the tutorial. That's all you have to do. So, and I'll be playing it later. But if you want to start now, sign up at if you want to. Like I said, if you want to help out
Repost
and
the
you
link
don't have money,
again, Ken, so everyone can.
that's the raid link. I need 20 people to get the full amount, which is almost like, I don't know if I can say the amount, but it's at least it's about a couple $100, give or take.
They want me to do a tutorial, but I signed in with my natural account. So even if you have a raid account, apparently
I think it might work. Maybe it'll work. I don't know.
I think it works if you have an existing raid account because I have a raid account. It's making me go through the tutorial. So
if it does, because I gave out the link. So use this campaign link in your panel. I will have to do that when I set my Twitch. And then if I spend $50, I can earn in shards. I can earn an extra $100. So I basically get my $50 back and then an extra $50. It might be worth it. I don't know.
just check it out. It's actually. I will say, I'm not shilling for Ken. I have showed for Raid in the past. It is unironically a little bit of a fun phone game. If you're just looking for something to do while you're fucking around on your phone, it's fun. No lie. I'm not involved in the shilling.
Also, if you use this code, you can get some more perks. If you use code 𝐶FEB22 for more perks when you sign up. So
I didn't want to like click on things. Oh, this looks so cool on desktop. Whoa.
See, it's a cool game. See, hey, Aiden's looking like she's enjoying it already. She just
unironically it looks they do cool like
already played the game.
Thematics on desktop. Like, what the heck?
I've got it. Let's see. I've got it because I just downloaded it to get it set up, and this is what it looks like. Like, this is me doing the tutorial, so I have to click over here. Whoa, check
it's
this
weird
out.
They're making me do a tutorial on a game
Look at the graphics.
But whatever.
Look, I'm an excellent shot. Look at that shit. You can
look,
find
there
out
you go.
more of that later by reviewing my Twitch stream. I'll post it on locals and I'll do a community tab post. I'll try to give it like an hour notice.
Like, I'm not saying like I have a horrible addiction to some gacha games. Like, not the craziest shit that like what's his name says he has, but I do like some gacha games just a little bit. Mostly there is a problem where there's a Japanese thing called Toreba, where it's a claw game that you can play online. So you can like play the claw game, and it's an actual claw game that exists in real life in Japan in real time. So you can go pick a stupid little fucking stuffed animal up out of it, and then they'll send it to you. And unfortunately, they charge you like fucking $20 to send it to you. But yeah. I have gotten some very, very rare. This is the last thing I'll say. I'm a collector of rare Japanese stuffed animals. It's the dumbest thing anyone can do, but I am that person. I'm a collector of rare Japanese stuffed animals. So I do that. That's my worst gacha game kind of thing. Is that occasionally I will play that claw game. That's the worst. That's as bad as I get.
No, it's good. But again, thanks everyone for showing up. I hope to see everyone later.
Anyway, yeah, let's play some Raid.
Yeah, I'll create a clan. We'll do Ken's council. We'll do Ken's casting couch clan or something like that. Just because.
Do it with a KKK. There you go.
Just for KCC. I don't know how you spell shit, but I don't spell shit like that with a K. Do they have Dragon Quest plushies? I don't know, but thank you again, everyone, for showing up. It's been great. Having the last two streams, I've had quite a bit of viewers. Mostly probably thanks to Aiden here for carrying the weight.
Oh no, I don't think I did anything. Thanks for having me on, Ken. As always, it's fun.
It's a pleasure. So thank you again. I'm gonna go ahead and play the outro, and I hope to see everyone here in a bit. No, KKK is not the superior spelling. You get away with that. Disavow. So thank you, Aiden. Thanks, everyone, and I will see you hopefully later. And enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Break it, fix it, crash it, change it, melt